Chapter 28. The Missing Mirror. Harry's feet touched road. He saw the achingly familiar Hogsmeade High Street, dark shop fronts, and the outline of black mountains beyond the village, and the curve in the road ahead that led off towards Hogwarts, and light spilling from the windows of the Three Broomsticks, and, with a lurch of the heart, he remembered, with piercing accuracy, how he had landed here nearly a year before, supporting a desperately weak Dumbledore. All this in a second upon landing, and then, even as he relaxed his grip upon Ron and Hermione's arms, it happened. The air was rent by a scream that sounded like Voldemort's when he had realized the cup had been stolen. It tore at every nerve in Harry's body, and he knew immediately that their appearance had caused it. Even as he looked at the other two beneath the cloak, the door of the Three Broomsticks burst open, and a dozen cloaked and hooded Death Eaters dashed into the street, their wands aloft. Harry seized Ron's wrist as he raised his wand. There were too many of them to stun. Even attempting it would give away their position. One of the Death Eaters waved his wand and the screams stopped, still echoing around the distant mountains. "Accio cloak!" roared one of the Death Eaters. Harry seized its folds, but it made no attempt to escape. The summoning charm had not worked on it. "Not under your wrapper then, Potter," yelled the Death Eater who had tried the charm, and then to his fellows, "Spread out, he's here." 6 of the Death Eaters ran towards them. Harry, Ron and Hermione backed as quickly as possible down the nearest side street, and the Death Eaters missed them by inches. They waited in the darkness, listening to the footsteps running up and down, beams of light flying along the street from the Death Eaters' searching wands. "Let's just leave," Hermione whispered. "Disapparate, now!" "Great idea," said Ron, but before Harry could reply, a Death Eater shouted, "We know you're here, Potter, and there's no getting away. We'll find you." "They weren't ready for us," whispered Harry. "They set up that spell to tell them we'd come. I reckon they've done something to keep us here, trap us." "What about Dementors?" called another Death Eater. "Let 'em have free rein. They'd find him quick enough." "The Dark Lord wants Potter dead by no hand but his." "And Dementors won't kill him. The Dark Lord wants Potter's life, not his soul. He'll be easier to kill if he's been kissed first." There were noises of agreement. Dread filled Harry. To repel Dementors, they would have to produce Patronuses, which would give them away immediately. "We're going to have to try to disapparate, Harry," Hermione whispered. Even as she said it, he felt the unnatural cold begin to steal over the street. Light was sucked from the environment right up to the stars, which vanished. In the pitch blackness, he felt Hermione take hold of his arm, and together they turned on the spot. The air through which they needed to move seemed to have become solid. They could not disapparate. The Death Eaters had cast their charms well. The cold was biting deeper and deeper into Harry's flesh. He, Ron and Hermione retreated down the side street, groping their way along the wall, trying not to make a sound. Then, round the corner, gliding noiselessly, came Dementors. 10 or more of them, visible because they were of a denser darkness than their surroundings, with their black cloaks and their scabbard and rotting hands. Could they sense fear in the vicinity? Harry was sure of it. They seemed to be coming more quickly now, taking those dragging, rattling breaths he detested, tasting despair in the air, closing in. He raised his wand. He could not, would not, suffer the Dementor's kiss. Whatever happened afterwards, it was of Ron and Hermione that he thought as he whispered, "Expecto Patronum!" The silver stag burst from his wand and charged. The Dementors scattered, and there was a triumphant yell from somewhere out of sight. "It's him! Down there! Down there! I saw his Patronus! It was a stag!" The Dementors had retreated. The stars were popping out again, and the footsteps of the Death Eaters were becoming louder. But before Harry, in his panic, could decide what to do, there was a grinding of bolts nearby. A door opened on the left-hand side of the narrow street, and a rough voice said, "Potter, in here, quick!" He obeyed without hesitation. The three of them hurtled through the open doorway. "Upstairs, keep the cloak on, keep quiet," muttered a tall figure, passing them on his way into the street and slamming the door behind him. Harry had no idea where they were, but now he saw, by the stuttering light of a single candle, the grubby, sawdust-strewn bar of the Hog's Head. They ran behind the counter and through a second doorway, which led to a rickety wooden staircase, which they climbed as fast as they could. The stairs opened onto a sitting room, with a threadbare carpet and a small fireplace, above which hung a single large oil painting of a blonde girl, who gazed out at the room with a kind of vacant sweetness. Shouts reached them from the street below. Still wearing the invisibility cloak, they crept towards the grimy window and looked down. Their saviour, whom Harry now recognised as the Hog's Head barman, was the only person not wearing a hood. "So what?" He was bellowing into one of the hooded faces. "So what? You send Dementors down my street? I'll send a Patronus back at 'em. I'm not having 'em near me. I've told you that. I'm not having it." "That wasn't your Patronus," said a Death Eater. "That was a stag." "It was Potter's." "Stag?" roared the barman, and he pulled out a wand. "Stag? You idiot! Expecto Patronum!" Something huge and horned erupted from the wand. Head down, it charged towards the high street and out of sight. "That's not what I saw," said the Death Eater, though with less certainty. "Curfew's been broken. You heard the noise," one of his companions told the barman. "Someone was out in the street against regulations. If I want to put my cat out, I will. And be damned to your curfew. You set off the caterwauling charm?" "What if I did? Going to cart me off to Azkaban? Kill me for sticking my nose out of my own front door? Do it then if you want to, but I hope for your sakes you haven't pressed your little dark marks and summoned him. He's not going to like being called here for me and my old cat, is he now?" "Don't you worry about us," said one of the Death Eaters. "Worry about yourself, breaking curfew." "And where will you lot traffic potions and poisons when my pub's closed down? What'll happen to your little sidelines then?" "Are you threatening?" "I keep my mouth shut. It's why you come here, isn't it?" "I still say I saw a stag Patronus," shouted the first Death Eater. "Stag?" roared the barman. "It's a goat, idiot!" "All right, we made a mistake," said the second Death Eater. "Break curfew again, and we won't be so lenient." The Death Eater strode back towards the high street. Hermione moaned with relief, wove out from under the cloak, and sat down on a wobble-legged chair. Harry drew the curtains tight shut, then pulled the cloak off himself and Ron. They could hear the barman down below rebolting the door of the bar, then climbing the stairs. Harry's attention was caught by something on the mantelpiece, a small rectangular mirror propped on top of it, right beneath the portrait of the girl. The barman entered the room. "You bloody fools," he said gruffly, looking from one to the other of them. "What were you thinking coming here?" "Thank you," said Harry. "We can't thank you enough. You saved our lives." The barman grunted. Harry approached him, looking up into the face, trying to see past the long, stringy, wire-grey hair and beard. He wore spectacles. Behind the dirty lenses, the eyes were a piercing, brilliant blue. "It's your eye I've been seeing in the mirror." There was a silence in the room. Harry and the barman looked at each other. "You sent Dobby." The barman nodded and looked around for the elf. "Thought he'd be with you. Where have you left him?" "He's dead," said Harry. "Bellatrix the Strange killed him." The barman's face was impassive. After a few moments, he said, "I'm sorry to hear it. I liked that elf." He turned away, lighting lamps with prods of his wand, not looking at any of them. "You're Aberforth," said Harry to the man's back. He neither confirmed nor denied it, but bent to light the fire. "How did you get this?" Harry asked, walking across to Sirius's mirror, the twin of the one he had broken nearly 2 years before. "Bought it from Dung about a year ago," said Aberforth. "Albus told me what it was. Been trying to keep an eye out for you." Ron gasped. "The Silver Doe," he said excitedly. "Was that you too?" "What are you talking about?" said Aberforth. "Someone sent a Doe Patronus to us." "Brains like that, you could be a Death Eater, son. Haven't I just proved my Patronus is a goat?" "Oh," said Ron. "Yeah, well, I'm hungry," he added defensively, as his stomach gave an enormous rumble. "I got food," said Aberforth, and he slopped out of the room, reappearing moments later with a large loaf of bread, some cheese, and a pewter jug of mead, which he set upon a small table in front of the fire. Ravenous, they ate and drank, and for a while there was silence but for the crackle of the fire, the clink of goblets, and the sound of chewing. "Right then," said Aberforth, when they had eaten their fill, and Harry and Ron sat slumped dozily in their chairs. "We need to think of the best way to get you out of here. Can't be done by night. You heard what happens if anyone moves outdoors during darkness. Caterwauling charms set off. They'll be on to you like boat truckles on doxy eggs. I don't reckon I'll be able to pass off a stag as a goat a second time. Wait for daybreak when curfew lifts. Then you can put your cloak back on and set out on foot. Get right out of Hogsmeade, up into the mountains, and you'll be able to disapparate there. Might see Hagrid. He's been hiding in a cave up there with Grawp ever since they tried to arrest him." "We're not leaving," said Harry. "We need to get into Hogwarts." "Don't be stupid, boy," said Aberforth. "We've got to," said Harry. "What you've got to do," said Aberforth, leaning forwards, "is to get as far from here as you can." "You don't understand. There isn't much time. We've got to get into the castle. Dumbledore, your brother, wanted us." The firelight made the grimy lenses of Aberforth's glasses momentarily opaque, a bright, flat white, and Harry remembered the blind eyes of the giant spider, Aragog. "My brother Albus wanted a lot of things," said Aberforth, "and people had a habit of getting hurt while he was carrying out his grand plans. You get away from this Skull Potter and out of the country if you can. Forget my brother and his clever schemes. He's gone where none of this can hurt him, and you don't owe him anything." "You don't understand," said Harry again. "Oh, don't I?" said Aberforth quietly. "You don't think I understood my own brother? Think you knew Albus better than I did?" "I didn't mean that," said Harry, whose brain felt sluggish with exhaustion and from the severe of food and wine. He left me a job." "Did he now?" said Aberforth. "Nice job, I hope. Pleasant? Easy?" Sort of thing you expect an unqualified wizard kid to be able to do without overstretching themselves? Ron gave a rather grim laugh. Hermione was looking strained. It's not easy, no, said Harry. But I've got to. Got to? Why, got to? He's dead, isn't he? Said Aberforth roughly. Let it go, boy, before you follow him. Save yourself. I can't. Why not? Harry felt overwhelmed. He could not explain, so he took the offensive instead. But you're fighting too. You're in the Order of the Phoenix. I was, said Aberforth. The Order of the Phoenix is finished. You know who's won. It's over. And anyone who's pretending different's kidding themselves. It'll never be safe for you here, Potter. He wants you too badly. So go abroad, go into hiding. Save yourself. Best take these two with you. He jerked a thumb at Ron and Hermione. They'll be in danger long as they live. Now everyone knows they've been working with you. I can't leave, said Harry. I've got a job. Give it to someone else. I can't. It's got to be me. Dumbledore explained it all. Oh, did he now? And did he tell you everything? Was he honest with you? Harry wanted with all his heart to say yes, but somehow the simple word would not rise to his lips. Aberforth seemed to know what he was thinking. I knew my brother, Potter. He learned secrecy at our mother's knee. Secrets and lies. That's how we grew up. And Albus, he was a natural. The old man's eyes travelled to the painting of the girl over the mantelpiece. It was, now Harry looked around properly, the only picture in the room. There was no photograph of Albus Dumbledore, nor of everyone else. Mr. Dumbledore, said Hermione rather timidly, is that your sister, Ariana? Yes, said Aberforth tersely. Been reading Rita Skeeter, have you, Missy? Even by the rosy light of the fire, it was clear that Hermione had turned red. Alpheus Doge mentioned her to us, said Harry, trying to spare Hermione. That old Burke, muttered Aberforth, taking another swig of mead. Thought the sun shone out of my brother's every orifice, he did. Well, so did plenty of people. You three included by the looks of it. Harry kept quiet. He did not want to express the doubts and uncertainties about Dumbledore that had riddled him for months now. He had made his choice while he dug Dobby's grave. He had decided to continue along the winding, dangerous path indicated for him by Albus Dumbledore. To accept that he had not been told everything that he wanted to know, but simply to trust. He had no desire to doubt again. He did not want to hear anything that would deflect him from its purpose. He met Aberforth's gaze, which was so strikingly like his brother's. The bright blue eyes gave the same impression that they were X-raying the object of their scrutiny. And Harry thought that Aberforth knew what he was thinking, and despised him for it. Professor Dumbledore cared about Harry very much, said Hermione in a low voice. Did he now? Said Aberforth. Funny thing. How many of the people my brother cared about very much ended up in a worse state than if he'd left them well alone? What do you mean? Asked Hermione breathlessly. Never you mind, said Aberforth. But that's a really serious thing to say, said Hermione. Are you talking about your sister? Aberforth glared at her. His lips moved as if he were chewing the words he was holding back. Then he burst into speech. When my sister was 6 years old, she was attacked, set upon by 3 Muggle boys. They'd seen her doing magic, spying through the back garden hedge. She was a kid. She couldn't control it. No witch or wizard can at that age. What they saw scared them, I expect. They forced their way through the hedge, and when she couldn't show them the trick, they got a bit carried away trying to stop the little freak doing it. Hermione's eyes were huge in the firelight. Ron looked slightly sick. Aberforth stood up, tall as Albus, and suddenly terrible in his anger and the intensity of his pain. It destroyed her, what they did. She was never right again. She wouldn't use magic, but she couldn't get rid of it. It turned inwards and drove her mad. It exploded out of her when she couldn't control it, and at times she was strange and dangerous. But mostly she was sweet and scared and harmless. "And my father went after the bastards that did it," said Aberforth, "and attacked them. And they locked him up in Azkaban for it. He never said why he'd done it, because if the Ministry had known what Ariana had become, she'd have been locked up in St. Mungo's for good. They'd have seen her as a serious threat to the International Statute of Secrecy, unbalanced like she was, with magic exploding out of her at moments when she couldn't keep it in any longer. We had to keep her safe and quiet. We moved house, put it about she was ill, and my mother looked after her and tried to keep her calm and happy. I was her favourite," he said, and as he said it, a grubby schoolboy seemed to look out through Aberforth's wrinkles and tangled beard. "Not Albus. He was always up in his bedroom when he was home, reading his books and counting his prizes, keeping up with his correspondence with the most notable magical names of the day." Aberforth sneered. "He didn't want to be bothered with her. She liked me best. I could get her to eat when she wouldn't do it for my mother. I could get her to calm down when she was in one of her rages. And when she was quiet, she used to help me feed the goats. Then, when she was 14... See, I wasn't there, said Aberforth. If I'd been there, I could have calmed her down. She had one of her rages, and my mother wasn't as young as she was. And it was an accident. Ariana couldn't control it. But my mother was killed." Harry felt a horrible mixture of pity and repulsion. He did not want to hear any more. But Aberforth kept talking, and Harry wondered how long it had been since he had spoken about this, whether, in fact, he had ever spoken about it. "So that put paid to Sir Albus's trip round the world with little Doge. The pair of them came home from my mother's funeral, and then Doge went off on his own. And Albus settled down as head of the family. Ha!" Aberforth spat into the fire. "I'd have looked after her. I told him so. I didn't care about school. I'd have stayed home and done it. He told me I had to finish my education, and he'd take over from my mother. Bit of a come down for Mr. Brilliant. There's no prizes for looking after your half-mad sister, stopping her blowing up the house every other day. But he did all right for a few weeks, till he came." And now a positively dangerous look crept over Aberforth's face. Grindelwald. And, at last, my brother had an equal to talk to. Someone just as bright and talented as he was. And looking after Ariana took a back seat then, while they were hatching all their plans for a new wizarding order and looking for Hallows and whatever else it was they were so interested in. Grand plans for the benefit of all wizard kind, and if one young girl got neglected, what did it matter when Albus was working for the greater good? But after a few weeks of it, I'd had enough. I had. It was nearly time for me to go back to Hogwarts. So I told them, both of them, face to face, like I am to you now. and Aberforth looked down at Harry, and it took little imagination to see him as a teenager, weary and angry, confronting his elder brother. I told him, you'd better give it up now. You can't move her. She's in no fit state. You can't take her with you, wherever it is you're planning to go. When you're making your clever speeches, trying to whip yourselves up a following. He didn't like that, said Aberforth, and his eyes were briefly occluded by the firelight on the lenses of his glasses. They shone white and blind again. Grindelwald didn't like that at all. He got angry. He told me what a stupid little boy I was, trying to stand in the way of him and my brilliant brother. Didn't I understand? My poor sister wouldn't have to be hidden once I'd changed the world, and led the wizards out of hiding, and taught the muggles their place? And there was an argument, and I pulled out my wand, and he pulled out his, and I had the Cruciatus curse used on me by my brother's best friend, and Albus was trying to stop him. And then all three of us were dueling, and the flashing lights and the bangs set her off. She couldn't stand it. The colour was draining from Aberforth's face as though he had suffered a mortal wound. And I think she wanted to help, but she didn't really know what she was doing. And I don't know which of us did it. It could have been any of us. And she was dead. His voice broke on the last word, and he dropped down into the nearest chair. Hermione's face was wet with tears, and Ron was almost as pale as Aberforth. Harry felt nothing but revulsion. He wished he had not heard it, wished he could wash his mind clean of it. I'm so sorry, Hermione whispered. Gone, croaked Aberforth. Gone forever. He wiped his nose on his cuff and cleared his throat. Course, Grindelwald scarpered. He had a bit of a track record already, back in his own country, and he didn't want Ariana set to his account too. And Albus was free, wasn't he? Free of the burden of his sister, free to become the greatest wizard of the... He was never free, said Harry. I beg your pardon, said Aberforth. Never, said Harry. The night that your brother died, he drank a potion that drove him out of his mind. He started screaming, pleading with someone who wasn't there. Don't hurt them, please. Hurt me instead. Ron and Hermione were staring at Harry. He had never gone into details about what had happened on the island on the lake. The events that had taken place after he and Dumbledore had returned to Hogwarts had eclipsed it so thoroughly. He thought he was back there with you and Grindelwald. I know he did, said Harry, remembering Dumbledore whimpering, pleading. He thought he was watching Grindelwald hurting you and Ariana. It was torture to him. If you'd seen him then, you wouldn't say he was free. Aberforth seemed lost in contemplation of his own knotted and veined hands. After a long pause, he said, How can you be sure, Potter, that my brother wasn't more interested in the greater good than in you? How can you be sure you aren't dispensable, just like my little sister? A shard of ice seemed to pierce Harry's heart. I don't believe it. Dumbledore loved Harry, said Hermione. Why didn't he tell him to hide then? Shot back Aberforth. Why didn't he say to him, Take care of yourself, here's how to survive? Because, said Harry, before Hermione could answer, sometimes you've got to think about more than your own safety. Sometimes you've got to think about the greater good. This is war. You're 17, boy. I'm of age, and I'm going to keep fighting even if you've given up. Who says I've given up? The Order of the Phoenix is finished, Harry repeated. You know who's won. It's over. And anyone who's pretending different's kidding themselves. I don't say I like it, but it's the truth. No, it isn't, said Harry. Your brother knew how to finish you-know-who, and he passed the knowledge on to me. I'm going to keep going until I succeed, or I die. I don't know how this might end. I've known it for years. He waited for Aberforth to jeer or to argue, but he did not. He merely scowled. We need to get into Hogwarts, said Harry again. If you can't help us, we'll wait till daybreak. Leave you in peace, and try to find a way in ourselves. If you can help us, well, now would be a great time to mention it. Aberforth remained fixed in his chair, gazing at Harry with the eyes that were so extraordinarily like his brother's. At last he cleared his throat, got to his feet, walked around the little table, and approached the portrait of Ariana. You know what to do, he said. She smiled, turned and walked away, not as people in portraits usually did, out to the sides of their frames, but along what seemed to be a long tunnel painted behind her. They watched her slight figure retreating until finally she was swallowed by the darkness. Oh, what? Began Ron. There's only one way in now, said Aberforth. You must know they've got all the old secret passageways covered at both ends. Dementors all around the boundary walls. Regular patrols inside the school, from what my sources tell me. The place has never been so heavily guarded. How do you expect to do anything once you get inside it, with Snape in charge and the Carrows as his deputies? Well, that's your lookout, isn't it? You say you're prepared to die. But what? Said Hermione, frowning at Ariana's picture. A tiny white dot had reappeared at the end of the painted tunnel, and now Ariana was walking back towards them, growing bigger and bigger as she came. But there was somebody else with her now. Someone taller than she was, who was limping along looking excited. His hair was longer than Harry had ever seen it. He appeared to have suffered several gashes to his face, and his clothes were ripped and torn. Larger and larger the two figures grew, until only their heads and shoulders filled the portrait. Then the whole thing swung forwards on the wall like a little door, and the entrance to a real tunnel was revealed. And out of it, his hair overgrown, his face cut, his robes ripped, clambered the real Neville Longbottom, who gave a roar of delight, leapt down from the mantelpiece and yelled, I knew you'd come! I knew it, Harry! Chapter 29. The Lost Diadem. Neville, what the? How? But Neville had spotted Ron and Hermione, and with yells of delight was hugging them too. The longer Harry looked at Neville, the worse he appeared. One of his eyes was swollen, yellow and purple. There were gouge marks on his face, and his general air of unkemptness suggested that he had been living rough. Nevertheless, his battered visage shone with happiness as he let go of Hermione and said again, I knew you'd come. Kept telling Seamus it was a matter of time. Neville, what's happened to you? What, this? Neville dismissed his injuries with a shake of the head. This is nothing. Seamus is worse. You'll see. Shall we get going, then? Oh, he turned to Aberforth. Ab, there might be a couple more people on the way. Couple more? Repeated Aberforth ominously. What do you mean, a couple more, Longbottom? There's a curfew and a caterwauling charm on the whole village. I know. That's why they'll be apparating directly into the bar, said Neville. Just send them down the passage when they get here, will you? Thanks a lot. Neville held out his hand to Hermione and helped her to climb up onto the mantelpiece and into the tunnel. Ron followed, then Neville. Harry addressed Aberforth. I don't know how to thank you. You've saved our lives, twice. Look after him, then, said Aberforth gruffly. I might not be able to save him a third time. Harry clambered up onto the mantelpiece and through the hole behind Ariana's portrait. There were smooth stone steps on the other side. It looked as though the passageway had been there for years. Brass lamps hung from the walls, and the earthy floor was worn and smooth. As they walked, their shadows rippled, fang-like, across the wall. "How long's this been here?" Ron asked as they set off. "It isn't on the Marauders' map, is it, Harry? I thought there were only 7 passages in and out of the school." "They sealed off all of those before the start of the year," said Neville. "There's no chance of getting through any of them now. Not with the curses over the entrances and Death Eaters and Dementors waiting at the exits." He started walking backwards, beaming, drinking them in. "Never mind that stuff. Is it true? Did you break into Gringotts? Did you escape on a dragon? It's everywhere. Everyone's talking about it. Terry Boot got beaten up by Caro for yelling about it in the Great Hall at dinner." "Yeah, it's true," said Harry. Neville laughed gleefully. "What did you do with the dragon?" "Released it into the wild," said Ron. "Hermione was all for keeping it as a pet." "Don't exaggerate, Ron." "But what have you been doing? People have been saying you've just been on the run, Harry. But I don't think so. I think you've been up to something." "You're right," said Harry. "But tell us about Hogwarts, Neville. We haven't heard anything." "It's been... well... it's not really like Hogwarts anymore," said Neville, the smile fading from his face as he spoke. "Do you know about the Carrows? Those 2 Death Eaters who teach here?" "They do more than teach," said Neville. "They're in charge of all discipline. They like punishment, the Carrows." "Like Umbridge?" "Nah, they make her look tame. The other teachers are all supposed to refer us to the Carrows if we do anything wrong. They don't, though, if they can avoid it. You can tell they all hate them as much as we do. Amicus, the bloke, he teaches what used to be defense against the dark arts. Except now it's just the dark arts. We're supposed to practice the Cruciatus curse on people who've earned detentions." "What?" Harry, Ron and Hermione's united voices echoed up and down the passage. "Yeah," said Neville. "That's how I got this one." He pointed at a particularly deep gash in his cheek. "I refuse to do it. Some people are into it, though. Crabbe and Goyle love it. First time they've ever been topping anything, I expect." "Alecto, Amicus' sister, teaches Muggle studies, which is compulsory for everyone. We've all got to listen to her explain how Muggles are like animals, stupid and dirty, and how they drove wizards into hiding by being vicious towards them, and how the natural order has been re-established. I got this one," he indicated another slash to his face, "for asking her how much Muggle blood she and her brother have got." "Blimey, Neville," said Ron. "There's a time and a place for getting a smart mouth." "You didn't hear her," said Neville. "You wouldn't have stood it either." "The thing is, it helps when people stand up to them. It gives everyone hope. I used to notice that when you did it, Harry." "But they've used you as a knife sharpener," said Ron, wincing slightly as they passed the lamp and Neville's injuries were thrown into even greater relief. Neville shrugged. "Doesn't matter. They don't want to spill too much pure blood, so they'll torture us a bit if we're mouthy, but they won't actually kill us." Harry did not know what was worse, the things that Neville was saying, or the matter-of-fact tone in which he said them. The only people in real danger are the ones whose friends and relatives are on the outside of giving trouble. They get taken hostage. Old Zeno Lovegood was getting a bit too outspoken in the Quibbler, so they dragged Luna off the train on the way back for Christmas. "Neville, she's all right. We've seen her." "Yeah, I know. She managed to get a message to me." From his pocket he pulled out a golden coin, and Harry recognised it as one of the fake galleons that Dumbledore's army had used to send one another messages. "These have been great," said Neville, beaming at Hermione. "The Carrows never rumbled how we were communicating. It drove them mad. We used to sneak out at night and put graffiti on the walls. Dumbledore's army, still recruiting. Stuff like that. Snape hated it. You used to? Said Harry, who had noticed the past tense. Well, it got more difficult as time went on, said Neville. We lost Luna at Christmas, and Ginny never came back after Easter. And the three of us were sort of the leaders. The Carries seemed to know I was behind a lot of it, so they started coming down on me hard. And then Michael Corner went and got caught releasing a thirst year they'd chained up, and they tortured him pretty badly. That scared people off. No kidding, muttered Ron as the passage began to slope upwards. Yeah, well, I couldn't ask people to go through what Michael did, so we dropped those kind of stunts. But we were still fighting, doing underground stuff. Right up until a couple of weeks ago. That's when they decided there was only one way to stop me, I suppose, and they went for Gran. They what? Said Harry, Ron and Hermione together. Yeah, said Neville, panting a little now, because the passage was climbing so steeply. Well, you can see their thinking. It had worked really well, kidnapping kids to force their relatives to behave. I suppose it was only a matter of time before they did it the other way round. Thing was, he faced them, and Harry was astonished to see that he was grinning. They bit off a bit more than they could chew with Gran. Little old witch living alone. They probably thought they didn't need to send anyone particularly powerful. Anyway, Neville laughed. Dawlish is still in St. Mungo's, and Gran's on the run. She sent me a letter. He clapped a hand to the breast pocket of his robes, telling me she was proud of me, that I'm my parents' son, and to keep it up. Cool, said Ron. Yeah, said Neville happily. Only thing was, once they realised they had no hold over me, they decided Hogwarts could do without me after all. I don't know whether they were planning to kill me or send me to Azkaban. Either way, I knew it was time to disappear. But, said Ron, looking thoroughly confused, aren't we heading straight back into Hogwarts? Course, said Neville. You'll see, we're here. They turned a corner, and there ahead of them was the end of the passage. Another short flight of steps led to a door, just like the one hidden behind Ariana's portrait. Neville pushed it open and climbed through. As Harry followed, he heard Neville call out to unseen people. Look who it is, didn't I tell you? As Harry emerged into the room beyond the passage, there were several screams and yells. Harry! It's Potter! It's Potter! Ron! Hermione! He had a confused impression of coloured hangings, of lamps and many faces. The next moment he, Ron and Hermione were engulfed, hugged, pounded on the back, their hair ruffled, their hands shaken, by what seemed to be more than 20 people. They might have just won a Quidditch final. Okay, calm down, Neville called, as the crowd backed away. Harry was able to take in their surroundings. He did not recognise the room at all. It was enormous, and looked rather like the interior of a particularly sumptuous treehouse, or perhaps a gigantic ship's cabin. Multicoloured hammocks were strung from the ceiling and from a balcony that ran around the dark wood-panelled and windowless walls, which were covered in bright tapestry hangings. Harry saw the gold Gryffindor lion emblazoned on scarlet, the black badger of Hufflepuff set against yellow, and the bronze eagle of Ravenclaw on blue. The silver and green of Slytherin alone were absent. There were bulging bookcases, a few broomsticks propped against the walls, and in the corner, a large wooden case wireless. Where are we? Room of requirement, of course, said Neville. Surpassed itself, hasn't it? The Carrows were chasing me, and I knew I had just one chance for a hideout. I managed to get through the door, and this is what I found. Well, it wasn't exactly like this when I arrived. It was a load smaller. There was only one hammock and just Gryffindor hangings. But it expanded as more and more of the DA have arrived. And the Carrows can't get in? Asked Harry, looking around for the door. No, said Seamus Finnegan, whom Harry had not recognised until he spoke. Seamus's face was bruised and puffy. It's a proper hideout. As long as one of us stays in here, they can't get at us. The door won't open. It's all down to Neville. He really gets this room. You've got to ask it for exactly what you need. Like, I don't want any cowrie supporters to be able to get in, and it'll do it for you. You've just got to make sure you close the loopholes. Neville's the man. It's quite straightforward, really, said Neville modestly. I've been in here about a day and a half, and getting really hungry, and wishing I could get something to eat. And that's when the passage to the Hog's Head opened up. I went through it and met Aberforth. He's been providing us with food, because for some reason that's the one thing the room doesn't really do. Yeah, well, food's one of the 5 exceptions to Gamp's law of elemental transfiguration, said Ron, to general astonishment. So we've been hiding out here for nearly 2 weeks, said Seamus. And it just makes more hammocks every time we need them. And it even sprouted a pretty good bathroom once girls started turning up. And thought they'd quite like to wash, yes, supplied Lavender Brown, whom Harry had not noticed until that point. Now that he looked around properly, he recognised many familiar faces. Both Patil twins were there, as were Terry Boot, Ernie Macmillan, Anthony Goldstein, and Michael Corner. Tell us what you've been up to, though, said Ernie. There have been so many rumours. We've been trying to keep up with you on Potter Watch. He pointed at the wireless. You didn't break into Gringotts. They did, said Neville, and the dragon's true too. There was a smattering of applause and a few whoops. Ron took a bow. What were you after? Asked Seamus eagerly. Before any of them could parry the question with one of their own, Harry felt a terrible scorching pain in the lightning scar. As he turned his back hastily on the curious and delighted faces, the room of requirement vanished, and he was standing inside a ruined stone shack, and the rotting floorboards were ripped apart at his feet. A disinterred golden box lay open and empty beside the hole, and Voldemort's scream of fury vibrated inside his head. With an enormous effort, he pulled out of Voldemort's mind again, back to where he stood, swaying, in the room of requirement, sweat pouring from his face, and Ron holding him up. Are you all right, Harry? Neville was saying. Want to sit down? I expect you're tired, aren't... No, said Harry. He looked at Ron and Hermione, trying to tell them without words that Voldemort had just discovered the loss of one of the other Horcruxes. Time was running out fast. If Voldemort chose to visit Hogwarts next, they would miss their chance. We need to get going, he said, and their expressions told him that they understood. What are we going to do then, Harry? Asked Seamus. What's the plan? Plan? Repeated Harry. He was exercising all his willpower to prevent himself succumbing again to Voldemort's rage. His scar was still burning. Well, there's something we, Ron, Hermione and I, need to do, and then we'll get out of here. Nobody was laughing or whooping anymore. Neville looked confused. What do you mean, get out of here? We haven't come back to stay, said Harry, rubbing his scar, trying to soothe the pain. There's something important we need to do. What is it? I can't tell you. There was a ripple of muttering at this. Neville's brows contracted. Why can't you tell us? Is it something to do with fighting you-know-who, right? Well, yeah. Then we'll help you. The other members of Dumbledore's army were nodding, some enthusiastically, others solemnly. A couple of them rose from their chairs to demonstrate their willingness for immediate action. You don't understand. Harry seemed to have said that a lot in the last few hours. We can't tell you. We've got to do it alone. Why? Asked Neville. Because, in his desperation to start looking for the missing Horcrux, or at least to have a private discussion with Ron and Hermione about where they might commence their search, Harry found it difficult to gather his thoughts. His scar was still searing. Dumbledore left the 3 of us a job, he said carefully. And we weren't supposed to tell. I mean, he wanted us to do it. Just the 3 of us. We're his army, said Neville. Dumbledore's army. We were all in it together. We've been keeping it going while you 3 have been off on your own. It hasn't exactly been a picnic, mate, said Ron. I never said it had. But I don't see why you can't trust us. Everyone in this room's been fighting, and they've been driven in here because of the Carrows were hunting them down. Everyone here's proving they're loyal to Dumbledore. Loyal to you. Look, Harry began, without knowing what he was going to say, but it did not matter. The tunnel door had just opened behind him. We got your message, Neville. Hello, you three. I thought you must be here. It was Luna and Dean. Seamus gave a great roar of delight and ran to hug his best friend. Hi, everyone, said Luna happily. Oh, it's great to be back. Luna, said Harry distractedly, what are you doing here? How did you... I sent for her, said Neville, holding up the fake galleon. I promised her and Ginny that if you turn up, I'd let them know. We all thought that if you came back, it would mean revolution, that we were going to overthrow Snape and the Carrows. Of course that's what it means, said Luna brightly. Isn't it, Harry? We're going to fight them out of Hogwarts. Listen, said Harry, with a rising sense of panic. I'm sorry, but that's not what we came back for. There's something we've got to do, and then... You're going to leave us in this mess? Demanded Michael Corner. No, said Ron. What we're doing will benefit everyone in the end. It's all about trying to get rid of you-know-who. Then let us help, said Neville angrily. We want to be part of it. There was another noise behind them, and Harry turned. His heart seemed to fail. Ginny was now climbing through the hole in the wall, closely followed by Fred, George, and Lee Jordan. Ginny gave Harry a radiant smile. He had forgotten, or had never fully appreciated, how beautiful she was. But he had never been less pleased to see her. Aberforth's getting a bit ratty, said Fred, raising his hand in answer to several cries of greeting. He wants a kip, and his bar's turned into a railway station. Harry's mouth fell open. Right behind Lee Jordan came Harry's old girlfriend, Cho Chang. She smiled at him. I got the message, she said, holding up her own fake galleon, and she walked over to sit beside Michael Corner. So, what's the plan, Harry? Said George. There isn't one, said Harry, still disorientated by the sudden appearance of all these people, unable to take everything in while his scar was still burning so fiercely. Just going to make it up as we go along, are we? My favourite kind, said Fred. You've got to stop this, Harry told Neville. What did you call them all back for? This is insane. We're fighting, aren't we? Said Dean, taking out his fake galleon. The message said Harry was back, and we were going to fight. I'll have to get a wand, though. You haven't got a wand? Began Seamus. Ron turned suddenly to Harry. Why can't they help? What? They can help? He dropped his voice and said, so that none of them could hear but Hermione, who stood between them. We don't know where it is. We've got to find it fast. We don't have to tell them it's a Horcrux. Harry looked from Ron to Hermione, who murmured, I think Ron's right. We don't even know what we're looking for. We need them. And when Harry looked unconvinced, You don't have to do everything alone, Harry. Harry fought fast, his scar still prickling, his head threatening to split again. Dumbledore had warned him against telling anyone but Ron and Hermione about the Horcruxes. Secrets and lies, that's how we grew up. And Albus, he was a natural. Was he turning into Dumbledore, keeping his secrets clutched to his chest, afraid to trust? But Dumbledore had trusted Snape, and where had that led? To murder at the top of the highest tower. All right, he said quietly to the other two. Okay, he called to the room at large, and all noise ceased. Fred and George, who had been cracking jokes for the benefit of those nearest, fell silent, and all of them looked alert, excited. There's something we need to find, Harry said. Something that'll help us overthrow you-know-who. It's here at Hogwarts, but we don't know where. It might have belonged to Ravenclaw. Has anyone heard of an object like that? Has anyone ever come across something with her eagle on it, for instance? Harry, he looked hopefully towards the little group of Ravenclaws, to Padma, Michael, Terry, and Cho. But it was Luna who answered, perched on the arm of Ginny's chair. Well, there's her lost diadem. I told you about it, remember, Harry? The lost diadem of Ravenclaw? Daddy's trying to duplicate it. Yeah, but the lost diadem, said Michael Corner, rolling his eyes, is lost, Luna. That's sort of the point. When was it lost? Asked Harry. Centuries ago, they say, said Cho, and Harry's heart sank. Professor Flitwick says the diadem vanished with Ravenclaw herself. People have looked, but... She appealed to her fellow Ravenclaws. Nobody's ever found a trace of it, have they? They all shook their heads. Sorry, but what is a diadem? Asked Ron. It's a kind of crown, said Terry Boot. Ravenclaws are supposed to have magical properties, enhance the wisdom of the wearer. Yes, Daddies are expert siphons. But Harry cut across Luna. And none of you have ever seen anything that looks like it? They all shook their heads again. Harry looked at Ron and Hermione, and his own disappointment was mirrored back at him. An object that had been lost this long, and apparently without trace, did not seem like a good candidate for the Horcrux hidden in the castle. Before he could formulate a new question, however, Cho spoke again. If you'd like to see what the diadem's supposed to look like, I could take you up to our common room and show you, Harry. Ravenclaw's wearing it in her statue. Harry's scar torched again. For a moment, the room of requirements swam before him, and he saw instead the dark earth soaring beneath him, and felt the great snake wrapped around his shoulders. Voldemort was flying again. Whether to the underground lake, or here, to the castle, he did not know. Either way, there was hardly any time left. He's on the move, he said quietly to Ron and Hermione. He glanced at Cho and then back at them. Listen, I know it's not much of a lead, but I'm going to go look at this statue. At least find out what the diadem looks like. Wait for me here and keep, the other one safe. Cho had got to her feet, but Ginny said rather fiercely, No, Luna will take Harry. Won't you, Luna? Oh, yes, I'd like to, said Luna happily, and Cho sat down again, looking disappointed. How do we get out? Harry asked Neville. Over here. He led Harry and Luna to a corner where a small cupboard opened onto a steep staircase. It comes out somewhere different every day, so they've never been able to find it, he said. Only trouble is, we never know exactly where we're going to end up when we go out. Be careful, Harry. They're always patrolling the corridors at night. No problem, said Harry. See you in a bit. He and Luna hurried up the staircase, which was long, lit by torches and turned corners in unexpected places. At last they reached what appeared to be solid wall. Get under here, Harry told Luna, pulling out the invisibility cloak and throwing it over both of them. He gave the wall a little push. It melted away at his touch, and they slipped outside. Harry glanced back and saw that it had resealed itself once more. They were standing in a dark corridor. Harry pulled Luna back into the shadows, fumbled in the pouch around his neck, and took out the Marauder's map. Holding it close to his nose, he searched and located his and Luna's dots at last. We're up on the 5th floor, he whispered, watching Filch moving away from them, a corridor ahead. Come on, this way. They crept off. Harry had prowled the castle at night many times before, but never had his heart hammered this fast. Never had so much depended on his safe passage through the place. Those squares of moonlight shone upon the floor, past suits of armour whose helmets creaked at the sound of their soft footsteps, around corners beyond which who knew what lurked. Harry and Luna walked, checking the Marauder's map whenever light permitted, twice pausing to allow a ghost to pass without drawing attention to themselves. He expected to encounter an obstacle at any moment. His worst fear was Peeves, and he strained his ears with every step to hear the first telltale signs of the poltergeist's approach. This way, Harry, breathed Luna, plucking his sleeve and pulling him towards a spiral staircase. They climbed in tight, dizzying circles. Harry had never been up here before. At last they reached a door. There was no handle and no keyhole, nothing but a plain expanse of aged wood and a bronze knocker in the shape of an eagle. Luna reached out a pale hand, which looked eerie floating in midair, unconnected to an arm or body. She knocked once, and in the silence it sounded to Harry like a cannon blast. At once the beak of the eagle opened, but instead of a bird's call, a soft, musical voice said, "Which came first, the phoenix or the flame?" What do you think, Harry?" said Luna, looking thoughtful. "What, isn't there just a password?" "Oh, no, you've got to answer a question," said Luna. What if you get it wrong?" "Well, you have to wait for somebody who gets it right," said Luna. "That way you learn, see?" "Yeah, trouble is, we can't really afford to wait for anyone else, Luna." "No, I see what you mean," said Luna seriously. "Well then, I think the answer is that a circle has no beginning." "Well reasoned," said the voice, and the door swung open. The deserted Ravenclaw common room was a wide circular room, airier than any Harry had ever seen at Hogwarts. Graceful, arched windows punctuated the walls, which were hung with blue and bronze silks. By day, the Ravenclaws would have a spectacular view of the surrounding mountains. The ceiling was domed and painted with stars, which were echoed in the midnight blue carpet. There were tables, chairs, and bookcases, and in a niche opposite the door stood a tall statue of white marble. Harry recognized Rowena Ravenclaw from the bust he had seen at Luna's house. The statue stood beside a door which led, he guessed, to the dormitories above. He strode right up to the marble woman, and she seemed to look back at him with a quizzical half-smile on her face, beautiful, yet slightly intimidating. A delicate-looking circlet had been reproduced in marble on top of her head. It was not unlike the tiara Fleur had worn at her wedding. There were tiny words etched into it. Harry stepped out from under the cloak and climbed up onto Ravenclaw's plinth to read them. "Wit beyond measure is man's greatest treasure." "Which makes you pretty skinned witless," said a crackling voice. Harry whirled round, slipped off the plinth, and landed on the floor. The sloping shouldered figure of Alecto Carrow was standing before him, and even as Harry raised his wand, she pressed a stubby forefinger to the skull and snake branded on her forearm. Chapter 30. The Sacking of Severus Snape. The moment her finger touched the mark, Harry's scar burned savagely. The starry room vanished from sight, and he was standing upon an outcrop of rock beneath a cliff, and the sea was washing around him, and there was triumph in his heart. They have the boy. A loud bang brought Harry back to where he stood. Disorientated, he raised his wand, but the witch before him was already falling forwards. She hit the ground so hard that the glass in the bookcases tinkled. "I've never stunned anyone except in our DA lessons," said Luna, sounding mildly interested. "That was noisier than I thought it would be." And sure enough, the ceiling had begun to tremble. Scurrying, echoing footsteps were growing louder from behind the door leading to the dormitories. Luna's spell had woken Ravenclaw sleeping above. "Luna, where are you? I need to get under the cloak." Luna's feet appeared out of nowhere. He hurried to her side, and she let the cloak fall back over them as the door opened, and a stream of Ravenclaws, all in their nightclothes, flooded into the common room. There were gasps and cries of surprise when they saw Alecto lying there unconscious. Slowly they shuffled in around her, a savage beast that might wake at any moment and attack them. Then one brave little first year darted up to her and prodded her backside with his big toe. "I think she might be dead," he shouted with delight. "Oh, look," whispered Luna happily as the Ravenclaws crowded in around Alecto. "They're pleased." "Yeah, great." Harry closed his eyes, and as his scar throbbed, he chose to sink again into Voldemort's mind. He was moving along the tunnel into the first cave. He had chosen to make sure of the locket before coming, but that would not take him long. There was a rap on the common room door, and every Ravenclaw froze. From the other side, Harry heard the soft, musical voice that issued from the eagle door knocker. "Where do vanished objects go?" "I dunno, do I?" "Shut it!" snarled an uncouth voice that Harry knew was that of the Carrow brother, Amicus. "Alecto? Alecto, are you there? Have you got him? Open the door!" The Ravenclaws were whispering amongst themselves, terrified. Then, without warning, there came a series of loud bangs, as though somebody was firing a gun into the door. "Alecto, if he comes and we haven't got Potter, do you want to go the same way as the Malfoys? Answer me!" Amicus bellowed, shaking the door for all he was worth, but still it did not open. The Ravenclaws were all backing away, and some of the most frightened began scampering back up the staircase to their beds. Then, just as Harry was wondering whether he ought not to blast open the door and stun Amicus before the Death Eater could do anything else, a second, most familiar voice rang out beyond the door. "May I ask what you are doing, Professor Carrow?" "Trying to get through this damned door!" shouted Amicus. "Go and get Flitwick. Get him to open it, now!" "But isn't your sister in there?" asked Professor McGonagall. "Didn't Professor Flitwick let her in earlier this evening at your urgent request? Perhaps she could open the door for you. Then you needn't wake up half the castle." "She ain't answering you, old besom. You open it. Gone. Do it now." "Certainly, if you wish it," said Professor McGonagall with an awful coldness. There was a gentle tap of the knocker, and the musical voice asked again, "Where do vanished objects go?" "Into non-being, which is to say, everything," replied Professor McGonagall. "Nicely phrased," replied the eagle door knocker, and the door swung open. The few Ravenclaws who had remained behind sprinted for the stairs as Amicus burst over the threshold, brandishing his wand. Hunched like his sister, he had a pallid, doggy face and tiny eyes, which fell at once on Alecto, sprawled motionless on the floor. He let out a yell of fury and fear. "What have they done? The little whelps!" he screamed. "I'll cruciate the lot of them till they tell me who did it." "And what's the Dark Lord going to say?" he shrieked, standing over his sister and smacking himself on the forehead with his fist. "We haven't got him, and they've gone and killed her." "She's only stunned," said Professor McGonagall impatiently, who had stooped down to examine Alecto. "She'll be perfectly all right." "No, she bludgeoning well won't," bellowed Amicus. "Not after the Dark Lord gets hold of her. She's gone and sent for him. I found him up burn, and he thinks we've got Potter." "Got Potter?" said Professor McGonagall sharply. "What do you mean, got Potter?" "He told us Potter might try to get inside Ravenclaw Tower, and to send for him if we caught him." "Why would Harry Potter try to get inside Ravenclaw Tower? Potter belongs in my house." Beneath the disbelief and anger, Harry heard a little strain of pride in her voice, and affection for Minerva McGonagall gushed up inside him. "We was told he might come in here," said Carrow. I don't know why, do I?" Professor McGonagall stood up and her beady eyes swept the room. Twice they passed right over the place where Harry and Luna stood. "We can push it off on the kids," said Amicus, his pig-like face suddenly crafty. "Yeah, that's what we'll do. We'll say Alecto was ambushed by the kids. Them kids up there." He looked up at the starry ceiling towards the dormitories. "And we'll say they forced her to press her mark. And that's why he's got a false alarm. He can punish them. Couple of kids, more or less. What's the difference?" "Only the difference between truth and lies, courage and cowardice," said Professor McGonagall, who had turned pale. "A difference, in short, which you and your sister seem unable to appreciate." But let me make one thing very clear. You are not going to pass off your many ineptitudes on the students of Hogwarts. I shall not permit it. Excuse me? Amicus moved forwards until he was offensively close to Professor McGonagall, his face within inches of hers. She refused to back away, but looked down at him as if he was something disgusting she had found stuck to a lavatory seat. It's not a case of what you'll permit, Minerva McGonagall. Your time's up. It's us what's in charge here now, and you'll back me up or you'll pay the price. And he spat in her face. Harry pulled the cloak off himself, raised his wand and said, You shouldn't have done that. As Amicus spun round, Harry shouted, Crucio! The Death Eater was lifted off his feet. He writhed through the air like a drowning man, thrashing and howling in pain. And then, with a crunch and a shattering of glass, he smashed into the front of a bookcase and crumpled, insensible, to the floor. I see what Bellatrix meant, said Harry, the blood thundering through his brain. You need to really mean it. Potter, whispered Professor McGonagall, clutching her heart. Potter, you're here. What? How? She struggled to pull herself together. Potter, that was foolish. He spat at you, said Harry. Potter, that was very gallant of you. But don't you realise? Yeah, I do, Harry assured her. Somehow her panic steadied him. Professor McGonagall, Voldemort's on the way. Oh, are we allowed to say the name now? Asked Luna with an air of interest, pulling off the invisibility cloak. This appearance of a second outlaw seemed to overwhelm Professor McGonagall, who staggered backwards and fell into a nearby chair, clutching at the neck of her old tartan dressing gown. I don't think it makes any difference what we call him, Harry told Luna. He already knows where I am. In a distant part of Harry's brain, that part connected to the angry, burning scar, he could see Voldemort sailing fast over the dark lake in the ghostly green boat. He had nearly reached the island where the stone basin stood. You must flee, whispered Professor McGonagall. Now, Potter, as quickly as you can. I can't, said Harry. There's something I need to do. Professor, do you know where the diadem of Ravenclaw is? The diadem of Ravenclaw? Of course not. Hasn't it been lost for centuries? She sat up a little straighter. Potter, it was madness. Utter madness for you to enter this castle. I had to, said Harry. Professor, there's something hidden here that I'm supposed to find. And it could be the diadem. If I could just speak to Professor Flitwick. There was a sound of movement, of clinking glass. Amicus was coming round. Before Harry or Luna could act, Professor McGonagall rose to her feet, pointed her wand at the groggy Death Eater and said, Imperio! Amicus got up, walked over to his sister, picked up her wand, then shuffled obediently to Professor McGonagall and handed it over along with his own. Then he lay down on the floor beside Alecto. Professor McGonagall waved her wand again, and a length of shimmering silver rope appeared out of thin air and snaked around the Carrows, binding them tightly together. Potter, said Professor McGonagall, turning to face him again, with superb indifference to the Carrow's predicament, if he who must not be named does indeed know that you are here... And as she said it, a wrath that was like physical pain blazed through Harry, setting his scar on fire. And for a second he looked down upon a basin, whose potion had turned clear, and saw that no golden locket lay safe beneath the surface. Potter, are you all right? Said a voice, and Harry came back. He was clutching Luna's shoulder to steady himself. Time's running out. Voldemort's getting nearer. Professor, I'm acting on Dumbledore's orders. I must find what he wanted me to find. But we've got to get the students out while I'm searching the castle. It's me Voldemort wants. But he won't care about killing a few more or less. Not now. Not now he knows I'm attacking Horcruxes. Harry finished the sentence in his head. You're acting on Dumbledore's orders? she repeated, with a look of dawning wonder. Then she drew herself up to her fullest height. We shall secure the school against he who must not be named, while you search for this object. Is that possible? I think so, said Professor McGonagall drearily. We teachers are rather good at magic, you know. I am sure we will be able to hold him off for a while if we all put our best efforts into it. Of course, something will have to be done about Professor Snape. And if Hogwarts is about to enter a state of siege, with the Dark Lord at the gates, it would indeed be advisable to take as many innocent people out of the way as possible. With the Flu network under observation, an apparition impossible within the grounds. There is a way, said Harry quickly, and he explained about the passageway leading into the Hog's Head. Potter, we're talking about hundreds of students. I know, Professor. But if Voldemort and the Death Eaters are concentrating on the school boundaries, they won't be interested in anyone who's disapparating out of the Hog's Head. There's something in that, she agreed. She pointed her wand at the Carrows, and the silver net fell upon their bound bodies, tied itself around them, and hoisted them into the air, where they dangled beneath the blue and gold ceiling, like two large, ugly sea creatures. Come, we must alert the other heads of house. You'd better put that cloak back on. She marched towards the door, and as she did so, she raised her wand. From the tip burst 3 silver cats with spectacle markings around their eyes. The Patronuses ran sleekly ahead, filling the spiral staircase with silvery lights, as Professor McGonagall, Harry, and Luna hurried back down. Along the corridors they raced, and one by one the Patronuses left them. Professor McGonagall's tartan dressing gown rustled over the floor, and Harry and Luna jogged behind her under the cloak. They had descended 2 more floors when another set of quiet footsteps joined theirs. Harry, whose scar was still prickling, heard them first. He felt in the pouch around his neck for the Marauder's map, but before he could take it out, McGonagall too seemed to have become aware of their company. She halted, raised her wand ready to duel, and said, Who's there? It is I, said a low voice. From behind a suit of armour stepped Severus Snape. Hatred boiled up in Harry at the sight of him. He had forgotten the details of Snape's appearance in the magnitude of his crimes, forgotten how his greasy black hair hung in curtains around his thin face, how his black eyes had a dead, cold look. He was not wearing night clothes, but was dressed in his usual black cloak, and he too was holding his wand ready for a fight. Where are the Carrows? He asked quietly. Wherever you told them to be, I expect, Severus, said Professor McGonagall. Snape stepped nearer, and his eyes flitted over Professor McGonagall into the air around her, as if he knew that Harry was there. Harry held his wand up too, ready to attack. I was under the impression, said Snape, that Alecto had apprehended an intruder. Really? Said Professor McGonagall. And what gave you that impression? Snape made a slight flexing movement of his left arm, where the dark mark was branded into his skin. Oh, but naturally, said Professor McGonagall. You Death Eaters have your own private means of communication. I forgot. Snape pretended not to have heard her. His eyes were still probing the air all about her, and he was moving gradually closer, with an air of hardly noticing what he was doing. I did not know that it was your night to patrol the corridors, Minerva. You have some objection? I wonder what could have brought you out of your bed at this late hour. I thought I heard a disturbance, said Professor McGonagall. Really? But all seems calm? Snape looked into her eyes. Have you seen Harry Potter, Minerva? Because if you have, I must insist. Professor McGonagall moved faster than Harry could have believed. Her wand slashed through the air, and for a split second, Harry thought that Snape must crumple, unconscious. But the swiftness of his shield charm was such that McGonagall was thrown off balance. She brandished her wand at a torch on the wall, and it flew out of its socket. Harry, about to curse Snape, was forced to pull Luna out of the way of the descending flames, which became a ring of fire that filled the corridor and flew like a lasso at Snape. Then it was no longer fire, but a great black serpent that McGonagall started to smoke, which reformed and solidified in seconds to become a swarm of pursuing daggers. Snape avoided them only by forcing the suit of armour in front of him, and with echoing clangs the daggers sank one after another into its breast. "Minerva," said a squeaky voice, and looking behind him, still shielding Luna from flying spells, Harry saw Professors Flitwick and Sprout sprinting up the corridor towards them in their nightclothes, with the enormous Professor Slughorn panting along at the rear. "No," squealed Flitwick, raising his hand. "You'll do no more murder at Hogwarts." Flitwick's spell hit the suit of armour behind which Snape had taken shelter. With a clatter, it came to life. Snape struggled free of the crushing arms and sent it flying back towards his attackers. Harry and Luna had to dive sideways to avoid it as it smashed into the wall and shattered. When Harry looked up again, Snape was in full flight, McGonagall, Flitwick and Sprout all thundering after him. Snape hurried through a classroom door, and moments later, Harry heard McGonagall cry, "Coward! Coward!" "What's happened? What's happened?" asked Luna. Harry dragged her to her feet, and they raced along the corridor, trailing the invisibility cloak behind them into the deserted classroom, where Professors McGonagall, Flitwick and Sprout were standing at a smashed window. "He jumped," said Professor McGonagall as Harry and Luna ran into the room. "You mean he's dead?" Harry sprinted to the window, ignoring Flitwick and Sprout's yells of shock at his sudden appearance. "No, he's not dead," said McGonagall bitterly. "Unlike Dumbledore, he was still carrying a wand. And he seems to have learned a few tricks from his master." With a tingle of horror, Harry saw in the distance a huge, bat-like shape flying through the darkness towards the perimeter wall. There were heavy footfalls behind them, and a great deal of puffing. Slughorn had just caught up. "Harry," he panted, massaging his immense chest beneath his emerald green silk pyjamas. "My dear boy, what a surprise!" "Minerva, do please explain." "Severus, what?" "Our headmaster is taking a short break," said Professor McGonagall, pointing at the snake-shaped hole in the window. "Professor!" Harry shouted, his hands at his forehead. He could see the inferi-filled lake sliding beneath him, and he felt the ghostly green boat bump into the underground shore, and Voldemort leapt from it with murder in his heart. "Professor, we've got to barricade the school. He's coming now." "Very well. He who must not be named is coming," she told the other teachers. Sprout and Flitwick gasped. Slughorn let out a low groan. "Potter has work to do in the castle on Dumbledore's orders. We need to put in place every protection of which we are capable, while Potter does what he needs to do." "You realise, of course, that nothing we do will be able to keep you-know-who indefinitely," squeaked Flitwick. "But we can hold him up," said Professor Sprout. "Thank you, Pomona," said Professor McGonagall, and between the two witches there passed a look of grim understanding. "I suggest we establish basic protection around the place, then gather our students and meet in the Great Hall. Most must be evacuated, though if any of those who are over age wish to stay and fight, I think they ought to be given the chance." "Agreed," said Professor Sprout, already hurrying towards the door. "I shall meet you in the Great Hall in 20 minutes with my house." And as she jogged out of sight, they could hear her muttering, "Tentacular, Devil's Snare, and Snargloff pods. Yes, I'd like to see the Death Eaters fighting those." "I can act from here," said Flitwick, and although he could barely see out of it, he pointed his wand through the smashed window and started muttering incantations of great complexity. Harry heard a weird rushing noise, as though Flitwick had unleashed the power of the wind into the grounds. "Professor," Harry said, approaching the little charms master. "Professor, I'm sorry to interrupt, but this is important. Have you got any idea where the diadem of Ravenclaw is?" "Protego horribilis." "The diadem of Ravenclaw?" squeaked Flitwick. "A little extra wisdom never goes amiss, Potter, but I hardly think it would be much use in this situation." I only meant, do you know where it is? Have you ever seen it? Seen it? Nobody has seen it in living memory. Long since lost, boy. Harry felt a mixture of desperate disappointment and panic. What, then, was the Horcrux? We shall meet you and your Ravenclaws in the Great Hall, Phileas, said Professor McGonagall, beckoning to Harry and Luna to follow her. They had just reached the door, when Slughorn rumbled into speech. My word, he puffed, pale and sweaty, his walrus moustache a-quiver. What to do? I'm not at all sure whether this is wise, Minerva. He is bound to find a way in, you know, and anyone who has tried to delay him will be in most grievous peril. I shall expect you and the Slytherins in the Great Hall in 20 minutes also, said Professor McGonagall. If you wish to leave with your students, we shall not stop you. But if any of you attempt to sabotage our resistance, or take up arms against us within this castle, then, Horace, we duel to kill. Minerva, he said aghast. The time has come for Slytherin House to decide upon its loyalties, interrupted Professor McGonagall. Go and wake your students, Horace. Harry did not stay to watch Slughorn splutter. He and Luna ran after Professor McGonagall, who had taken up a position in the middle of the corridor and raised her wand. Peri totum. Oh, for heaven's sake, Filch, not now! The aged caretaker had just come hobbling into view, shouting, Students out of bed! Students in the corridors! They're supposed to be, you blithering idiot, shouted McGonagall. Now go and do something constructive. Find Peeves. Peeves? Stammered Filch, as though he had never heard the name before. Yes, Peeves, you fool. Peeves. Haven't you been complaining about him for a quarter of a century? Go and fetch him at once. Filch evidently thought Professor McGonagall had taken leave of her senses, but hobbled away, hunched-shouldered, muttering under his breath. And now, per totem locomotor, cried Professor McGonagall. And all along the corridor, the statues and suits of armour jumped down from their plinths, and from the echoing crashes from the floors above and below, Harry knew that their fellows throughout the castle had done the same. Hogwarts is threatened, shouted Professor McGonagall. Man the boundaries! Protect us! Do your duty to our school! Clattering and yelling, the horde of moving statues stampeded past Harry, some of them smaller, others larger than life. There were animals, too, and the clanking suits of armour brandished swords and spiked balls on chains. Now, Potter, said McGonagall, you and Miss Lovegood had better return to your friends and bring them to the Great Hall. I shall rouse the other Gryffindors. They parted at the top of the next staircase, Harry and Luna running back towards the concealed entrance to the Room of Requirement. As they ran, they met crowds of students, most wearing travelling cloaks over their pyjamas, being shepherded down to the Great Hall by teachers and prefects. That was Potter! Harry Potter! It was him, I swear! I just saw him! But Harry did not look back, and at last they reached the entrance to the Room of Requirement. Harry leaned against the enchanted wall, which opened to admit them, and he and Luna sped back down the steep staircase. As the room came into view, Harry slipped down a few stairs in shock. It was packed, far more crowded than when he had last been there. Kingsley and Lupin were looking up at him, as were Oliver Wood, Katie Bell, Angelina Johnson, and Alicia Spinett, Bill and Fleur, and Mr. and Mrs. Weasley. Harry, what's happening? Said Lupin, meeting him at the foot of the stairs. Voldemort's on his way. They're barricading the school. Snape's run for it. What are you doing here? How did you know? We sent messages to the rest of Dumbledore's army, Fred explained. You couldn't expect everyone to miss the fun, Harry. And the DA let the Order of the Phoenix know, and it all kind of snowballed. What first, Harry? Called George. What's going on? They're evacuating the younger kids, and everyone's meeting in the Great Hall to get organised, Harry said. We're fighting. There was a great roar and a surge towards the foot of the stairs. He was pressed back against the wall as they all ran past him. The mingled members of the Order of the Phoenix, Dumbledore's army, and Harry's old Quidditch team all with their wands drawn, heading up into the main castle. "Come on, Luna," Dean called as he passed, holding out his free hand. She took it and followed him back up the stairs. The crowd was thinning. Only a little knot of people remained below in the room of requirement, and Harry joined them. Mrs. Weasley was struggling with Ginny. Around them stood Lupin, Fred, George, Bill and Fleur. "You're underage!" Mrs. Weasley shouted at her daughter as Harry approached. "I won't permit it!" "The boys, yes. But you've got to go home." "I won't!" Ginny's hair flew as she pulled her arm out of her mother's grip. "I'm in Dumbledore's army." A teenager's gang that's about to take him on, which no one else has dared to do, said Fred. "She's 16, shouted Mrs. Weasley. "She's not old enough." "What you two were thinking bringing her with you?" Fred and George looked slightly ashamed of themselves. "Mum's right, Ginny," said Bill gently. "You can't do this. Everyone underage will have to leave. It's only right." "I can't go home!" Ginny shouted, angry tears sparkling in her eyes. "My whole family's here. I can't stand waiting there alone and not knowing and—" Her eyes met Harry's for the first time. She looked at him beseechingly, but he shook his head and she turned away bitterly. "Fine," she said, staring at the entrance to the tunnel back to the Hogshead. "I'll say goodbye now, then, and—" There was a scruffling and a great thump. Someone else had clambered out of the tunnel, overbalanced slightly and fallen. He pulled himself up on the nearest chair, looked around through the lopsided horn-rimmed glasses and said, "Am I too late? Has it started? I only just found out, so I... Percy spluttered into silence. Evidently, he had not expected to run into most of his family. There was a long moment of astonishment, broken by Fleur turning to Lupin and saying, in a wildly transparent attempt to break the tension, "So, how is little Teddy?" Lupin blinked at her, startled. The silence between the Weasleys seemed to be solidifying like ice. Oh yes, he's fine," Lupin said loudly. "Yes, Tonks is with him, at her mother's." Percy and the other Weasleys were still staring at one another, frozen. "Here, I've got a picture," Lupin shouted, pulling a photograph from inside his jacket and showing it to Fleur and Harry, who saw a tiny baby with a tuft of bright turquoise hair, waving fat fists at the camera. "I was a fool!" Percy roared, so loudly that Lupin nearly dropped his photograph. "I was an idiot. I was a pompous prat. I was a ministry-loving, family-disowning, power-hungry moron," said Fred. Percy swallowed. "Yes, I was." "Well, you can't say it fairer than that," said Fred, holding out his hand to Percy. Mrs. Weasley burst into tears. She ran forwards, pushed Fred aside, and pulled Percy into a strangling hug, while he patted her on the back, his eyes on his father. "I'm sorry, Dad," Percy said. Mr. Weasley blinked rather rapidly, then he too hurried to hug his son. "What made you see sense, Perce?" inquired George. "It's been coming on for a while," said Percy, mopping his eyes under his glasses with the corner of his travelling cloak. "But I had to find a way out, and it's not so easy at the Ministry. They're imprisoning traitors all the time. I managed to make contact with Aberforth, and he tipped me off 10 minutes ago that Hogwarts was going to make a fight of it, so here I am." "Well, we do look to our prefects to take a lead at times such as these," said George, in a good imitation of Percy's most pompous manner. "Now let's get upstairs and fight, or all the good Death Eaters will be taken." "So, you're my sister-in-law now," said Percy, shaking hands with Fleur as they hurried off towards the staircase with Bill, Fred and George. "Ginny!" barked Mrs. Weasley. Ginny had been attempting, under cover of the reconciliation, to sneak upstairs too. "Molly, how about this?" said Lupin. "Why doesn't Ginny stay here? Then at least she'll be on the scene and know what's going on, but she won't be in the middle of the fighting." "That's a good idea," said Mr. Weasley firmly. "Ginny, you stay in this room, you hear me?" Ginny did not seem to like the idea much, but under her father's unusually stern gaze, she nodded. Mr. and Mrs. Weasley and Lupin headed off for the stairs as well. "Where's Ron?" asked Harry. "Where's Hermione?" "They must have gone up to the Great Hall already," Mr. Weasley called over his shoulder. "I didn't see them pass me," said Harry. "They said something about a bathroom," said Ginny. "Not long after you left." "A bathroom?" Harry strode across the room to an open door leading off the room of requirement and checked the bathroom beyond. It was empty. "You're sure they said bath?" But then his scar seared and the room of requirement vanished. He was looking through the high wrought iron gates, with winged boars on pillars at either side, looking through the dark grounds towards the castle, which was ablaze with lights. Nagini lay draped over his shoulders. He was possessed of that cold, cruel sense of purpose that preceded murder. Chapter 31. The Battle of Hogwarts. The enchanted ceiling of the Great Hall was dark and scattered with stars, and below it the 4 long house tables were lined with dishevelled students, some in travelling cloaks, others in dressing gowns. Here and there shone the pearly white figures of the school ghosts. Every eye, living and dead, was fixed upon Professor McGonagall, who was speaking from the raised platform at the top of the hall. Behind her stood the remaining teachers, including the Palomino Centaur Firenze and the members of the Order of the Phoenix who had arrived to fight. "Evacuation will be overseen by Mr. Filch and Madame Pomfrey. Prefects, when I give the word, you will organize your house and take your charges, in an orderly fashion, to the evacuation point." Many of the students looked petrified. However, as Harry skirted the walls, scanning the Gryffindor table for Ron and Hermione, Ernie Macmillan stood up at the Hufflepuff table and shouted, "And what if we want to stay and fight?" There was a smattering of applause. "If you are of age, you may stay," said Professor McGonagall. "What about our things?" called a girl at the Ravenclaw table. "Our trunks, our owls." "We have no time to collect possessions," said Professor McGonagall. "The important thing is to get you out of here safely." "Where's Professor Snape?" shouted a girl from the Slytherin table. "He has, to use the common phrase, done a bunk," replied Professor McGonagall, to the great cheer, and a great cheer erupted from the Gryffindors, Hufflepuffs, and Ravenclaws. Harry moved up the hall alongside the Gryffindor table, still looking for Ron and Hermione. As he passed, faces turned in his direction, and a great deal of whispering broke out in his wake. "We have already placed protection around the castle," Professor McGonagall was saying, "but it is unlikely to hold for very long unless we reinforce it. I must ask you, therefore, to move quickly and calmly, and do as your prefects—" But her final words were drowned as a different voice echoed throughout the hall. It was high, cold, and clear. There was no telling where it came from. It seemed to issue from the walls themselves. Like the monster it had once commanded, it might have lain dormant there for centuries. "I know that you are preparing to fight." There were screams amongst the students, some of whom clutched each other, looking around in terror for the source of the sound. "Your efforts are futile. You cannot fight me. I do not want to kill you. I have great respect for the teachers of Hogwarts. I do not want to spill magical blood." There was silence in the hall now, the kind of silence that presses against the eardrums, that seems too huge to be contained by walls. "Give me Harry Potter," said Voldemort's voice, "and none shall be harmed. Give me Harry Potter, and I shall leave the school untouched. Give me Harry Potter, and you will be rewarded. You have until midnight. The silence swallowed them all again. Every head turned. Every eye in the place seemed to have found Harry, to hold him frozen in the glare of thousands of invisible beams. Then a figure rose from the Slytherin table, and he recognized Pansy Parkinson as she raised a shaking arm and screamed, "But he's there! Potter's there! Someone grab him!" Before Harry could speak, there was a massive movement. The Gryffindors in front of him had risen and stood facing, not Harry, but the Slytherins. Then the Hufflepuffs stood, and almost at the same moment, the Ravenclaws, all of them with their backs to Harry, all of them looking towards Pansy instead. And Harry, awestruck and overwhelmed, saw wands emerging everywhere, pulled from beneath cloaks and from under sleeves. "Thank you, Miss Parkinson," said Professor McGonagall in a clipped voice. "You will leave the hall first with Mr. Filch, if the rest of your house could follow." Harry heard the grinding of benches and then the sound of the Slytherins trooping out on the other side of the hall. "Ravenclaws, follow on!" cried Professor McGonagall. Slowly, the 4 tables emptied. The Slytherin table was completely deserted, but a number of older Ravenclaws remained seated while their fellows filed out. Even more Hufflepuffs stayed behind, and half of Gryffindor remained in their seats, necessitating Professor McGonagall's descent from the teacher's platform to chivvy the underage on their way. "Absolutely not, Creevy! Go! And you, Peaks!" Harry hurried over to the Weasleys, still sitting together at the Gryffindor table. "Where are Ron and Hermione?" "Haven't you found—" began Mr. Weasley, looking worried. But he broke off as Kingsley had stepped forwards on the raised platform to address those who had remained behind. "We've only got half an hour until midnight, so we need to act fast. A battle plan has been agreed between the teachers of Hogwarts and the Order of the Phoenix. Professors Flitwick, Sprout, and McGonagall are going to take groups of fighters up to the 3 highest towers, Ravenclaw, Astronomy, and Gryffindor, where they'll have a good overview. Excellent positions from which to work spells. Meanwhile, Remus," he indicated Lupin, "Arthur," he pointed towards Mr. Weasley sitting at the Gryffindor table, "and I will take groups into the grounds. We'll need somebody to organize defense of the entrances of the passageways into the school." "Sounds like a job for us," called Fred, indicating himself and George, and Kingsley nodded his approval. "All right, lead us up here and we'll divide up the troops." "Potter," said Professor McGonagall, hurrying up to him as students flooded the platform, jostling for position, receiving instructions, "aren't you supposed to be looking for something?" "What? Oh," said Harry. "Oh, yeah." He had almost forgotten about the Horcrux, almost forgotten that the battle was being fought so that he could search for it. The inexplicable absence of Ron and Hermione had momentarily driven every other thought from his mind. "Then go, Potter, go!" "Right, yeah." He sensed eyes following him as he ran out of the Great Hall again, into the entrance hall still crowded with evacuating students. He allowed himself to be swept up the marble staircase with them, but at the top he hurried off along a deserted corridor. Fear and panic were clouding his thought process. He tried to calm himself, to concentrate on finding the Horcrux. But his thoughts buzzed as frantically and fruitlessly as wasps trapped beneath a glass. Without Ron and Hermione to help him, he could not seem to marshal his ideas. He slowed down, coming to a halt halfway along an empty passage, where he sat down upon the plinth of a departed statue and pulled the Marauder's map out of the pouch around his neck. He could not see Ron or Hermione's names anywhere on it, though the density of the crowd of dots now making its way to the room of requirement might, he thought, be concealing them. He put the map away, pressed his hands over his face, and closed his eyes, trying to concentrate. Voldemort thought I'd go to Ravenclaw Tower. There it was, a solid fact. The place to start. Voldemort had stationed Electo Caro in the Ravenclaw common room, and there could only be one explanation. Voldemort feared that Harry already knew his Horcrux was connected to that house. But the only object anyone seemed to associate with Ravenclaw was the lost diadem. And how could the Horcrux be the diadem? How was it possible that Voldemort, the Slytherin, had found the diadem that had eluded generations of Ravenclaws? Who could have told him where to look when nobody had seen the diadem in living memory? In living memory. Beneath his fingers, Harry's eyes flew open again. He leapt up from the plinth and tore back the way he had come, now in pursuit of his one last hope. The sound of hundreds of people marching towards the room of requirement grew louder and louder as he returned to the marble stairs. Prefects were shouting instructions, trying to keep track of the students in their own houses. There was much pushing and shoving. Harry saw Zachariah Smith bowling over first years to get to the front of the queue. Here and there, younger students were in tears, while older ones called desperately for friends or siblings. Harry caught sight of a pearly white figure drifting across the entrance hall below and yelled as loudly as he could over the clamour. Nick! Nick! I need to talk to you! He forced his way back through the tide of students, finally reaching the bottom of the stairs when nearly headless Nick, ghost of Gryffindor Tower, stood waiting for him. Harry, my dear boy. Nick made to grasp Harry's hands with both of his own. Harry felt as though they had been thrust into icy water. Nick, you've got to help me. Who's the ghost of Ravenclaw Tower? Nearly headless Nick looked surprised and a little offended. The Grey Lady, of course, but if it is ghostly services you require... It's got to be her. Do you know where she is? Let's see... Nick's head wobbled a little on his ruff as he turned hither and thither, peering over the heads of the swarming students. That's her over there, Harry. The young woman with the long hair. Harry looked in the direction of Nick's transparent pointing finger and saw a tall ghost who caught sight of Harry looking at her, raised her eyebrows, and drifted away through a solid wall. Harry ran after her. Once through the door of the corridor into which she had disappeared, he saw her at the very end of the passage, still gliding smoothly away from him. Hey, wait, come back! She consented to pause, floating a few inches from the ground. Harry supposed that she was beautiful, with her waist-length hair and floor-length cloak. But she also looked haughty and proud. Close to, he recognized her as a ghost he had passed several times in the corridor, but to whom he had never spoken. You're the Grey Lady? She nodded but did not speak. The ghost of Ravenclaw Tower? That is correct. Her tone was not encouraging. Please, I need some help. I need to know anything you can tell me about the lost diadem. A cold smile curved her lips. I am afraid, she said, turning to leave, that I cannot help you. Wait! He had not meant to shout, but anger and panic were threatening to overwhelm him. He glanced at his watch as she hovered in front of him. It was midnight. This is urgent, he said fiercely. If that diadem's at Hogwarts, I've got to find it. Fast! You are hardly the first student to covet the diadem, she said disdainfully. Generations of students have badgered me. This isn't about trying to get better marks, Harry shouted at her. It's about Voldemort. Defeating Voldemort. Or aren't you interested in that? She could not blush, but her transparent cheeks became more opaque. Her voice was heated as she replied. Of course How dare you suggest... Well, help me then. Her composure was slipping. It is not a question of... She stammered. My mother's diadem. Your mother's? She looked angry with herself. When I lived, she said stiffly, I was Helena Ravenclaw. You're her daughter? But then you must know what happened to it. While the diadem bestows wisdom, she said, with an obvious effort to pull herself together, I doubt that it would greatly increase your chances of defeating the wizard who calls himself Lord... Haven't I just told you? I'm not interested in wearing it, Harry said fiercely. There's no time to explain, but if you care about Hogwarts, if you want to see Voldemort finished, You've got to tell me anything you know about the diadem." She remained quite still, floating in midair, staring down at him, and a sense of hopelessness engulfed Harry. Of course, if she had known anything, she would have told Flitwick or Dumbledore, who had surely asked her the same question. He had shaken his head and made to turn away. When she spoke in a low voice, "I stole the diadem from my mother." You did what?" "I stole the diadem," repeated Helena Ravenclaw in a whisper. "I sought to make myself cleverer, more important than my mother. I ran away with it." He did not know how he had managed to gain her confidence, and did not ask. He simply listened hard as she went on. "My mother, they say, never admitted that the diadem was gone, but pretended that she had it still. She concealed her loss, my dreadful betrayal, even from the other founders of Hogwarts. Then my mother fell ill, fatally ill. In spite of my perfidy, she was desperate to see me one more time. She sent a man who had long loved me, though I spurned his advances, to find me. She knew that he would not rest until he had done so." Harry waited. She drew a deep breath and then threw back her head. "He tracked me to the forest where I was hiding. When I refused to return with him, he became violent. The Baron was always a hot-tempered man. Furious at my refusal, jealous of my freedom, he stabbed me." "The Baron? You mean—" "The bloody Baron, yes," said the Grey Lady, and she lifted aside the cloak she wore to reveal a single dark wound on her white chest. "When he saw what he had done, he was overcome with remorse. He took the weapon that had claimed my life and used it to kill himself. All these centuries later, he wears his chains as an act of penitence, as he should," she added bitterly. And the diadem?" "It remained where I had hidden it when I heard the Baron blundering through the forest towards me, concealed inside a hollow tree." "A hollow tree?" repeated Harry. "What tree? Where was this?" "A forest in Albania. A lonely place I thought was far beyond my mother's reach." "Albania," repeated Harry. Sense was emerging miraculously from confusion, and now he understood why she was telling him what she had denied Dumbledore and Flitwick. "You've already told someone this story, haven't you?" "Another student." She closed her eyes and nodded. "I had no idea. He was flattering. He seemed to understand, sympathize." Yes, Harry thought. Tom Riddle would certainly have understood Helena Ravenclaw's desire to possess fabulous objects to which she had little right. "Well, you weren't the first person Riddle wormed things out of," Harry muttered. "He could be charming when he wanted." So Voldemort had managed to wheedle the location of the lost diadem out of the Grey Lady. He had travelled to that far-flung forest and retrieved the diadem from its hiding place, perhaps as soon as he left Hogwarts, before he even started work at Borgin and Burke's. And wouldn't those secluded Albanian woods have seemed an excellent refuge when, so much later, Voldemort had needed a place to lie low, undisturbed, for 10 long years? But the diadem, once it became his precious Horcrux, had not been left in that lowly tree. No, the diadem had been returned secretly to its true home. And Voldemort must have put it there. "The night he asked for a job," said Harry, finishing his thought. "I beg your pardon?" "He hid the diadem in the castle the night he asked Dumbledore to let him teach," said Harry. Saying it out loud enabled him to make sense of it all. "He must have hidden the diadem on his way up to, or down from, Dumbledore's office. But it was still worth trying to get the job. Then he might have got the chance to nick Gryffindor's sword as well. Thank you. Thanks! Harry left her floating there, looking utterly bewildered. As he rounded the corner back into the entrance hall, he checked his watch. It was 5 minutes until midnight, and now he knew what the last Horcrux was. He was no closer to discovering where it was. Generations of students had failed to find the diadem. That suggested that it was not in the Ravenclaw Tower. But if not there, where? What hiding place had Tom Riddle discovered inside Hogwarts Castle that he believed would remain secret forever? Lost in desperate speculation, Harry turned a corner, but he had taken only a few steps down the new corridor when the window to his left broke open with a deafening, shattering crash. As he leapt aside, a gigantic body flew in through the window and hit the opposite wall. Something large and furry detached itself, whimpering from the new arrival, and flung itself at Harry. "Hagrid!" Harry bellowed, fighting off Fang the Boarhound's attentions as the enormous bearded figure clambered to his feet. "What the—" "Harry, you're here! You're here!" Hagrid stooped down, bestowed upon Harry a cursory and rib-cracking hug, then ran back to the shattered window. "Good boy, Grawpy!" he bellowed through the hole in the window. "I'll see you in a moment, that's a good lad." Beyond Hagrid, out in the dark night, Harry saw bursts of light in the distance and heard a weird, keening scream. He looked down at his watch. It was midnight. The battle had begun. "Blimey, Harry," panted Hagrid. "This is it, eh? Time to fight?" "Hagrid, where have you come from?" "Heard you know who from up in our cave," said Hagrid grimly. Voice carried, didn't it? "You got till midnight to gimme Potter." "Knew you must be here. Knew what must be happening." "Get down, Fang." "So we came to join in. Me and Grawpy and Fang. Smashed our way through the boundary by the forest. Grawpy was carrying us, Fang and me. Told him to let me down at the castle, so he shoved me through the window. Bless him. Not exactly what I meant, but... Where's Ron and Hermione?" "That," said Harry, "is a really good question. Come on." They hurried together along the corridor, Fang lolloping beside them. Harry could hear movement through the corridors all around, running footsteps, shouts through the windows. He could see more flashes of light in the dark grounds. "Where are we going?" puffed Hagrid, pounding along at Harry's heels, making the floorboards quake. "I dunno exactly," said Harry, making another random turn. "But Ron and Hermione must be around here somewhere." The first casualties of the battle were already strewn across the passage ahead. The two stone gargoyles that usually guarded the entrance to the staff room had been smashed apart by a jinx that had sailed through another broken window. Their remains stirred feebly on the floor. As Harry leapt over one of their disembodied heads, it moaned faintly. "Don't mind me. I'll just lie here and crumble." His ugly stone face made Harry think suddenly of the marble bust of Rowena Ravenclaw at Xenophilius' house, wearing that mad headdress, and then of the statue in Ravenclaw Tower, with the stone diadem upon her white curls. And as he reached the end of the passage, the memory of the third stone effigy came back to him. That of an ugly old warlock, onto whose head Harry himself had placed a wig and a battered old tiara. The shock shot through Harry with the heat of fire whiskey, and he nearly stumbled. He knew at last where the Horcrux sat waiting for him. Tom Riddle, who confided in no one and operated alone, might have been arrogant enough to assume that he, and only he, had penetrated the deepest mysteries of Hogwarts Castle. Of course, Dumbledore and Flitwick, those model pupils, had never set foot in that particular place. But he, Harry, had strayed off the beaten track in his time at school. Here, at last, was a secret he and Voldemort knew, that Dumbledore had never discovered. He was roused by Professor Sprout, who was thundering past, followed by Neville and half a dozen others, all of them wearing earmuffs and carrying what appeared to be large potted plants. "Mandrakes!" Neville bellowed at Harry over his shoulder as he ran. "Going to lob them over the walls. They won't like this." Harry knew now where to go. He sped off with Hagrid and Fang galloping behind him. They passed portrait after portrait, and the painted figures raced alongside them. Wizards and witches in ruffs and breeches and armour and cloaks, cramming themselves into each other's canvases, screaming news from other parts of the castle. As they reached the end of this corridor, the whole castle shook, and Harry knew as a gigantic vase blew off its plinth with explosive force that it was in the grip of enchantments more sinister than those of the teachers and the order. "It's all right, Thang, it's all right," yelled Hagrid, but the great boarhound had taken flight as silvers of china flew like shrapnel through the air, and Hagrid pounded off after the terrified dog, leaving Harry alone. He forged on through the trembling passages, his wand at the ready, and for the length of one corridor, the little painted knight, Sir Cadogan, rushed from painting to painting beside him, clanking along in his armour, screaming encouragement, his fat little pony cantering behind him. "Braggarts and rogues, dogs and scoundrels! Drive them out, Harry Potter! See them off!" Harry hurtled around a corner and found Fred and a small knot of students, including Lee Jordan and Hannah Abbott, standing beside another empty plinth, whose statue had concealed a secret passageway. Their wands were drawn and they were listening at the concealed hole. "Nice night for it," Fred shouted, as the castle quaked again, and Harry sprinted by, elated and terrified in equal measure. Along yet another corridor he dashed, and then there were owls everywhere, and Mrs. Norris was hissing and trying to bat them with her paws, no doubt to return them to their proper place. "Potter!" Aberforth Dumbledore stood blocking the corridor ahead, his wand held ready. "I've had hundreds of kids thundering through my pub, Potter." "I know, we're evacuating," Harry said. "Voldemort's attacking because I haven't handed you over." "Yeah," said Aberforth. "I'm not Death. The whole of Hogsmeade heard him. And it never occurred to any of you to keep a few Slytherins hostage? There are kids of Death Eaters you just sent to safety. Wouldn't it have been a bit smarter to keep him here?" "It wouldn't stop Voldemort," said Harry. "And your brother would never have done it." Aberforth grunted and tore away in the opposite direction. "Your brother would never have done it." Well, it was the truth, Harry thought as he ran on again. Dumbledore, who had defended Snape for so long, would never have held students ransom. And then he skidded round a final corner, and with a yell of mingled relief and fury, he saw them. Ron and Hermione, both with their arms full of large, curved, dirty yellow objects. Ron with a broomstick under his arm. "Where the hell have you been?" Harry shouted. "Chamber of Secrets," said Ron. "Chamber what?" said Harry, coming to an unsteady halt before them. "It was Ron, all Ron's idea," said Hermione breathlessly. "Wasn't it? Absolutely brilliant. There we were, after you left, and I said to Ron, even if we find the other one, how are we going to get rid of it? We still haven't got rid of the cup. And then he thought of it. The basilisk." "What the?" "Something to get rid of Horcruxes," said Ron simply. Harry's eyes dropped to the objects clutched in Ron and Hermione's arms, great curved fangs, torn, he now realised, from the skull of a dead basilisk. "But how did you get in there?" he asked, staring from the fangs to Ron. "You need to speak Parseltongue." "He did," whispered Hermione. "Show him, Ron." Ron made a horrible strangled hissing noise. "It's what you did to open the locket," he told Harry apologetically. I had to have a few goes to get it right, but..." He shrugged modestly. "We got there in the end." "He was amazing," said Hermione. "Amazing." "So?" Harry was struggling to keep up. So we're another Horcrux down," said Ron, and from under his jacket he pulled the mangled remains of Hufflepuff's cup. Hermione stabbed it. Thought she should. She hasn't had the pleasure yet. "Genius!" yelled Harry. "It was nothing," said Ron, though he looked delighted with himself. "So what's new with you?" As he said it, there was an explosion from overhead. All three of them looked up as dust fell from the ceiling, and they heard a distant scream. I know what the diadem looks like, and I know where it is, said Harry, talking fast. He hid it exactly where I hid my old potions book, where everyone's been hiding stuff for centuries. He thought he was the only one to find it. Come on. As the walls trembled again, he led the other two back through the concealed entrance and down the staircase into the room of requirement. It was empty except for 3 women. Ginny, Tonks, and an elderly witch wearing a moth-eaten hat, whom Harry recognised immediately as Neville's grandmother. Ah, Potter, she said crisply, as if she had been waiting for him. You can tell us what's going on. Is everyone okay? Said Ginny and Tonks together. As far as we know, said Harry. Are there still people in the passage to the Hog's Head? He knew that the room would not be able to transform while there were users still inside it. I was the last to come through, said Mrs. Longbottom. I sealed it. I think it unwise to leave it open now Aberforth has left his pup. Have you seen my grandson? He's fighting, said Harry. Naturally, said the old lady proudly. Excuse me, I must go and assist him. With surprising speed, she trotted off towards the stone steps. Harry looked at Tonks. I thought you were supposed to be with Teddy at your mother's. I couldn't stand not knowing. Tonks looked anguished. She'll look after him. Have you seen Remus? He was planning to lead a group of fighters into the grounds. Without another word, Tonks sped off. Ginny, said Harry. I'm sorry, but we need you to leave too. Just for a bit, then you can come back in. Ginny looked simply delighted to leave her sanctuary. And then you can come back in, he shouted after her, as she ran up the steps after Tonks. You've got to come back in. Hang on a moment, said Ron sharply. We've forgotten someone. Who? Asked Hermione. The house elves. They'll all be down in the kitchen, won't they? You mean we ought to get them fighting? Asked Harry. No, said Ron seriously. I mean we should tell them to get out. We don't want any more Dobbies, do we? We can't order them to die for us. There was a clatter as the basilisk fangs cascaded out of Hermione's arms. Running at Ron, she flung them around his neck and kissed him full on the mouth. Ron threw away the fangs and broomstick he was holding and responded with such enthusiasm that he lifted Hermione off her feet. Is this the moment? Harry asked weakly, and when nothing happened except that Ron and Hermione gripped each other still more and more firmly and swayed on the spot, he raised his voice. Oi! There's a war going on here! Ron and Hermione broke apart, their arms still around each other. I know, mate, said Ron, who looked as though he had recently been hit on the back of the head with a bludger. So it's now or never, isn't it? Never mind that. What about the Horcrux? Harry shouted. Do you think you could just hold it in until we've got the diadem? Yeah, right. Sorry, said Ron, and he and Hermione set about gathering up fangs, both pink in the face. It was clear, as the 3 of them stepped back into the corridor upstairs, that in the minutes that they had spent in the room of requirement, the situation within the castle had deteriorated severely. The walls and ceiling were shaking worse than ever. Dust filled the air, and through the nearest window, Harry saw bursts of green and red light so close to the foot of the castle that he knew the Death Eaters must be very near to entering the place. Looking down, Harry saw Grawp, the giant, meandering past, swinging what looked like a stone gargoyle torn from the roof and roaring his displeasure. Let's hope he steps on some of them, said Ron, as more screams echoed from close by. As long as it's not any of our lot, said a voice. Harry turned and saw Ginny and Tonks, both with their wands drawn at the next window, which was missing several panes. Even as he watched, Ginny sent a well-aimed jinx into a crowd of fighters below. Good girl, roared a figure running through the dust towards them, and Harry saw Aberforth again, his grey hair flying as he led a small group of students past. They looked like they might be breaching the north battlements. They've brought giants of their own. Have you seen Remus? Tonks called after him. He was dueling Dolohov, shouted Aberforth. Haven't seen him since. Tonks, said Ginny. Tonks, I'm sure he's okay. But Tonks had run off into the dust after Aberforth. Ginny turned, helpless, to Harry, Ron and Hermione. They'll be all right, said Harry, though he knew they were empty words. Ginny, we'll be back in a moment. Just keep out of the way. Keep safe. Come on, he said to Ron and Hermione, and they ran back to the stretch of wall beyond the room of requirement, beyond which the room of requirement was waiting to do the bidding of the next entrant. I need the place where everything is hidden, Harry begged of it. Inside his head, and the door materialized on their third run past. The furor of the battle died the moment they crossed the threshold and closed the door behind them. All was silent. They were in a place the size of a cathedral, with the appearance of a city, its towering walls built of objects hidden by thousands of long-gone students. And he never realized anyone could get in, said Ron, his voice echoing in the silence. He thought he was the only one, said Harry. Too bad for him, I've had to hide stuff in my time. This way, he added. I think it's down here. He passed the stuffed troll and the vanishing cabinet Draco Malfoy had mended last year with such disastrous consequences, then hesitated, looking up and down aisles of junk. He could not remember where to go next. Accio Diadem! Cried Hermione in desperation, but nothing flew through the air towards them. It seemed that, like the vault at Gringotts, the room would not yield its hidden objects that easily. Let's split it up, Harry told the other two. Look for a stone bust of an old man wearing a wig and a tiara. It's standing on a cupboard, and it's definitely somewhere near here. They sped off up the up adjacent aisles. Harry could hear the others' footsteps echoing through the towering piles of junk, of bottles, hats, crates, chairs, books, weapons, broomsticks, bats. Somewhere near here, Harry muttered to himself. Somewhere. Somewhere. Deeper and deeper into the labyrinth he went, looking for objects he recognized from his one previous trip into the room. His breath was loud in his ears, and then his very soul seemed to shiver. There it was, right ahead. The blistered old cupboard in which he had hidden his old potions book, and on top of it, the pock-marked stone warlock wearing a dusty old wig and what looked like an ancient, discoloured tiara. He had already stretched out his hand, though he remained 10 feet away, when a voice behind him said, Hold it, Potter! He skidded to a halt and turned round. Crabbe and Goyle were standing behind him, shoulder to shoulder, once pointing right at Harry. Through the small space between their jeering faces, he saw Draco Malfoy. That's my wand you're holding, Potter, said Malfoy, pointing his own through the gap between Crabbe and Goyle. Not any more, panted Harry, tightening his grip on the hawthorn wand. Winners keepers, Malfoy. Who's lent you theirs? My mother, said Draco. Harry laughed, though there was nothing very humorous about the situation. He could not hear Ron or Hermione any more. They seemed to have run out of earshot, searching for the diadem. So, how come you three aren't with Voldemort? Asked Harry. We're gonna be rewarded, said Crabbe. His voice was surprisingly soft for such an enormous person. Harry had hardly ever heard him speak before. Crabbe was smiling like a small child, promised a large bag of sweets. We hung back, Potter. We decided not to go. Decided to bring you to him. Good plan, said Harry in mock admiration. He could not believe that he was this close, and was going to be thwarted by Malfoy, Crabbe and Goyle. He began edging slowly backwards towards the place where the Horcrux sat lopsided upon the bust. If he could just get his hands on it before the fight broke out. So, how did you get in here? He asked, trying to distract them. I virtually lived in the Room of Hidden Things all last year, said Malfoy, his voice brittle. I know how to get in. We was hiding in the corridor outside, grunted Goyle. We can do disillusion charms now. And then his face split into a gormless grin. You turned up right in front of us and said you was looking for a diadem. What's a diadem? Harry? Ron's voice echoed suddenly from the other side of the wall to Harry's right. Are you talking to someone? With a whip-like movement, Crabbe pointed his wand at the 50-foot mountain of old furniture, of broken trunks, of old books and robes and unidentifiable junk, and shouted, Descendo! The wall began to totter, then crumbled into the aisle next door where Ron stood. Ron! Harry bellowed, as somewhere out of sight Hermione screamed, and Harry heard innumerable objects crashing to the floor. On the other side of the destabilized wall, he pointed his wand at the rampart, cried, Finite! And it steadied. No! Shouted Malfoy, staying Crabbe's arm as the latter made to repeat his spell. If you wreck the room, you might bury this diadem thing. What's that matter? Said Crabbe, tugging himself free. It's Potter the Dark Lord wants. Who cares about a diadem? Potter came in here to get it, said Malfoy with an ill-disguised impatience at the slow-wittedness of his colleagues. So that must mean... Must mean? Crabbe turned on Malfoy with undisguised ferocity. Who cares what you think? I don't take your orders no more, Draco. You and your dad are finished. Harry? Shouted Ron again from the other side of the junk wall. What's going on? Harry, mimicked Crabbe. What's going... No, Potter. Crucio! Harry had lunged for the tiara. Crabbe's curse missed him, but hit the stone bust, which flew into the air. The diadem soared upwards, and then dropped out of sight in the mass of objects on which the bust had rested. Stop! Malfoy shouted at Crabbe, his voice echoing through the enormous room. The Dark Lord wants him alive. So? I'm not killing him, am I? Yelled Crabbe, throwing off Malfoy's restraining arm. But if I can, I will. The Dark Lord wants him dead anyway. What's the diff? A jet of scarlet light shot past Harry by inches. Hermione had run round the corner behind him and sent a stunning spell straight at Crabbe's head. It only missed because Malfoy pulled him out of the way. It's that mudblood! Avada Kedavra! Harry saw Hermione dive aside, and his fury that Crabbe had aimed to kill wiped all else from his mind. He shot a stunning spell at Crabbe, who lurched out of the way, knocking Malfoy's wand out of his hand. It rolled out of sight beneath a mountain of broken furniture and boxes. Don't kill him! Don't kill him! Malfoy yelled at Crabbe and Goyle, who were both aiming at Harry. Their split second's hesitation was all Harry needed. Expelliarmus! Goyle's wand flew out of his hand and disappeared into the bulwark of objects beside him. Goyle leapt foolishly on the spot, trying to retrieve it. Malfoy jumped out of range of Hermione's second stunning spell, and Ron, appearing suddenly at the end of the aisle, shot a full bodybind curse at Crabbe, which narrowly missed. Crabbe wheeled around and screamed, Avada Kedavra! Again. Ron leapt out of sight to avoid the jet of green light. The wandless Malfoy cowered between a three-legged wardrobe as Hermione charged towards them, hitting Goyle with a stunning spell as she came. It's somewhere here! Harry yelled at her, pointing at the pile of junk into which the old tiara had fallen. Look for it while I go and help Harry! She screamed. A roaring, billowing noise behind him gave him a moment's warning. He turned and saw both Ron and Crabbe running as hard as they could up the aisle towards them. Like it hot, scum! Roared Crabbe as he ran. But he seemed to have no control over what he had done. Flames of abnormal size were pursuing them, licking up the sides of the junk bulwarks, which were crumbling to soot at their touch. Aquamente! Harry bawled, but the jet of water that soared from the tip of his wand evaporated in the air. Run! Malfoy grabbed the stunned Goyle and dragged him along. Crabbe outstripped all of them, now looking terrified. Harry, Ron and Hermione pelted along in his wake, and the fire pursued them. It was not normal fire. Crabbe had used a curse of which Harry had no knowledge. As they turned a corner of the flames chased them as though they were alive, sentient, intent upon killing them. Now the fire was mutating, forming a gigantic pack of fiery beasts. Flaming serpents, chimeras, and dragons rose and fell and rose again, and the detritus of centuries on which they were feeding was thrown up in the air into their fanged mouths, tossed high on clawed feet, before being consumed by the inferno. Malfoy, Crabbe and Goyle had vanished from view. Harry, Ron and Hermione stopped dead. The fiery monsters were circling them, drawing closer and closer. Claws and horns and tails lashed, and the heat was solid as a wall around them. "What can we do?" Hermione screamed over the deafening roars of the fire. "What can we do?" "Here." Harry seized a pair of heavy-looking broomsticks from the nearest pile of junk and threw one to Ron, who pulled Hermione onto it behind him. Harry swung his leg over the second broom, and, with hard kicks to the ground, they soared up into the air, missing by feet the horned beak of a flaming raptor that snapped its jaws at them. The smoke and heat were becoming overwhelming. Below them, the cursed fire was consuming the contraband of generations of hunted students, the guilty outcomes of 1,000 banned experiments, the secrets of the countless souls who had sought refuge in the room. Harry could not see a trace of Malfoy, Crabbe, or Goyle anywhere. He swooped as low as he dared over the marauding monsters of flame to try and find them, but there was nothing but fire. What a terrible way to die. He had never wanted this. "Harry, let's get out! Let's get out!" bellowed Ron, though it was impossible to see where the door was through the black smoke. And then Harry heard a thin, piteous human scream from amidst the terrible commotion, the thunder of devouring flame. "It's too dangerous!" Ron yelled, but Harry wheeled in the air, his glasses giving his eyes some small protection from the smoke. He raked the firestorm below, seeking a sign of life, a limb or a face that was not yet charred like wood. And he saw them. Malfoy with his arms around the unconscious Goyle, the pair of them perched on a fragile tower of charred desks, and Harry dived. Malfoy saw him coming and raised one arm, but even as Harry grasped it, he knew at once that it was no good. Goyle was too heavy, and Malfoy's hand, covered in sweat, slid instantly out of Harry's. "If we die for them, I'll kill you, Harry!" roared Ron's voice, as a great flaming chimera bore down upon them. He and Hermione dragged Goyle onto their broom and rose, rolling and pitching into the air once more, as Malfoy clambered up behind Harry. "The door! Get to the door! The door!" screamed Malfoy in Harry's ear, and Harry sped up, following Ron, Hermione and Goyle through the billowing black smoke, hardly able to breathe. And all around them, the last few objects unburned by the devouring flames were flung into the air, as the creatures of the cursed fire cast them high in celebration. Cups and shields, a sparkling necklace, and an old, discoloured tiara. "What are you doing? What are you doing? The door's that way!" screamed Malfoy. But Harry made a hairpin swerve and dived. The diadem seemed to fall in slow motion, turning and glittering as it dropped towards the maw of a yawning serpent. And then he had it, caught around his wrist. Harry swerved again as the serpent lunged at him. He soared upwards and straight towards the place where he prayed. The doors stood open. Ron, Hermione and Goyle had vanished. Malfoy was screaming and holding Harry so tightly it hurt. Then, through the smoke, Harry saw a rectangular patch on the wall and steered the broom at it. And moments later, clean air filled his lungs, and they collided with the wall and the corridor beyond. Malfoy fell off the broom and lay face down, gasping, coughing and retching. Harry rolled over and sat up. The door to the room of requirement had vanished, and Ron and Hermione sat panting on the floor beside Goyle. "Crabbe," choked Malfoy as soon as he could speak. "Crabbe!" "He's dead," said Ron harshly. There was a silence. Apart from panting and coughing, then a number of huge bangs shook the castle, and a great cavalcade of transparent figures galloped past on horses, their heads screaming with bloodlust under their arms. Harry staggered to his feet when the headless hunt had passed and looked around. The battle was still going on all around him. He could hear more screams than those of the retreating ghosts. Panic fled within him. "Where's Ginny?" he said sharply. "She was here. She was supposed to be going back into the room of requirement." "Blimey, do you reckon it'll still work after that fire?" asked Ron, but he too got to his feet, rubbing his chest and looking left and right. Shall we split up and look? No, said Hermione, getting to her feet, too. Malfoy and Goyle remained slumped hopelessly on the corridor floor. Neither of them had wands. Let's stick together. I say we go, Harry. What's that on your arm? What? Oh, yeah. He pulled the diadem from his wrist and held it up. It was still hot, blackened with soot. But as he looked at it closely, he was just able to make out the tiny words etched upon it. Wit beyond measure is man's greatest treasure. A blood-like substance, dark and tarry, seemed to be leaking from the diadem. Suddenly, Harry felt the thing vibrate violently, then break apart in his hands. And as it did so, he thought he heard the faintest, most distant scream of pain, echoing not from the grounds or the castle, but from the thing that had just fragmented in his fingers. It must have been fiend fire, whimpered Hermione, her eyes on the broken pieces. Sorry? Fiend fire! Cursed fire! It's one of the substances that destroy Horcruxes. But I would never, ever have dared use it. It's too dangerous. It's so dangerous. How did Crabbe know how to? Must have learned it from the Carrows, said Harry grimly. Shame he wasn't concentrating when they mentioned how to stop it, really, said Ron, whose hair like Hermione's was singed, and whose face was blackened. If he hadn't tried to kill us all, I'd be quite sorry he was dead. Don't you realise, whispered Hermione, this means if we can just get the snake. But she broke off as yells and shouts and the unmistakable noises of duelling filled the corridor. Harry looked around and his heart seemed to fail. Death Eaters had penetrated Hogwarts. Fred and Percy had just backed into view, both of them dueling masked and hooded men. Harry, Ron and Hermione ran forwards to help. Jets of light flew in every direction, and the man dueling Percy backed off, fast. Then his hood slipped and they saw a high forehead and streaked hair. Hello, Minister, bellowed Percy, sending a neat jink straight at Thickness, who dropped his wand and clawed at the front of his robes, apparently in awful discomfort. Did I mention I'm resigning? You're joking, Perce, shouted Fred, as the Death Eater he was battling collapsed under the weight of 3 separate stunning spells. Thickness had fallen to the ground with tiny spikes erupting all over him. He seemed to be turning into some form of sea urchin. Fred looked at Percy with glee. You actually are joking, Perce. I don't think I've heard you joke since you were... The air exploded. They had been grouped together. Harry, Ron, Hermione, Fred and Percy. The 2 Death Eaters at their feet. One stunned, the other transfigured. And in that fragment of a moment, when danger seemed temporarily at bay, the world was rent apart. Harry felt himself flying through the air, and all he could do was hold as tightly as possible to that thin stick of wood that was his one and only weapon, and shield his head in his arms. He heard the screams and yells of his companions without a hope of knowing what had happened to them. And then the world resolved itself into pain and semi-darkness. He was half buried in the wreckage of a corridor that had been subjected to a terrible attack. Cold air told him that the side of the castle had been blown away, and hot stickiness on his cheek told him that he was bleeding copiously. Then he heard a terrible cry that pulled at his insides, that expressed agony of a kind neither flame nor curse could cause, and he stood up, swaying, more frightened than he had been that day, more frightened, perhaps, than he had ever been in his life. And Hermione was struggling to her feet in the wreckage, and 3 red-headed men were grouped on the ground where the wall had blasted apart. Harry grabbed Hermione's hand as they staggered and stumbled over stone and wood. No! 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 Someone was shouting. No, Fred, no! And Percy was shaking his brother, and Ron was kneeling beside them, and Fred's eyes stared without seeing. The ghost of his last laugh still etched upon his face. Chapter 32. The Elder Wand. The world had ended, so why had the battle not ceased, the castle fallen silent in horror, and every combatant laid down their arms. Harry's mind was in freefall, spinning out of control, unable to grasp the impossibility, because Fred Weasley could not be dead. The evidence of all his senses must be lying. And then a body fell past the hole, blown into the side of the school, and curses flew in at them from the darkness, hitting the wall behind their heads. "Get down!" Harry shouted as more curses flew through the night. He and Ron had both grabbed Hermione and pulled her to the floor, but Percy lay across Fred's body, shielding it from further harm. And when Harry shouted, "Percy, come on! We've got to move!" he shook his head. "Percy!" Harry saw tear tracks streaking the grime coating Ron's face as he seized his elder brother's shoulders and pulled, but Percy would not budge. "Percy, you can't do anything for him. We're going to..." Hermione screamed, and Harry, turning, did not need to ask why. A monstrous spider, the size of a small car, was trying to climb through the huge hole in the wall. One of Aragog's descendants had joined the fight. Ron and Harry shouted together, their spells collided, and the monster was blown backwards, its legs jerking horribly, and vanished into the darkness. "It brought friends!" Harry called to the others, glancing over the edge of the castle through the hole in the wall the curses had blasted. More giant spiders were climbing the side of the building, liberated from the forbidden forest into which the Death Eaters must have penetrated. Harry fired stunning spells down upon them, knocking the lead monster into its fellows, so that they rolled back down the building and out of sight. Then more curses came soaring over Harry's head, so close he felt the force of them blow his hair. "Let's move, now!" Pushing Hermione ahead of him with Ron, Harry stooped to seize Fred's body under the armpits. Percy, realizing what Harry was trying to do, stopped clinging to the body and helped. Together, crouching low to avoid the curses flying at them from the grounds, they hauled Fred out of the way. "Here," said Harry as they placed him in a niche where a suit of armour had stood earlier. He could not bear to look at Fred a second longer than he had to, and after making sure that the body was well hidden, he took off after Ron and Hermione. Malfoy and Goyle had vanished, but at the end of the corridor, which was now full of dust and falling masonry, glass long gone from the windows, he saw many people running backwards and forwards. Whether friends or foes he could not tell. Rounding the corner, Percy let out a bull-like roar, "Rookwood!" and sprinted off in the direction of a tall man who was pursuing a couple of students. "Harry, in here!" Hermione screamed. She had pulled Ron behind a tapestry. They seemed to be wrestling together, and for one mad second, Harry thought that they were embracing again. And then he saw that Hermione was trying to restrain Ron, who stopped to stop him running after Percy. "Listen to me! Listen, Ron! I want to help. I want to kill Death Eaters." His face was contorted, smeared with dust and smoke, and he was shaking with rage and grief. "Ron, we're the only ones who can end it. Please, Ron. We need the snake. We've got to kill the snake," said Hermione. But Harry knew how Ron felt. Pursuing another Horcrux could not bring the satisfaction of revenge. He too wanted to fight, to punish them, the people who had killed Fred. He wanted to find the other Weasleys, and above all make quite sure that Ginny was not. But he could not permit that idea to form in his head. "We will fight," Hermione said. "We'll have to reach the snake. But let's not lose sight now of what we're supposed to be doing. We're the only ones who can end it." She was crying too, and she wiped her face on her torn and singed sleeve as she spoke. But she took great heaving breaths to calm herself, as still keeping a tight hold on Ron, she turned to Harry. "You need to find where Voldemort is, because he'll have the snake with him, won't he? Do it, Harry. Look inside him." Why was it so easy? Because his scar had been burning for hours, yearning to show him Voldemort's thoughts? He closed his eyes on her command, and at once the screams and the bangs and all the discordant sounds of the battle were drowned until they became distant, as though he stood far, far away from them. He was standing in the middle of a desolate but strangely familiar room, with peeling paper on the walls and all the windows boarded except for one. The sounds of the assault on the castle were muffled and distant. The single unblocked window revealed distant bursts of light where the castle stood, but inside the room it was dark, except for a solitary oil lamp. He was rolling his wand between his fingers, watching it. His thoughts on the room in the castle. The secret room only he had ever found. The room, like the chamber, that you had to be clever and cunning and inquisitive to discover. He was confident that the boy would not find the diadem, although Dumbledore's puppet had come much further than he had ever expected. Too far. "My lord," said a voice, desperate and cracked. He turned. There was Lucius Malfoy, sitting in the darkest corner, ragged and still bearing the marks of the punishment he had received after the boy's last escape. One of his eyes remained closed and puffy. "My lord, please. My son." "If your son is dead, Lucius, it is not my fault. He did not come and join me like the rest of the Slytherins. Perhaps he has decided to befriend Harry Potter." "No, never," whispered Malfoy. "You must hope not." Aren't you afraid, my lord, that Potter might die at another hand but yours?" asked Malfoy, his voice shaking. "Wouldn't it be, forgive me, more prudent to call off this battle, enter the castle and seek him yourself?" "Do not pretend, Lucius. You wish the battle to cease so that you can discover what has happened to your son, and I do not need to seek Potter. Before the night is out, Potter will have to come to find me." Voldemort dropped his gaze once more to the wand in his fingers. It troubled him, and those things that troubled Lord Voldemort needed to be rearranged. "Go and fetch Snape." "Snape, my lord?" "Snape. Now. I need him. There is a service I require from him. Go." Frightened, stumbling a little through the gloom, Lucius left the room. Voldemort continued to stand there, twirling the wand between his fingers, staring at it. "It is the only way, Nagini," he whispered, and he looked round, and there was the great thick snake, now suspended in mid-air, twisting gracefully within the enchanted protected space he had made for her. A starry, transparent sphere somewhere between glittering cage and tank. With a gasp, Harry pulled back and opened his eyes. At the same moment, his ears were assaulted with the screeches and cries, the smashes and bangs of battle. "He's in the Shrieking Shack. The snake's with him. It's got some sort of magical protection around it. He's just sent Lucius Malfoy to find Snape." "Voldemort's sitting in the Shrieking Shack?" said Hermione, outraged. He's not even fighting." "He doesn't think he needs to fight," said Harry. "He thinks I'm going to go to him." "But why?" "He knows I'm after Horcruxes. He's keeping Nagini close beside him. Obviously, I'm going to have to go to him to get near the thing." "Right," said Ron, squaring his salt shoulders. "So you can't go. That's what he wants. What he's expecting. You stay here and look after Hermione. I'll go and get it." Harry cut across Ron. "You two stay here. I'll go under the cloak, and I'll be back as soon as I..." "No," said Hermione. "It makes much more sense if I take the cloak and..." "Don't even think about it," Ron snarled at her. Before Hermione could get further than, "Ron, I'm just as capable." The tapestry at the top of the staircase on which they stood was ripped open. "Potter!" Two masked Death Eaters stood there, but even before their wands were fully raised, Hermione shouted, "Glacio!" The stairs beneath their feet flattened into a chute, and she, Harry, and Ron hurtled down it, unable to control their speed, but so fast that the Death Eater stunning spells flew far over their heads. They shot through the concealing tapestry at the bottom and spun onto the floor, hitting the opposite wall. "Duro!" cried Hermione, pointing her wand at the tapestry. There were two loud, sickening crunches as the tapestry turned to stone, and the Death Eaters pursuing them crumpled against it. "Get back!" shouted Ron, and he, Harry, and Hermione flattened themselves against the door as a herd of galloping desks thundered past, shepherded by a sprinting Professor McGonagall. She appeared not to notice them. Her hair had come down, and there was a gash on her cheek. As she turned the corner, they heard her scream, "Charge!" "Harry, you get the cloak on," said Hermione. "Never mind us." But he threw it over all three of them. Large though they were, he doubted anyone would see their disembodied feet through the dust that clogged the air, the falling stone, the shimmer of spells. They ran down the next staircase and found themselves in a corridor full of jewelers. The portraits on either side of the fighters were crammed with figures, screaming advice and encouragement, while Death Eaters, both masked and unmasked, jeweled students and teachers. Dean had won himself a wand, for he was face to face with Dolohov, Parvati with Travers. Harry, Ron, and Hermione raised their wands at once, ready to strike. But the jewelers were weaving and darting around so much that there was a strong likelihood of hurting one of their own side if they cast curses. Even as they stood braced, looking for an opportunity to act, there came a great whee! And looking up, Harry saw Peeves zooming over them, dropping Snuggler pods down onto the Death Eaters, whose heads were suddenly engulfed in wriggling green tubers like fat worms. Ah! A fistful of tubers had hit the cloak over Ron's head. The slimy green roots were suspended improbably in mid-air as Ron tried to shake them loose. "Someone's invisible there!" shouted a masked Death Eater, pointing. Dean made the most of the Death Eater's momentary distraction, knocking him out with a stunning spell. Dolohov attempted to retaliate, and Parvati shot a body-bind curse at him. "Let's go!" Harry yelled, and he, Ron, and Hermione gathered the cloak tightly around themselves and pelted, heads down, through the midst of the fighters, slipping a little in pools of Snargler juice towards the top of the marble staircase into the entrance hall. "I'm Draco Malfoy! I'm Draco! I'm on your side!" Draco was on the upper landing, pleading with another masked Death Eater. Harry stunned the Death Eater as they passed. Malfoy looked around, beaming for his saviour, and Ron punched him from under the cloak. Malfoy fell backwards on top of the Death Eater, his mouth bleeding, utterly bemused. "And that's the second time we've saved your life tonight, you two-faced bastard!" Ron yelled. There were more jewelers all over the stairs, and in the hall, Death Eaters everywhere Harry looked. Yaxley close to the front doors, in combat with Flitwick, a masked Death Eater dueling Kingsley right beside them. Students ran in every direction, some carrying or dragging injured friends. Harry directed the stunning spell towards the masked Death Eater. It missed, but nearly hit Neville, who had emerged from nowhere brandishing armfuls of venomous tentacula, which looped itself happily around the nearest Death Eater and began reeling him in. Harry, Ron, and Hermione sped down the marble staircase. Glass shattered to their left, and the Slytherin hourglass that had recorded house points spilled its emeralds everywhere, so that people slipped and staggered as they ran. Two bodies fell from the balcony overhead as they reached the ground, and a grey blur that Harry took for an animal spread four-legged across the hall to sink its teeth into one of the fallen. "No!" shrieked Hermione, and with a deafening blast from her wand, Fenrir Greyback was thrown backwards from the feebly stirring body of Lavender Brown. He hit the marble banisters and struggled to return to his feet. Then, with a bright white flash and a crack, a crystal ball fell on the top of his head, and he crumpled to the ground, and did not move. "I have more!" shrieked Professor Trelawney from over the banisters. "More for any who want them. Here!" and with a movement like a tennis serve, she heaved another enormous crystal sphere from her bag, waved her wand through the air, and caused the ball to speed across the hall and smash through a window. At the same moment, the heavy wooden front doors burst open, and more of the gigantic spiders forced their way into the entrance hall. Screams of terror rent the air, the fighters scattered, Death Eaters and Hogwartians alike. The red and green jets of light flew into the midst of the oncoming monsters, which shuddered and reared, more terrifying than ever. "How do we get out?" yelled Ron over all the screaming. But before either Harry or Hermione could answer, they were bowed aside. Hagrid had come thundering down the stairs, brandishing his flowery pink umbrella. "Don't hurt 'em! Don't hurt 'em!" he yelled. "Hagrid, no!" Harry forgot everything else. He sprinted out from under the cloak, running bent double to avoid the curses illuminating the whole hall. "Hagrid, come back!" He was not even halfway to Hagrid when he saw it happen. Hagrid vanished amongst the spiders, and with a great scurrying, a foul swarming movement, they retreated under the onslaught of spells, Hagrid buried in their mist. "Hagrid!" Harry heard someone calling his own name. Whether friend or foe, he did not care. He was sprinting down the front steps into the dark grounds, and the spiders were swarming away with their prey, and he could see nothing of Hagrid at all. "Hagrid!" He thought he could make out an enormous arm waving from the midst of the spider swarm, but as he made to chase after them, his way was impeded by a monumental foot, which swung down out of the darkness and made the ground on which he stood shudder. He looked up. A giant stood before him, 20 feet high, its head hidden in shadow. Nothing but its tree-like, hairy shins illuminated by light from the castle doors. With one brutal fluid movement, it smashed a massive fist through an upper window, and glass rained down upon Harry, forcing him back under the shelter of the doorway. "Oh my!" shrieked Hermione, as she and Ron caught up with Harry and gazed upwards at the giant, now trying to seize people through the window above. "Don't!" Ron yelled, grabbing Hermione's hand as she raised her wand. "Stun him, and he'll crush half the castle!" "Hagger!" Grop came lurching round the corner of the castle. Only now did Harry realise that Grop was indeed an undersized giant. The gargantuan monster trying to crush people on the upper floors looked around and let out a roar. The stone steps trembled as he stumped towards his smaller kin, and Grop's lopsided mouth fell open, showing yellow, half-brick-sized teeth, and then they launched themselves at each other with the savagery of lions. "Run!" Harry roared. The night was full of hideous yells and blows as the giants wrestled, and he seized Hermione's hand and tore down the steps into the grounds, Ron bringing up the rear. Harry had not lost hope of finding and saving Hagrid. He ran so fast that they were halfway towards the forest before they were brought up short again. The air around them had frozen. Harry's breath caught and solidified in his chest. Shapes moved out in the darkness, swirling figures of concentrated blackness, moving in a great wave towards the castle, their faces hooded and their breath rattling. Ron and Hermione closed in beside him as the sounds of fighting behind them grew suddenly muted, deadened, because a silence only Dementors could bring was falling thickly through the night. "Come on, Harry," said Hermione's voice from a very long way away. "Patronuses! Harry, come on!" He raised his wand, but a dull hopelessness was spreading through him. Fred was gone, and Hagrid was surely dying, or already dead. How many more lay dead that he did not yet know about? He felt as though his soul had already half left his body. "Harry, come on!" screamed Hermione. 100 Dementors were advancing, gliding towards them, sucking their way closer to Harry's despair, which was like a promise of a feast. He saw Ron's silver terrier burst into the air, flicker feebly, and expire. He saw Hermione's otter twist in midair and fade. And his own wand trembled in his hand, and he almost welcomed the oncoming oblivion, the promise of nothing, of no feeling. And then a silver hare, a boar, and a fox soared past Harry, Ron, and Hermione's heads. The Dementors fell back before the creature's approach. 3 more people had arrived out of the darkness to stand beside them, their wands outstretched, continuing to cast their Patronuses. Luna, Ernie, and Seamus. "That's right," said Luna encouragingly, as if they were back in the room of requirement, and this was simply spell practice for the DA. "That's right, Harry. Come on, think of something happy." "Something happy?" he said, his voice cracked. "We're all still here," she whispered. "We're still fighting. Come on now." There was a silver spark, then a wavering light, and then, with the greatest effort it had ever cost him, the stag burst from the end of Harry's wand. It cantered forwards, and now the Dementors scattered in earnest, and immediately the night was mild again. But the sounds of the surrounding battle were loud in his ears. "Can't thank you enough," said Ron shakily, turning to Luna, Ernie, and Seamus. "You just saved..." With a roar and an earth-quaking tremor, another giant came lurching out of the darkness from the direction of the forest, brandishing a club taller than any of them. "Run!" Harry shouted again. But the others needed no telling. They all scattered, and not a second too soon. The next moment, the creature's vast foot had fallen exactly where they had all been standing. Harry looked round. Ron and Hermione were following him, but the other three had vanished back into the battle. "Let's get out of range!" yelled Ron, as the giant swung its club again, and its bellows echoed through the night, across the grounds where bursts of red and green light continued to illuminate the darkness. "The Whomping Willow," said Harry. "Go!" Somehow, he walled it all up in his mind, crammed it into a small space into which he could not look now. Thoughts of Fred and Hagrid, and his terror for all the people he loved, scattered in and outside the castle, must all wait, because they had to run, had to reach the snake, and Voldemort, because that was, as Hermione said, the only way to end it. He sprinted, half believing he could outdistance death itself, ignoring the jets of light flying in the darkness all around him, and the sound of the lake crashing like the sea, and the creaking of the forbidden forest, though the night was windless, through grounds that seemed, themselves, to have risen in rebellion. He ran faster than he had ever moved in his life, and it was he who saw the great tree first, the willow that protected the secret at its roots with whip-like slashing branches. Panting and gasping, Harry slowed down, skirting the willow's swiping branches, peering through the darkness towards its thick trunk, trying to see the single knot in the bark of the old tree that would paralyze it. Ron and Hermione caught up, Hermione so out of breath she could not speak. How are we going to get in?" panted Ron. "I can see the place. If we just had Crookshanks again." "Crookshanks?" wheezed Hermione, bent double, clutching her chest. "Are you a wizard or what?" "Oh, right. Yeah." Ron looked round, then directed his wand at a twig on the ground, and said, "Wingardium Leviosa!" The twig flew up from the ground, spun through the air as if caught by a gust of wind, then zoomed directly at the trunk through the willow's ominously swaying branches. It jabbed at a place near the roots, and at once the writhing tree became still. "Perfect!" panted Hermione. "Wait." For one teetering second, while the crashes and booms of the battle filled the air, Harry hesitated. Voldemort wanted him to do this. Wanted him to come. Was he leading Ron and Hermione into a trap? But then, the reality seemed to close upon him, cruel and plain. The only way forwards was to kill the snake. And the snake was where Voldemort was. And Voldemort was at the end of this tunnel. "Harry, we're coming. Just get in there," said Ron, pushing him forwards. Harry wriggled into the earthy passage hidden in the tree's roots. It was a much tighter squeeze than it had been the last time they had entered it. The tunnel was low-ceilinged. They had had to double up to move through it nearly 4 years previously. Now there was nothing for it but to crawl. Harry went first, his wand illuminated, expecting at any moment to meet barriers. But none came. They moved in silence, Harry's gaze fixed upon the swinging beam of the wand held in his fist. At last, the tunnel began to slope upwards, and Harry saw a sliver of light ahead. Hermione tugged at his ankle. "The cloak," she whispered. "Put the cloak on." He groped behind him, and she forced the bundle of slippery cloth into his free hand. With difficulty, he dragged it over himself, muttered, "Nox," extinguishing his one light, and continued on his hands and knees as silently as possible, all his senses straining, expecting every second to be discovered, to hear a cold, clear voice, see a flash of green light. And then he heard voices coming from the room directly ahead of them, only slightly muffled by the fact that the opening at the end of the tunnel had been blocked up by what looked like an old crate. Hardly daring to breathe, Harry edged right up to the opening and peered through a tiny gap left between crate and wall. The room beyond was dimly lit, but he could see Nagini swirling and coiling like a serpent underwater, safe in her enchanted starry sphere, which floated unsupported in midair. He could see the edge of a table and a long-fingered white hand toying with a wand. Then Snape spoke, and Harry's heart lurched. Snape was inches away from where he crouched, hidden. "My lord, their resistance is crumbling, and it is doing so without your help," said Voldemort in his high, clear voice. "Skilled wizard though you are, Severus, I do not think you will make much difference now. We are almost there. Almost. Let me find the boy. Let me bring you Potter. I know I can find him. My lord, please." Snape strode past the gap, and Harry drew back a little, keeping his eyes fixed upon Nagini, wondering whether there was any spell that might penetrate the protection surrounding her. But he could not think of anything. One failed attempt, and he would give away his position. Voldemort stood up. Harry could see him now, see the red eyes, the flattened, serpentine face, the pallor of him gleaming slightly in the semi-darkness. "I have a problem, Severus," said Voldemort softly. "My lord?" said Snape. Voldemort raised the Elder Wand, holding it as delicately and precisely as a conductor's baton. "Why doesn't it work for me, Severus?" In the silence, Harry imagined he could hear the snake hissing slightly as it coiled and uncoiled. Or was Voldemort's sibilant sigh lingering on the air? My lord?" said Snape blankly. "I do not understand. You have performed extraordinary magic with that wand." "No," said Voldemort. "I have performed my usual magic. I am extraordinary, but this wand, no, it has not revealed the wonders it has promised. I feel no difference between this wand and the one I procured from Ollivander all those years ago." Voldemort's tone was musing, calm, but Harry's scar had begun to throb and pulse. Pain was building in his forehead, and he could feel that controlled sense of fury building inside Voldemort. "No difference," said Voldemort again. Snape did not speak. Harry could not see his face. He wondered whether Snape sensed danger, was trying to find the right words to reassure his master. Voldemort started to move around the room. Harry lost sight of him for seconds as he prowled, speaking in that same measured voice, while the pain and fury mounted in Harry. "I have fought long and hard, Severus. Do you know why I have called you back from the battle?" And for a moment Harry saw Snape's profile. His eyes were fixed upon the coiling snake in its enchanted cage. "No, my lord. But I beg you will let me return. Let me find Potter." "You sound like Lucius. Neither of you understands Potter as I do. He does not need finding. Potter will come to me." I know his weakness, you see, his one great flaw. He will hate watching the others struck down around him, knowing that it is for him that it happens. He will want to stop it at any cost. He will come. But, my lord, he might be killed accidentally by one other than yourself. My instructions to my Death Eaters have been perfectly clear. Capture Potter. Kill his friends. The more the better. But do not kill him. But it is of you that I wish to speak, Severus. Not Harry Potter. You have been very valuable to me. Very valuable. My lord knows I seek only to serve him. But let me go and find the boy, my lord. Let me bring him to you. I know I can. I have told you no, said Voldemort, and Harry caught the glint of red in his eyes as he turned again. The swishing of his cloak was like the slithering of a snake, and he felt Voldemort's impatience in his burning scar. My concern at the moment, Severus, is what will happen when I finally meet the boy. My lord, there could be no question, surely. But there is a question, Severus. There is. Voldemort halted, and Harry could see him plainly again as he slid the Elder Wand through his white fingers, staring at Snape. Why did both the wands I have used fail when directed at Harry Potter? I cannot answer that, my lord. Can't you? The stab of rage felt like a spike driven through Harry's head. He forced his own fist into his mouth to stop himself from crying out in pain. He closed his eyes, and suddenly he was Voldemort, looking into Snape's pale face. My wand of you did everything of which I asked it, Severus, except to kill Harry Potter. Twice it failed. Ollivander told me under torture of the twin cores. Told me to take another's wand. I did so. But Lucius's wand shattered upon meeting Potter's. I have no explanation, my lord. Snape was not looking at Voldemort now. His dark eyes were still fixed upon the coiling serpent in its protective sphere. I sought a third wand, Severus. The Elder Wand. The Wand of Destiny. The Death Stick. I took it from its previous master. I took it from the grave of Albus Dumbledore. And now Snape looked at Voldemort, and Snape's face was like a death mask. It was marble white, and so still that when he spoke it was a shock to see that anyone lived behind the blank eyes. My lord, let me go to the boy. All this long night, when I am on the brink of victory, I have sat here, said Voldemort, his voice barely louder than a whisper, wondering why the Elder Wand refuses to be what it ought to be. Refuses to perform as legend says it must perform for its rightful owner. And I think I have the answer. Snape did not speak. Perhaps you already know it. You are a clever man after all, Severus. You have been a good and faithful servant. And I regret what must happen. My lord? The Elder Wand cannot serve me properly, Severus, because I am not its true master. The Elder Wand belongs to the wizard who killed its last owner. You killed Albus Dumbledore. While you live, Severus, The Elder Wand cannot be truly mine.
My lord, Snape protested, raising his wand.
It cannot be any other way, said Voldemort. I must master the wand, Severus. Master the wand, and I master Potter at last.
And Voldemort swiped the air with the Elder Wand. It did nothing to Snape, who for a split second seemed to think he had been reprieved. But then Voldemort's intention became clear. The snake's cage was rolling through the air, and before Snape could do anything more than yell, it had encased him, head and shoulders, and Voldemort spoke in Parseltongue.
Kill.
There was a terrible scream. Harry saw Snape's face losing the little colour it had left. It whitened as his black eyes widened, as the snake's fangs pierced his neck. As he failed to push the enchanted cage off himself, as his knees gave way, and he fell to the floor.
I regret it, said Voldemort coldly.
He turned away. There was no sadness in him, no remorse. It was time to leave the shack and take charge, with a wand that would now do his full bidding. He pointed it at the starry cage holding the snake, which drifted upwards, off Snape, who fell sideways onto the floor, blood gushing from the wounds in his neck. Voldemort swept from the room without a backwards glance, and the great serpent floated after him in its huge protective sphere. Back in the tunnel and his own mind, Harry opened his eyes. He had drawn blood, biting down on his knuckles in the effort not to shout out. Now he was looking through the tiny crack between crate and wall, watching a foot in a black boot trembling on the floor. "Harry!" breathed Hermione behind him, but he had already pointed his wand at the crate blocking his view. It lifted an inch into the air and drifted sideways, silently. As quietly as he could, he pulled himself up into the room. He did not know why he was doing it, why he was approaching the dying man. He did not know what he felt as he saw Snape's white face, and the fingers trying to staunch the bloody wound at his neck. Harry took off the invisibility cloak and looked down upon the man he hated, whose widening black eyes found Harry as he tried to speak. Harry bent over him, and Snape seized the front of his robes and pulled him close. A terrible, rasping, gurgling noise issued from Snape's throat. "Take it! Take it!" Something more than blood was leaking from Snape, silvery blue, neither gas nor liquid. It gushed from his mouth, and his ears, and his eyes, and Harry knew what it was, but did not know what to do. A flask conjured from thin air was thrust into his shaking hands by Hermione. Harry lifted the silvery substance into it with his wand. When the flask was full to the brim, and Snape looked as though there was no blood left in him, his grip on Harry's robe slackened. "Look at me," he whispered. The green eyes found the black, but after a second something in the depths of the dark pair seemed to vanish, leaving them fixed, blank and empty. The hand holding Harry thudded to the floor, and Snape moved no more. Chapter 33. The Prince's Tale. Harry remained kneeling at Snape's side, simply staring down at him, until quite suddenly a high, cold voice spoke so close to them that Harry jumped to his feet. The flask gripped tightly in his hands, thinking that Voldemort had re-entered the room. Voldemort's voice reverberated from the walls and floor, and Harry realized that he was talking to Hogwarts and to all the surrounding area, that the residents of Hogsmeade, and although still fighting in the castle, would hear him as clearly as if he stood beside them, his breath on the back of their necks, a death blow away. "You have fought," said the high cold voice, "valiantly. Lord Voldemort knows how to value bravery. Yet you have sustained heavy losses. If you continue to resist me,
You will all die, one by one. I do not wish this to happen. Every drop of magical blood spilled is a loss and a waste. Lord Voldemort is merciful. I command my forces to retreat immediately. You have 1 hour. Dispose of your dead with dignity. Treat your injured. I speak now, Harry Potter, directly to you. You have permitted your friends to die for you, rather than face me yourself. I shall wait for 1 hour in the Forbidden Forest. If, at the end of that hour, you have not come to me, have not given yourself up, then battle recommences. This time, I shall enter the fray myself, Harry Potter, and I shall find you. And I shall punish every last man, woman, and child who has tried to conceal you from me. 1 hour. Both Ron and Hermione shook their heads frantically, looking at Harry. Don't listen to him, said Ron. It'll be all right, said Hermione wildly. Let's get back to the castle. If he's gone to the forest, we'll need to think of a new plan. She glanced at Snape's body, then hurried back to the tunnel entrance. Ron followed her. Harry gathered up the invisibility cloak, then looked down at Snape. He did not know what to feel, except shock at the way Snape had been killed, and the reason for which it had been done. They crawled back through the tunnel, none of them talking, and Harry wondered whether Ron and Hermione could still hear Voldemort ringing in their heads as he could. You have permitted your friends to die for you, rather than face me yourself. I shall wait for 1 hour in the Forbidden Forest. 1 hour. Small bundles seemed to litter the lawn at the front of the castle. It could only be an hour or so from dawn, yet it was pitch black. The three of them hurried towards the stone steps. A lone clog, the size of a small boat, lay abandoned in front of them. There was no other sign of Grawp or of his attacker. The castle was unnaturally silent. There were no flashes of light now, no bangs or screams or shouts. The flagstones of the deserted entrance hall were stained with blood. Emeralds were still scattered all over the floor, along with pieces of marble and splintered wood. Part of the banisters had been blown away. "Where is everyone?" whispered Hermione. Ron led the way to the great hall. Harry stopped in the doorway. The house tables were gone, and the room was crowded. The survivors stood in groups, their arms around each other's necks. The injured were being treated up on the raised platform by Madame Pomfrey and a small group of helpers. Firenze was amongst the injured. His flank poured blood, and he shook where he lay, unable to stand. The dead lay in a row in the middle of the hall. Harry could not see Fred's body, because his family surrounded him. George was kneeling at his head. Mrs. Weasley was lying across Fred's chest, her body shaking. Mr. Weasley stroking her hair, while tears cascaded down his cheeks. Without a word to Harry, Ron and Hermione walked away. Harry saw Hermione approach Ginny, whose face was swollen and blotchy, and hug her. Ron joined Bill, Fleur, and Percy, who flung an arm around Ron's shoulders. As Ginny and Hermione moved closer to the rest of the family, Harry had a clear view of the bodies lying next to Fred. Remus and Tonks, pale and still and peaceful looking. At apparently asleep beneath the dark, enchanted ceiling. The great hall seemed to fly away, become smaller, shrink. As Harry reeled backwards from the doorway, he could not draw breath. He could not bear to look at any of the other bodies, to see who else had died for him. He could not bear to join the Weasleys, could not look into their eyes, when if he had given himself up in the first place, Fred might never have died. He turned away and ran up the marble staircase. Lupin. Tonks. He yearned not to feel. He wished he could rip out his heart, his innards, everything that was screaming inside him. The castle was completely empty. Even the ghosts seemed to have joined the mass mourning in the great hall. Harry ran without stopping, clutching the crystal flask of Snape's last thoughts, and he did not slow down until he reached the stone gargoyle guarding the headmaster's office. "Password?" "Dumbledore," said Harry without thinking, because it was he who he yearned to see. And to his surprise, the gargoyle slid aside, revealing the spiral staircase behind. But when Harry burst into the circular office, he found a change. The portraits that hung all around the walls were empty. Not a single headmaster or headmistress remained to see him. All, it seemed, had flitted away, charging through the paintings that lined the castle, so that they could have a clear view of what was going on. Harry glanced hopelessly at Dumbledore's deserted frame, which hung directly behind the headmaster's chair, then turned his back on it. The stone pensive lay in the cabinet where it had always been. Harry heaved it onto the desk and poured Snape's memories into the wide basin with its runic markings around the edge. To escape into someone else's head would have been a blessed relief. Nothing that even Snape had left him could be worse than his own thoughts. The memory swirled, silver-white and strange, and, without hesitating, with a feeling of reckless abandonment, as though this would assuage his torturing grief, Harry dived. He fell headlong into sunlight, and his feet found warm ground. When he straightened up, he saw that he was in a nearly deserted playground. A single huge chimney dominated the distant skyline. 2 girls were swinging backwards and forwards, and a skinny boy was watching them from behind a clump of bushes. His black hair was overlong, and his clothes were so mismatched that it looked deliberate. 2 short jeans, a shabby overlarge coat that might have belonged to a grown man, and an odd smock-like shirt. Harry moved closer to the boy. Snape looked no more than 9 or 10 years old. Sallow, small, stringy. There was undisguised greed in his thin face as he watched the younger of the 2 girls swinging higher and higher than her sister. "Lily, don't do it!" shrieked the elder of the 2. But the girl had let go of the swing at the very height of its arc and flown into the air, quite literally flown, launched herself skywards with a great shout of laughter, and instead of crumpling on the playground asphalt, she soared, like a trapeze artist through the air, staying up far too long, landing far too lightly. "Mummy told you not to!" Petunia stopped her swing by dragging the heels of her sandals on the ground, making a crunching, grinding sound, then leapt up, hands on hips. "Mummy said you weren't allowed, Lily." "But I'm fine," said Lily, still giggling. "Tony, look at this. Watch what I can do." Petunia glanced around. The playground was deserted apart from themselves, and, though the girls did not know it, Snape. Lily had picked up a fallen flower from the bush behind which Snape lurked. Petunia advanced, evidently torn between curiosity and disapproval. Lily waited until Petunia was near enough to have a clear view, then held out her palm. The flower sat there, opening and closing its petals, like some bizarre, many-lipped oyster. "Stop it!" shrieked Petunia. "It's not hurting you," said Lily, but she closed her hand on the blossom and threw it back to the ground. "It's not right," said Petunia, but her eyes had followed the flower's flight to the ground and lingered upon it. "How do you do it?" she added, and there was definite longing in her voice. "It's obvious, isn't it?" Snape could no longer contain himself, but had jumped out from behind the bushes. Petunia shrieked and ran backwards towards the swings. But Lily, though clearly startled, remained where she was. Snape seemed to regret his appearance. A dull flash of colour mounted the sallow cheeks as he looked at Lily. "What's obvious?" asked Lily. Snape had an air of nervous excitement. With a glance at the distant Petunia now hovering beside the swings, he lowered his voice and said, "I know what you are." "What do you mean?" You're a witch," whispered Snape. She looked affronted. "That's not a very nice thing to say to somebody." She turned, nose in the air, and marched off towards her sister. "No," said Snape. He was highly coloured now, and Harry wondered why he did not take off the ridiculously large coat, unless it was because he did not want to reveal the smock beneath it. He flapped after the girl, looking ludicrously bat-like, like his older self. The sisters considered him, united in disapproval, both holding on to one of the swing poles as though it was the safe place in tag. "You are," said Snape to Lily. "You are a witch. I've been watching you for a while." "But there's nothing wrong with that. My mum's one, and I'm a wizard." Petunia's laugh was like cold water. "Wizard?" she shrieked. Her courage returned now she had recovered from the shock of his unexpected appearance. "I know who you are. You're that Snape boy." "They live down Spinner's End by the river," she told Lily, and it was evident from her tone that she considered the address a poor recommendation. "Why have you been spying on us?" "Haven't been spying," said Snape, hot and uncomfortable and dirty-haired in the bright sunlight. "Wouldn't spy on you, anyway," he added spitefully. "You're a muggle." Though Petunia evidently did not understand the word, she could hardly mistake the tone. "Lily, come on, we're leaving," she said shrilly. Lily obeyed her sister at once, glaring at Snape as she left. He stood watching them as they marched through the playground gate, and Harry, the only one left to observe him, recognized Snape's bitter disappointment, and understood that Snape had been planning this moment for a while, and that it had all gone wrong. The scene dissolved, and before Harry knew it, reformed around him. He was now in a small thicket of trees. He could see a sunlit river glinting through their trunks. The shadows cast by the trees made a basin of cool green shade. Two children sat facing each other, cross-legged on the ground. Snape had removed his coat now. His odd smock looked less peculiar in the half-light. "And the ministry can punish you if you do magic outside school. You get letters." "But I have done magic outside school." "We're all right. We haven't got wands yet. They let you off when you're a kid and you can't help it. But once you're 11, he nodded importantly, and they start training you, then you've got to go careful." There was a little silence. Lily had picked up a fallen twig and twirled it in the air, and Harry knew that she was imagining sparks trailing from it. Then she dropped the twig, leaned in towards the boy and said, "It is real, isn't it? It's not a joke. Petunia says you're lying to me." "Petunia says there isn't a Hogwarts. It is real, isn't it?" "It's real for us," said Snape. "Not for her. But we'll get the letter, you and me." "Really?" whispered Lily. "Definitely," said Snape, and even with his poorly cut hair and his odd clothes, he struck an oddly impressive figure sprawled in front of her, brimful of confidence in his destiny. "And will it really come by owl?" Lily whispered. "Normally," said Snape. "But you're muggle-born, so someone from the school will have to come and explain to your parents." "Does it make a difference being muggle-born?"
Snape hesitated, his black eyes, eager in the greenish gloom, moved over the pale face. The dark red hair. "No," he said. "It doesn't make any difference." "Good," said Lily, relaxing. It was clear that she had been worrying. "You've got loads of magic," said Snape. "I saw that all the time I was watching you." His voice trailed away. She was not listening, but had stretched out on the leafy ground and was looking up at the canopy of leaves overhead. He watched her greedily as he had watched her in the playground. "How are things at your house?" Lily asked. A little crease appeared between his eyes. "Fine," he said. "They're not arguing anymore?" "Oh, yes, they're arguing," said Snape. He picked up a fistful of leaves and began tearing them apart, apparently unaware of what he was doing. "But it won't be that long, and I'll be gone." "Doesn't your dad like magic?" "He doesn't like anything much," said Snape. "Severus?" A little smile twisted Snape's mouth when she said his name. "Yeah?" "Tell me about the Dementors again." "What do you want to know about them for?" "If I use magic outside school..." "They wouldn't give you to the Dementors for that. Dementors are for people who do really bad stuff. They guard the wizard prison, Azkaban. You're not going to end up in Azkaban. You're too..." He turned red again and shredded more leaves. Then a small rustling noise behind Harry made him turn. Petunia, hiding behind a tree, had lost her footing. "Toonie!" said Lily, surprised and welcome in her voice, but Snape had jumped to his feet. "Who's spying now?" he shouted. "What do you want?" Petunia was breathless, alarmed at being caught. Harry could see her struggling for something hurtful to say. "What is that you're wearing anyway?" she said, pointing at Snape's chest. "Your mum's blouse?" There was a crack. A branch over Petunia's head had fallen. Lily screamed. The branch caught Petunia on the shoulder, and she staggered backwards and burst into tears. "Julie!" But Petunia was running away. Lily rounded on Snape. "Did you make that happen?" "No." He looked both defiant and scared. "You did?" She was backing away from him. "You did! You hurt her!" No, I didn't." But the lie did not convince Lily. After one last burning look, she ran from the little thicket, off after her sister, and Snape looked miserable and confused. And the scene reformed. Harry looked around. He was on platform 9 3/4, and Snape stood beside him, slightly hunched, next to a thin, sallow-faced, sour-looking woman who greatly resembled him. Snape was staring at a family of 4 a short distance away. The 2 girls stood a little apart from their parents. Lily seemed to be pleading with her sister. Harry moved closer to listen. "I'm sorry, Junie. I'm sorry. Listen." She caught her sister's hand and held tight to it, even though Petunia tried to pull it away. "Maybe once I'm there..." "No, listen, Junie. Maybe once I'm there, I'll be able to go to Professor Dumbledore and persuade him to change his mind." "I don't want to go," said Petunia, and she dragged her hand back out of her sister's grasp. "You think I want to go to some stupid castle and learn to be a... Her pale eyes roved over the platform, over the cats mewling in their owners' arms, over the owls fluttering and hooting at each other. In cages over the students, some already in their long black robes, loading trunks onto the scarlet steam engine, or else greeting one another with glad cries for after a summer apart. "You think I want to be a freak?" Lily's eyes filled with tears as Petunia succeeded in tugging her hand away. "I'm not a freak," said Lily. "That's a horrible thing to say." "That's where you're going?" said Petunia with relish. "A special school for freaks. You and that Snape boy. Weirdos, that's what you two are." It's good you've been separated from normal people. It's for our safety. Lily glanced towards her parents, who were looking around the platform with an air of wholehearted enjoyment, drinking in the scene. Then she looked back at her sister, and her voice was low and fierce. You didn't think it was such a freak school when you wrote to the headmaster and begged him to take you? Petunia turned scarlet. Beg? I didn't beg. I saw his reply. It was very kind. You shouldn't have read, whispered Petunia. That was my private... How could you? Lily gave herself away by half glancing towards where Snape stood nearby. Petunia gasped. That boy found it! You and that boy have been sneaking in my room! No, not sneaking. Now Lily was on the defensive. Severus saw the envelope, and he couldn't believe a muggle could have contacted Hogwarts, that's all. He says there must be wizards working undercover in the postal service who take care of... Apparently wizards poke their noses in everywhere, said Petunia, now as pale as she had been flustered. Freak! She spat at her sister, and she flounced off to where her parents stood. The scene dissolved again. Snape was hurrying along the corridor of the Hogwarts Express as it clattered through the countryside. He had already changed into his school robes, had perhaps taken the first opportunity to take off his dreadful muggle clothes. At last he stopped, outside of a compartment in which a group of rowdy boys were talking. Hunched in a corner sat beside the window was Lily, her face pressed against the window pane. Snape slid open the compartment door and sat down opposite Lily. She glanced at him and then looked back out of the window. She had been crying. I don't want to talk to you, she said in a constricted voice. Why not? Ginny hates me. Because we saw that letter from Dumbledore. So what? She threw him a look of deep dislike. So? She's my sister! She's only a... He caught himself quickly. Lily, too busy trying to wipe her eyes without being noticed, did not hear him. But we're going, he said, unable to suppress the exhilaration in his voice. This is it. We're off to Hogwarts. She nodded, mopping her eyes. But in spite of herself, she half smiled. You'd better be in Slytherin, said Snape, encouraged that she had brightened a little. Slytherin? One of the boys sharing the compartment, who had shown no interest at all in Lily or Snape until that point, looked round at the word, and Harry, whose attention had been focusing entirely on the two beside the window, saw his father, slight, black-haired like Snape, but with that indefinable air of having been well cared for, even adored, that Snape so conspicuously lacked. Who wants to be in Slytherin? I think I'd leave, wouldn't you? James asked the boy lounging on the seats opposite him, and with a jolt, Harry realised that it was Sirius. Sirius did not smile. My whole family have been in Slytherin, he said. Blimey, said James, and I thought you seemed all right. Sirius grinned. Maybe I'll break the tradition. Where are you heading, if you've got the choice? James lifted an invisible sword. Gryffindor, where dwell the brave at heart, just like my dad. Snape made a small disparaging noise. James turned on him. Got a problem with that? No, said Snape, though his slight sneer said otherwise. If you'd rather be brawny than brainy. Where are you hoping to go, seeing as you're neither? Interjected Sirius. James roared with laughter. Lily sat up, rather flushed, and looked from James to Sirius in dislike. Come on, Severus, let's find another compartment. Ooh. James and Sirius imitated her lofty voice. James tried to trip Snape as he passed. See ya, Snivelus, a voice called as the compartment door slammed, and the scene dissolved once more. Harry was standing right behind Snape as they faced the candlelit house tables, lined with rapt faces. Then Professor McGonagall said, Evans, Lily. He watched his mother walk forwards on trembling legs and sat down upon the rickety stool. Professor McGonagall dropped the sorting hat onto her head, and barely a second after it had touched the dark red hair, the hat cried, "Gryffindor!" Harry heard Snape let out a tiny groan. Lily took off the hat, handed it back to Professor McGonagall, then hurried towards the cheering Gryffindors. But as she went, she glanced back at Snape, and there was a sad little smile on her face. Harry saw Sirius move up to the bench to make room for her. She took one look at him, seemed to recognize him from the train, folded her arms, and firmly turned her back on him. The roll call continued. Harry watched Lupin, Pettigrew, and his father join Lily and Sirius at the Gryffindor table. At last, when only a dozen students remained to be sorted, Professor McGonagall called Snape. Harry walked with him to the stool, watched him place the hat upon his head. "Slytherin!" cried the sorting hat. And Severus Snape moved off to the other side of the hall, away from Lily, to where the Slytherins were cheering him. To where Lucius Malfoy, a prefect badge gleaming upon his chest, patted Snape on the back as he sat down beside him. And the scene changed. Lily and Snape were walking across the castle courtyard, evidently arguing. Harry hurried to catch up with them, to listen in. As he reached them, he realized how much taller they both were. A few years seemed to have passed since their sorting. "Thought we were supposed to be friends," Snape was saying. "Best friends?" "We are, Sev. But I don't like some of the people you're hanging around with. I'm sorry. But I detest Avery and Mulciber." "Mulciber? What do you see in him, Sev? He's creepy. Do you know that he tried to do Mary McDonald the other day?" Lily had reached the pillar and leaned against it, looking up into the thin, sallow face. "That was nothing," said Snape. "It was a laugh, that's all." "It was star magic, and if you think that's funny..." "What about the stuff Potter and his mates get up to?" demanded Snape. His colour rose again as he said it, unable, it seemed, to hold in his resentment. "What's Potter got to do with anything?" says Lily. "They sneak out at night. There's something weird about that Lupin. Where does he keep going?" "He's ill," said Lily. "They say he's ill." "Every month at the full moon?" said Snape. "I know your theory," said Lily, and she sounded cold. "Why are you so obsessed with them anyway? Why do you care what they're doing at night?" "I'm just trying to show you they're not as wonderful as everyone seems to think they are." The intensity of his gaze made her blush. "They don't use dark magic, though." She dropped her voice. "And you're being really ungrateful. I heard what happened the other night. You went sneaking down that tunnel by the Whomping Willow, and James Potter saved you from whatever's down there." Snape's whole face contorted, and he spluttered, "Saved? Saved? You think he was playing the hero? He was saving his neck and his friends too. You're not going to... I won't let you." "Let me? Let me?" Lily's bright eyes were slits. Snape backtracked at once. "I didn't mean... I just don't want to see you made a fool of. He fancies you. James Potter fancies you." The words seemed wrenched from him against his will. "And he's not. Everyone thinks. Big Quidditch hero." Snape's bitterness and dislike were rendering him incoherent, and Lily's eyebrows were travelling further and further up her forehead. "I know James Potter's an arrogant toe rag," she said, cutting across Snape. "I don't need you to tell me that. But Mulciber and Avery's idea of humour is just evil. Evil, Sev. I don't understand how you can be friends with them." Harry doubted that Snape had even heard her strictures on Mulciber and Avery. The moment she had insulted James Potter, his whole body had relaxed, and as they walked away there was a new spring in Snape's step. And the scene dissolved. Harry watched again, as Snape left from the Great Hall after sitting his OWL in defence against the dark arts.
watched as he wandered away from the castle and strayed, inadvertently, close to the place beneath the beech tree where James, Sirius, Lupin, and Pettigrew sat together. But Harry kept his distance this time, because he knew what happened after James had hoisted Severus into the air and taunted him. He knew what had been done and said, and it gave him no pleasure to hear it again. He watched as Lily joined the group and went to Snape's defense. Distantly, he heard Snape shout at her in his humiliation and his fury, the unforgivable word, mudblood. The scene changed. "I'm sorry." "I'm not interested." "I'm sorry." "Save your breath." It was night time. Lily, who was wearing a dressing gown, stood with her arms folded in front of the portrait of the fat lady at the entrance to Gryffindor Tower. "I only came out because Mary told me you were threatening to sleep here." I would have done. "I never meant to call you Mudblood. It just slipped out." There was no pity in Lily's voice. "It's too late. I've made excuses for you for years. None of my friends can understand why I even talk to you. You and your precious little Death Eater friends. You see, you don't even deny it. You don't even deny that's what you're all aiming to be. You can't wait to join you-know-who, can you?" He opened his mouth, but closed it without speaking. "I can't pretend anymore. You've chosen your way. I've chosen mine." "No, listen, I didn't mean to call me Mudblood. But you call everyone of my birth Mudblood Severus. Why should I be any different?" He struggled on the verge of speech, but with a contemptuous look, she turned and climbed back through the portrait hole. The corridor dissolved, and the scene took a little longer to reform. Harry seemed to fly through shifting shapes and colours until his surroundings solidified again, and he stood on a hilltop, forlorn and cold in the darkness, the wind whistling through the branches of a few leafless trees. The adult Snape was panting, turning on the spot, his wand gripped tightly in his hand, waiting for something, or for someone. His fear infected Harry, too, even though he knew that he could not be harmed, and he looked over his shoulder, wondering what it was that Snape was waiting for. Then a blinding, jagged jet of white light flew through the air. Harry thought of lightning, but Snape had dropped to his knees, and his wand had flown out of his hand. "Don't kill me!" "That was not my intention." Any sound of Dumbledore apparating had been drowned by the sound of the wind on the branches. He stood before Snape with his robes whipping around him, and his face was illuminated from below in the light cast by his wand. "Well, Severus, what message does Lord Voldemort have for me?" No message. I'm here on my own account." Snape was wringing his hands. He looked a little mad, with his straggling black hair flying around him. I come with a warning. No, a request. Please." Dumbledore flicked his wand. Though leaves and branches still flew through the night air around them, silence fell upon the spot where he and Snape faced each other. "What request could a Death Eater make of me?" The prophecy. The prediction. Trelawney. "Ah, yes," said Dumbledore. "How much did you relay to Lord Voldemort?" Everything I heard," said Snape. That is why. It is for that reason. He thinks it means Lily Evans." "The prophecy did not refer to a woman," said Dumbledore. "It spoke of a boy born at the end of July." You know what I mean. He thinks it means her son. He's going to hunt her down, kill them all." "If she means so much to you," said Dumbledore, "surely Lord Voldemort will spare her. Could you not ask for mercy for the mother in exchange for the son?" I have asked him." "You disgust me," said Dumbledore, and Harry had never heard so much contempt in his voice. Snape seemed to shrink a little. "You do not care, then, about the deaths of her husband and child?"
They can die as long as you have what you want? Snape said nothing, but merely looked up at Dumbledore. Hide them all, then, he croaked. Keep them, safe, please. And what will you give me in return, Severus? In return? Snape gaped at Dumbledore, and Harry expected him to protest, but after a long moment he said, anything. The hilltop faded, and Harry stood in Dumbledore's office, and something was making a terrible sound, like a wounded animal. Snape was slumped forwards in a chair, and Dumbledore was standing over him, looking grim. After a moment or two, Snape raised his face, and he looked like a man who had lived 100 years of misery since leaving the wild hilltop. I thought you were going to keep her safe. She and James put their faith in the wrong person, said Dumbledore. Rather like you, Severus. Weren't you hoping that Lord Voldemort would spare her? Snape's breathing was shallow. Her boy survives, said Dumbledore. With a tiny jerk of the head, Snape seemed to flick off an irksome fly. Her son lives. He has her eyes. Precisely her eyes. You remember the shape and colour of Lily Evans' eyes, I'm sure. Don't! Bellowed Snape. Gone. Dead. Is this remorse, Severus? I wish I were dead. And what use would that be to anyone? Said Dumbledore coldly. If you loved Lily Evans, if you truly loved her, then your way forward is clear. Snape seemed to peer through a haze of pain, and Dumbledore's words appeared to take a long time to reach him. What do you mean? You know how and why she died. Make sure it was not in vain. Help me protect Lily's son. He does not need protection. The Dark Lord has gone. The Dark Lord will return, and Harry Potter will be in terrible danger when he does. There was a long pause, and slowly Snape regained control of himself, mastered his own breathing. At last he said, very well, but never tell Dumbledore. This must be between us. Swear it. I cannot bear. Especially Potter's son. I want your word. My word, Severus. That I shall never reveal the best of you? Dumbledore sighed, looking down into Snape's ferocious, anguished face. If you insist. The office dissolved, but reformed instantly. Snape was pacing up and down in front of Dumbledore. Mediocre, arrogant as his father, a determined rule-breaker. Delighted to find himself famous, attention-seeking and impertinent. You see what you expect to see, Severus, said Dumbledore, without raising his eyes from a copy of Transfiguration today. Other teachers report that the boy is modest, likeable, and reasonably talented. Personally, I find him an engaging child. Dumbledore turned a page and said, without looking up, Keep an eye on Quirrell, won't you? A whirl of colour, and now everything darkened, and Snape and Dumbledore stood a little apart in the entrance hall, while the last stragglers from the Yule Ball passed them on their way to bed. Well, murmured Dumbledore, Karkaroff's mark is becoming darker too. He is panicking. He fears retribution. You know how much help he gave the Ministry after the Dark Lord fell. Snape looked sideways at Dumbledore's crooked nose profile. Karkaroff intends to flee if the mark burns. Does he? Said Dumbledore softly, as Fleur Delacour and Roger Davies came giggling in from the grounds. And are you tempted to join him? No, said Snape, his black eyes on Fleur and Roger's retreating figures. I am not such a coward." "No," agreed Dumbledore. "You are a braver man by far than Igor Karkaroff. You know, I sometimes think we sought too soon." He walked away, leaving Snape looking stricken. And now Harry stood in the headmaster's office yet again. It was night time, and Dumbledore sagged sideways in the throne-like chair behind the desk, apparently semi-conscious. His right hand dangled over the side, blackened and burned. Snape was muttering incantations, pointing his wand at the wrist of the hand, while with his left hand he tipped a goblet full of thick golden potion down Dumbledore's throat. After a moment or two, Dumbledore's eyelids fluttered and opened. "Why," said Snape without preamble, "why did you put on that ring? It carries a curse. Surely you realize that. Why even touch it?" Marvolo Gaunt's ring lay on the desk before Dumbledore. It was cracked. The sword of Gryffindor lay beside it. Dumbledore grimaced. "I was a fool. Sorely tempted." "Tempted by what?" Dumbledore did not answer. "It is a miracle you managed to return here," Snape sounded furious. "That ring carried a curse of extraordinary power. To contain it is all we can hope for. I have trapped the curse in one hand for the time being." Dumbledore raised his blackened, useless hand and examined it with the expression of one being shown an interesting curio. "You have done well, very well, Severus. How long do you think I have?" Dumbledore's tone was conversational. He might have been asking for a weather forecast. Snape hesitated, and then said, "I cannot tell. Maybe a year. There is no halting such a spell forever. It will spread eventually. It is the sort of curse that strengthens over time." Dumbledore smiled. The news that he had less than a year to live seemed a matter of little or no concern to him. "I am fortunate, extremely fortunate, that I have you, Severus. If you had only summoned me a little earlier, I might have been able to do more, buy you more time," said Snape furiously. He looked down at the broken ring and the sword. "Did you think that breaking the ring would break the curse?" "Something like that." "I was delirious, no doubt," said Dumbledore. With an effort, he straightened himself in his chair. "Well, really, this makes matters much more straightforward." Snape looked utterly perplexed. Dumbledore smiled. "I refer to the plan Lord Voldemort is revolving around me. His plan to have the poor Malfoy boy murder me." Snape sat down in the chair Harry had so often occupied, across the desk from Dumbledore. Harry could tell that he wanted to say more on the subject of Dumbledore's cursed hand, but the other held it up in polite refusal to discuss the matter further. Scowling, Snape said, "The Dark Lord does not expect Draco to succeed. This is merely punishment for Lucius's recent failures. Slow torture for Draco's parents, while they watch him fail and pay the price. In short, the boy has a death sentence pronounced upon him as surely as I have," said Dumbledore. "Now, I should have thought the natural successor to the job, once Draco fails, is yourself." There was a short pause. "That, I think, is the Dark Lord's plan." "Lord Voldemort foresees a moment in the near future when he will not need a spy at Hogwarts." "He believes school will soon be in his grasp, yes?" "And if it does fall into his grasp," said Dumbledore, almost, it seemed, as an aside, "I have your word that you will do all in your power to protect the students of Hogwarts?" Snape gave a stiff nod. "Good. Now then, your first priority will be to discover what Draco is up to. A frightened teenage boy is a danger to others as well as to himself. Offer him help and guidance. He ought to accept. He likes you." "Much less since his father has lost favour. Draco blames me. He thinks I've usurped Lucius's position. All the same, try. I am concerned less for myself than for the accidental victims of whatever schemes might occur to the boy. Ultimately, of course, there is only one thing to be done if we are to save him from Lord Voldemort's wrath. Snape raised his eyebrows and his tone was sardonic as he asked, "Are you intending to let him kill you?" "Certainly not. You must kill me." There was a long silence, broken only by an odd clicking noise. Fawkes the Phoenix was gnawing a bit of cuttlebone. "Would you like me to do it now?" asked Snape, his voice heavy with irony. "Or would you like a few moments to compose an epitaph?" "Oh, not quite yet," said Dumbledore, smiling. "I dare say the moment will present itself in due course, given what has happened tonight." He indicated his withered hand. "We can be sure that it will happen within a year." "If you don't mind dying," said Snape roughly, "why not let Draco do it?" "That boy's soul is not yet so damaged," said Dumbledore. "I would not have it ripped apart on my account." "And my soul, Dumbledore? Mine?" "You alone know whether it will harm your soul to help an old man avoid pain and humiliation," said Dumbledore. "I ask this one great favour of you, Severus, because death is coming for me as surely as the Chudley Cannons will finish bottom of this year's league. I confess I should prefer a quick, painless exit to the protracted and messy affair it will be if, for instance, Greyback is involved. I hear Voldemort has recruited him. Or dear Bellatrix, who likes to play with her food before she eats it." His tone was light, but his blue eyes pierced Snape as they had frequently pierced Harry, as though the soul they discussed was visible to him. At last Snape gave another curt nod. Dumbledore seemed satisfied. "Thank you, Severus." The office disappeared, and now Snape and Dumbledore were strolling together in the deserted castle grounds by twilight. "What are you doing with Potter? All these evenings you are closeted together?" Snape asked abruptly. Dumbledore looked wary. "Why, you aren't trying to give him more detention, Severus? The boy will soon have spent more time in detention than out." "He is his father over again." "It looks, perhaps, but his deepest nature is much more like his mother's. I spend time with Harry because I have things to discuss with him. Information I must give him before it's too late." "Information?" repeated Snape. "You trust him. You do not trust me." "It is not a question of trust. I have, as we both know, limited time. It is essential that I give the boy enough information for him to do what he needs to do." "And why may I not have the same information?" "I prefer to not put all of my secrets in one basket, particularly not a basket that spends so much time dangling on the arm of Lord Voldemort." "Which I do on your orders." "And you do it extremely well. Do not think that I underestimate the constant danger in which you place yourself, Severus. To give Voldemort what appears to be valuable information while withholding the essentials is a job I would entrust to nobody but you. Yet you confide much more in a boy who is incapable of occlumency, whose magic is mediocre, and who has a direct connection into the Dark Lord's mind." "Voldemort fears that connection," said Dumbledore. "Not so much ago he had one small taste of what truly sharing Harry's mind means to him. It was a pain such he has never experienced. He will not try to possess Harry again. I am sure of it. Not in that way." "I don't understand." "Lord Voldemort's soul, maimed as it is, cannot bear close contact with a soul like Harry's, like a tongue on frozen steel, like flesh in flame. Souls? We were talking of minds. In the case of Harry and Lord Voldemort, to speak of one is to speak of the other. Dumbledore glanced around to make sure that they were alone. They were close by the Forbidden Forest now, but there was no sign of anyone near them. After you have killed me, Severus. You refuse to tell me everything, yet you expect that small service of me, snarled Snape, and real anger fled in the thin face now. You take a great deal for granted, Dumbledore. Perhaps I have changed my mind. You gave me your word, Severus, and while we are talking about services you owe me, I thought you agreed to keep a close eye on our young Slytherin friend. Snape looked angry, mutinous. Dumbledore sighed. Come to my office tonight, Severus, at 11, and you shall not complain that I have no confidence in you. They were back in Dumbledore's office, the windows dark, and Fawkes sat silent as Snape sat quite still. As Dumbledore walked around him, talking, Harry must not know. Not until the last moment. Not until it is necessary. Otherwise, how could he have the strength to do what must be done? But what must he do? That is between Harry and me. Now, listen closely, Severus. There will come a time, after my death, do not argue, do not interrupt. There will come a time when Lord Voldemort will seem to fear for the life of his snake. For Nagini? Snape looked astonished. Precisely. If there comes a time when Lord Voldemort stops sending that snake forth to do his bidding, but keeps it safe beside him, under magical protection, then I think it will be safe to tell Harry. Tell him what? Dumbledore took a deep breath and closed his eyes. Tell him that on the night Lord Voldemort tried to kill him, when Lily cast her own life between them as a shield, the killing curse rebounded upon Lord Voldemort, and a fragment of Voldemort's soul was blasted apart from the whole, and latched itself onto the only living soul left in that collapsing building. Part of Lord Voldemort lives inside Harry, and that it is that which gives him the power of speech with snakes, and a connection with Lord Voldemort's mind that he has never understood. And while that fragment of soul, unmissed by Voldemort, remains attached to and protected by Harry, Lord Voldemort cannot die. Harry seemed to be watching the two men from one end of a long tunnel. They were so far away from him, their voices echoing strangely in his ears. So the boy must die? Asked Snape quite calmly. And Voldemort himself must do it, Severus. That is essential. Another long silence. Then Snape said, I thought all these years that we were protecting him for her, for Lily. We have protected him because it has been essential to teach him, to raise him, to let him try his strength, said Dumbledore, his eyes still tight shut. Meanwhile, the connection between them grows ever stronger, a parasitic growth. Sometimes I have thought he suspects it himself. If I know him, he will have arranged matters so that when he does seek out to meet his death, it will truly mean the end of Voldemort. Dumbledore opened his eyes. Snape looked horrified. You have kept him alive so that he can die at the right moment. Don't be shocked, Severus. How many men and women have you watched die? Lately only those whom I could not save, said Snape. He stood up. You have used me. Meaning? I have spied for you, and lied for you, put myself in mortal danger for you. Everything was supposed to keep Lily Potter's son safe. Now you tell me you have been raising him like a pig for slaughter. But this is touching, Severus, and said Dumbledore seriously. Have you grown to care for the boy after all? For him? Shouted Snape. Expecto Patronum! From the tip of his wand burst the silver doe. She landed on the office floor, bounded once across the office, and soared out of the window. Dumbledore watched her fly away, and as her silvery glow faded, he turned back to Snape, and his eyes were full of tears. After all this time? Always, said Snape. And the scene shifted. Now Harry saw Snape talking to the portrait of Dumbledore behind his desk. You will have to give Voldemort the correct date of Harry's departure from his aunt and uncles, said Dumbledore. Not to do so will raise suspicion. When Voldemort believes you so well informed. However, you must plant the idea of decoys. That, I think, ought to ensure Harry's safety. Try confunding Mundungus Fletcher. And Severus, if you are forced to take part in the chase, be sure to act your part convincingly. I am counting upon you to remain in Lord Voldemort's good books as long as possible, or Hogwarts will be left to the mercy of the Carrows. Now Snape was head-to-head with Mundungus in an unfamiliar tavern. Mundungus's face looked curiously blank, Snape frowning in concentration. You will suggest to the Order of the Phoenix, Snape murmured, that they use decoys. Polyjuice potion. Identical potters. It is the only thing that might work. You will forget that I have suggested this. You will present it as your own idea. You understand? I understand, murmured Mundungus, his eyes unfocused. Now Harry was flying alongside Snape on a broomstick through a clear dark night. He was accompanied by other hooded Death Eaters, and ahead were Lupin and a Harry who was really George. A Death Eater moved ahead of Snape and raised his wand, pointing it directly at Lupin's back. Sectum Sempra! Shouted Snape. But the spell, intended for the Death Eater's wand hand, missed and hit George instead. And next, Snape was kneeling in Sirius's old bedroom. Tears were dripping from the end of his hooked nose as he read the old letter from Lily. The second page carried only a few words. Could ever have been friends with Gellert Grindelwald. I think her mind's going, personally. Lots of love, Lily. Snape took the page bearing Lily's signature and her love, and tucked it inside his robes. Then he ripped into the photograph he was also holding, so that he kept the part from which Lily laughed, throwing the portion showing James and Harry back onto the floor under the chest of drawers. And now Snape stood again in the headmaster's study as Phineas Nigellus came hurrying into his portrait. Headmaster, they are camping in the Forest of Dean, the Mudblood. Do not use that word. The Granger girl, then, mentioned the places she opened her bag and I heard her. Good, very good, cried the portrait of Dumbledore behind the headmaster's chair. Now, Severus, the sword. Do not forget that it must be taken under conditions of need and valour, and he must not know that you give it. If Voldemort should read Harry's mind and see you acting for him. I know, said Snape curtly. He approached the portrait of Dumbledore and pulled at its side. It swung forwards, revealing a hidden cavity behind it, from which he took the sword of Gryffindor. And you still aren't going to tell me why it's so important to give Potter the sword? Said Snape as he swung a travelling cloak over his robes. No, I don't think so, said Dumbledore's portrait. He will know what to do with it. And Severus, be very careful. They may not take kindly to your appearance after George Weasley's mishap. Snape turned at the door. Don't worry, Dumbledore, he said coolly. I have a plan. And Snape left the room. Harry rose up out of the pensive, and moments later he lay on the carpeted floor in exactly the same room. Snape might have just closed the door. Chapter 34. The Forest Again. Finally, the truth.
Lying with his face pressed into the dusty carpet of the office where he had once thought he was learning the secrets of victory, Harry understood at last that he was not supposed to survive. His job was to walk calmly into death's welcoming arms. Along the way, he was to dispose of Voldemort's remaining links to life, so that when at last he flung himself across Voldemort's path and did not raise a wand to defend himself, the end would be clean, and the job that ought to have been done in Godric's Hollow would be finished. Neither would live, neither could survive. He felt his heart pounding fiercely in his chest. How strange that in his dread of death it pumped all the harder, valiantly keeping him alive. But it would have to stop, and soon. Its beats were numbered. How many would there be time for, as he rose and walked through the castle for the last time, out into the grounds and into the forest? Terror washed over him as he lay on the floor, with that funeral drum pounding inside him. Would it hurt to die? All those times he had thought that it was about to happen and escaped. He had never really thought of the thing itself. His will to live had always been so much stronger than his fear of death. Yet it did not occur to him now to try to escape, to outrun Voldemort. It was over. He knew it. And all that was left was the thing itself. Dying. If he could only have died on that summer's night when he had left number 4 Privet Drive for the last time, when the noble phoenix feather wand had saved him. If he could only have died like Hedwig, so quickly he would not have known it had happened. Or if he could have launched himself in front of a wand to save someone he loved. He envied even his parents' deaths now. This cold-blooded walk to his own destruction would require a different kind of bravery. He felt his fingers trembling slightly and made an effort to control them. Although no one could see him, the portraits on the walls were all empty. Slowly, very slowly, he sat up, and as he did so, he felt more alive and more aware of his own living body than ever before. Why had he never appreciated what a miracle he was? Brain and nerve and bounding heart. It would all be gone, or at least, he would be gone from it. His breath came slow and deep, and his mouth and throat were completely dry. But so were his eyes. Dumbledore's betrayal was almost nothing. Of course, there had been a bigger plan. Harry had simply been too foolish to see it. He realized that now. He had never questioned his own assumption that Dumbledore wanted him alive. Now he saw that his lifespan had always been determined by how long it took to eliminate all the Horcruxes. Dumbledore had passed the job of destroying them to him, and obediently he had continued to chip away at the bonds, tying not only Voldemort, but himself to life. How neat, how elegant, not to waste any more lives, but to give the dangerous task to the boy who had already been marked for slaughter, and whose death would not be a calamity, but another blow against Voldemort. And Dumbledore had known that Harry would not duck out, that he would keep going to the end, even though it was his end, because he had taken trouble to get to know him, hadn't he? Dumbledore knew, as Voldemort knew, that Harry would not let anyone else die for him now that he had discovered it was in his power to stop it. The images of Fred, Lupin, and Tonks lying dead in the Great Hall forced their way back into his mind's eye. And for a moment he could hardly breathe. Death was impatient. But Dumbledore had overestimated him. He had failed. The snake survived. One Horcrux remained to bind Voldemort to the earth, even after Harry had been killed. True, that would mean an easier job for somebody. He wondered who would do it. Ron and Hermione would know what needed to be done, of course. That would have been why Dumbledore wanted him to confide in 2 others, so that if he fulfilled his true destiny a little early, they could carry on. Like rain on a cold window, these thoughts pattered against the hard surface of the incontrovertible truth, which was that he must die. I must die. It must end. Ron and Hermione seemed a long way away, in a far-off country. He felt as though he had parted from them long ago. There would be no goodbyes and no explanations. He was determined of that. This was a journey they could not take together, and the attempts they would make to stop him would waste valuable time. He looked down at the battered gold watch he had received on his 17th birthday. Nearly half of the hour allotted by Voldemort for his surrender had elapsed. He stood up. His heart was leaping against his ribs like a frantic bird. Perhaps it knew it had little time left. Perhaps it was determined to fulfill a lifetime's beats before the end. He did not look back as he closed the office door. The castle was empty. He felt ghostly striding through it alone, as if he had already died. The portrait people were still missing from their frames. The whole place was eerily still, as if all its remaining lifeblood were concentrated in the great hall, where the dead and the mourners were crammed. Harry pulled the invisibility cloak over himself and descended through the floors, at last walking down the marble staircase into the entrance hall. Perhaps some tiny part of him hoped to be sensed, to be seen, to be stopped. But the cloak was, as ever, impenetrable, perfect, and he reached the front doors easily. Then Neville nearly walked into him. He was one half of a pair that was carrying a body in from the grounds. Harry glanced down and felt another dull blow to his stomach. Colin Creevey, though underage, must have sneaked back just as Malfoy, Crabbe and Goyle had done. He was tiny in death. "You know what? I can manage him alone, Neville," said Oliver Wood, and he heaved Colin over his shoulder in a fireman's lift and carried him into the great hall. Neville leaned against the doorframe for a moment and wiped his forehead with the back of his hand. He looked like an old man. Then he set off down the steps again into the darkness to recover more bodies. Harry took one glance back at the entrance of the great hall. People were moving around, trying to comfort each other, drinking, kneeling beside the dead. But he could not see any of the people he loved. No hint of Hermione, Ron, Ginny, or any of the other Weasleys. No Luna. He felt he would have given all the time remaining to him for just one last look at them. But then, would he ever have had the strength to stop looking? It was better like this. He moved down the steps and out into the darkness. It was nearly 4 in the morning, and the deathly stillness of the grounds felt as though they were holding their breath, waiting to see whether he could do what he must. Harry moved towards Neville, who was bending over another body. "Neville?" "Blimey, Harry, you nearly gave me heart failure." Harry had pulled off the cloak. The idea had come to him out of nowhere, born out of a desire to make absolutely sure. "Where are you going alone?" Neville asked suspiciously. "It's all part of the plan," said Harry. "There's something I've got to do. Listen, Neville." "Harry?" Neville looked suddenly scared. "Harry, you're not thinking of handing yourself over?" "No," Harry lied easily. "Course not. This is something else. But I might be out of sight for a while. You know Voldemort's snake, Neville? He's got a huge snake, calls it Nagini." "I've heard, yeah. What about it?" "It's got to be killed. Ron and Hermione know that. But just in case they..." The awfulness of that possibility smothered him for a moment, made it impossible to keep talking. But he pulled himself together again. This was crucial. He must be like Dumbledore, keep a cool head, make sure there were backups, others to carry on. Dumbledore had died knowing that 3 people still knew about the Horcruxes. Now Neville would take Harry's place. There would still be 3 in the secret. Just in case they're busy, and you get the chance. Kill the snake? Kill the snake, Harry repeated. All right, Harry. You're okay, are you? I'm fine. Thanks, Neville. But Neville seized his wrist as Harry made to move on. We're all going to keep fighting, Harry. You know that. Yeah, The suffocating feeling extinguished the end of the sentence. He could not go on. Neville did not seem to find it strange. He patted Harry on the shoulder, released him, and walked away to look for more bodies. Harry swung the cloak back over himself and walked on. Someone else was moving not far away, stooping over another prone figure on the ground. He was feet away from her when he realized it was Ginny. He stopped in his tracks. She was crouching over a girl who was whispering for her mother. It's all right, Ginny was saying. It's okay. We're going to get you inside. But I want to go home, whispered the girl. I don't want to fight anymore. I know, said Ginny, and her voice broke. It's going to be all right. Ripples of cold undiluted over Harry's skin. He wanted to shout out to the night. He wanted Ginny to know he was there. He wanted her to know where he was going. He wanted to be stopped, to be dragged back, to be sent back home. But he was home. Hogwarts was the first and best home he had known. He and Voldemort and Snape, the abandoned boys, had all found home here. Ginny was kneeling beside the injured girl now, holding her hand. With a huge effort, Harry forced himself on. He thought he saw Ginny look round as he passed, and wondered whether she had sensed someone walking nearby, but he did not speak, and he did not look back. Hagrid's hut loomed out of the darkness. There were no lights, no sound of Fang scrabbling at the door, his bark booming in welcome. All those visits to Hagrid, and the gleam of the copper kettle on the fire, and rock cakes, and giant grubs, and his great bearded face, and Ron vomiting slugs, and Hermione helping him save Norbert. He moved on, and now he reached the edge of the forest, and he stopped. A swarm of Dementors was gliding amongst the trees. He could feel their chill, and he was not sure he would be able to pass safely through it. He had no strength left for a Patronus. He could no longer control his own trembling. It was not, after all, so easy to die. Every second he breathed, the smell of the grass, the cool air on his face, was so precious. To think that people had years and years, time to waste, so much time it dragged, and he was clinging to each second. At the same time, he thought that he would not be able to go on, and knew that he must. The long game was ended. The snitch had been caught. It was time to leave the air. The snitch. His nerveless fingers fumbled for a moment with the pouch at his neck, and he pulled it out. I open at the close. Breathing hard and fast, he stared down at it. Now that he wanted time to move as slowly as possible, it seemed to have sped up. An understanding was coming so fast, it seemed to have bypassed thought. This was the close. This was the moment. He pressed the golden metal to his lips and whispered, I am about to die. The metal shell broke open.
He lowered his shaking hand, raised Draco's wand beneath the cloak, and murmured, "Lumos." The black stone with its jagged crack running down the centre sat in the two halves of the snitch. The resurrection stone had cracked down the vertical line representing the Elder Wand. The triangle and circle representing the cloak and the stone were all discernible. And again, Harry understood, without having to think. It did not matter about bringing them back, for he was about to join them. He was not really fetching them. They were fetching him. He closed his eyes and turned the stone over in his hand 3 times. He knew it had happened because he heard slight movements around him that suggested frail bodies shifting their footing on the earthy, twig-strewn ground that marked the outer edge of the forest. He opened his eyes and looked around. They were neither ghost nor truly flesh. He could see that. They resembled most closely the riddle that had escaped from the diary so long ago, and he had been memory made nearly solid. Less substantial than living bodies, but much more than ghosts. They moved towards him, and on each face there was the same loving smile. James was exactly the same height as Harry. He was wearing the clothes in which he had died, and his hair was untidy and ruffled, and his glasses were a little lopsided, like Mr. Weasley's. Sirius was tall and handsome, and younger by far than Harry had seen him in life. He loped with an easy grace, his hands in his pockets and a grin on his face. Lupin was younger too, and much less shabby, and his hair was thicker and darker. He looked happy to be back in this familiar place, scene of so many adolescent wanderings. Lily's smile was widest of all. She pushed her long hair back as she drew close to him, and her green eyes, so like his, searched his face hungrily as though she would never be able to look at him enough. "You've been so brave." He could not speak. His eyes feasted on her, and he thought that he would like to stand and look at her forever, and that would be enough. "You are nearly there," said James. "Very close. We are so proud of you." "Does it hurt?" The childish question had fallen from Harry's lips before he could stop it. "Dying? Not at all," said Sirius. "Quicker and easier than falling asleep." "And he will want it to be quick. He wants it over," said Lupin. "I didn't want you to die," Harry said. These words came without his volition. "Any of you. I'm sorry." He addressed Lupin more than any of them, beseeching him. "Right after you'd had your son. Remus, I'm sorry." "I am sorry too," said Lupin. "Sorry I will never know him. But he will know why I died, and I hope he will understand. I was trying to make a world in which he could live a happier life." A chilly breeze that seemed to emanate from the heart of the forest lifted the hair at Harry's brow. He knew that they would not tell him to go, that it would have to be his decision. "You'll stay with me?" "Until the very end," said James. "They won't be able to see you?" asked Harry. "We are part of you," said Sirius, "invisible to anyone else." Harry looked at his mother. "Stay close to me," he said quietly, and he set off. The Dementor's chill did not overcome him. He passed through it with his companions, and they acted like Patronuses to him. And together they marched through the old trees that grew closely together, their branches tangled, their roots gnarled and twisted underfoot. Harry clutched the cloak tightly around him in the darkness, travelling deeper and deeper into the forest, with no idea where exactly Voldemort was, but sure that he would find him. Beside him, making scarcely a sound, walked James, Sirius, Lupin, and Lily, and their presence was his courage, and the reason he was able to keep putting one foot in front of the other. His body and mind felt oddly disconnected now, his limbs working without conscious instruction, as if he were the passenger, not driver, in the body he was about to leave. The dead who walked beside him through the forest were much more real to him now than the living back at the castle. Ron, Hermione, Ginny, and all the others were the ones who felt like ghosts as he stumbled and slipped towards the end of his life, towards Voldemort. A thud and a whisper. Some other living creature had stirred close by. Harry stopped under the cloak, peering around, listening, and his mother and father, Lupin and Sirius, stopped too. "Someone there?" came a rough whisper close at hand. "He's got an invisibility cloak. Could it be?" Two figures emerged from behind a nearby tree. Their wands flared. Harry saw Yaxley and Dolohov peering into the darkness, directly at the place Harry, his mother and father, and Sirius and Lupin stood. Apparently they could not see anything. "Definitely heard something," said Yaxley. "Animal, do you reckon?" "That head case Hagrid kept a whole bunch of stuff in here," said Dolohov, glancing over his shoulder. Yaxley looked down at his watch. "Time's nearly up. Potter's had his hour. He's not coming." "And he was sure he'd come. He won't be happy." "Better go back," said Yaxley. "Find out what the plan is now." He and Dolohov turned and walked deeper into the forest. Harry followed them, knowing that they would lead him exactly where he wanted to go. He glanced sideways, and his mother smiled at him, and his father nodded encouragement. They had travelled on mere minutes when Harry saw light ahead, and Yaxley and Dolohov stepped out into a clearing that Harry knew had been the place where the monstrous Aragog had once lived. The remnants of his vast web were there still, but the swarm of descendants he had spawned had been driven out by the Death Eaters to fight for their cause. A fire burnt in the middle of the clearing, and its flickering light fell over a crowd of completely silent, watchful Death Eaters. Some of them were still masked and hooded. Others showed their faces. Two giants sat on the outskirts of the group, casting massive shadows over the scene. Their faces cruel, rough-hewn like rock. Harry saw Fenrir skulking, chewing his long nails. The great blonde Raoul was dabbing at his bleeding lip. He saw Lucius Malfoy, who looked defeated and terrified, and Narcissa, whose eyes were sunken and full of apprehension. Every eye was fixed upon Voldemort, who stood with his head bowed and his white hands folded over the Elder Wand in front of him. He might have been praying, or else counting silently in his mind, and Harry, standing still on the edge of the scene, thought absurdly of a child counting in a game of hide-and-seek. Behind his head, still swirling and coiling, the great snake Nagini floated in her glittering, charmed cage, like a monstrous halo. When Dolohov and Yaxley rejoined the circle, Voldemort looked up. "No sign of him, my lord," said Dolohov. Voldemort's expression did not change. The red eyes seemed to burn in the firelight. Slowly he drew the Elder Wand between his long fingers. "My lord," Bellatrix had spoken. She sat closest to Voldemort, dishevelled, her face a little bloody, but otherwise unharmed. Voldemort raised his hand to silence her, and she did not speak another word, but eyed him in worshipful fascination. "I thought he would come," said Voldemort in his high, clear voice, his eyes on the leaping flames. "I expected him to come." Nobody spoke. They seemed as scared as Harry, whose heart was now throwing itself against his ribs, as though determined to escape the body he was about to cast aside. His hands were sweating, as he pulled off the invisibility cloak and stuffed it behind his robes. With his wand, he did not want to be tempted to fight. It seems, mistaken, said Voldemort. You weren't. Harry said it as loudly as he could, with all the force he could muster. He did not want to sound afraid. The resurrection stone slipped from beneath his numb fingers, and out of the corner of his eyes he saw his parents, Sirius and Lupin, vanish as if he stepped forwards into the firelight. At that moment he felt that nobody mattered but Voldemort. It was just the two of them. The illusion was gone as soon as it had come. The giants roared as the Death Eaters rose together, and there were many cries, gasps, even laughter. Voldemort had frozen where he stood, but his red eyes had found Harry, and he stared as Harry moved towards him, with nothing but the fire between them. Then a voice yelled, "Harry, no!" He turned. Hagrid was bound and trussed, tied to a nearby tree. His massive body shook the branches overhead as he struggled, desperate. No! No! Harry, what are you... Quiet! Shouted Raoul, and with a flick of his wand, Hagrid was silenced. Bellatrix, who had leapt to her feet, was looking eagerly from Voldemort to Harry, her breast heaving. The only things that moved were the flames and the snake, coiling and uncoiling in the glittering cage behind Voldemort's head. Harry could feel his wand against his chest, but he made no attempt to draw it. He knew that the snake was too well protected, knew that if he managed to point the wand at Nagini, 50 curses would hit him first. And still, Voldemort and Harry looked at each other. And now, Voldemort tilted his head a little to the side, considering the boy standing before him, and a singularly mirthless smile curled the lipless mouth. "Harry Potter," he said very softly. His voice might have been part of the spitting fire. "The boy who lived." None of the Death Eaters moved. They were waiting. Everything was waiting. Hagrid was struggling, and Bellatrix was panting. And Harry thought inexplicably of Ginny and her blazing look, and the feel of her lips on his. Voldemort had raised his wand. His head was still tilted to one side, like a curious child, wondering what would happen if he proceeded. Harry looked back into the red eyes and wanted it to happen now, quickly, while he could still stand, before he lost control, before he betrayed fear. He saw the mouth move, and a flash of green light, and everything was gone. Chapter 35. King's Cross. He lay face down, listening to the silence. He was perfectly alone. Nobody was watching. Nobody else was there. He was not perfectly sure that he was there himself. A long time later, or maybe no time at all, it came to him that he must exist, must be more than disembodied thought, because he was definitely lying on some surface. Therefore, he had a sense of a touch, and the thing against which he lay existed too. Almost as soon as he had reached this conclusion, Harry became conscious that he was naked, convinced as he was of his total solitude. This did not concern him, but it did intrigue him slightly. He wondered whether, as he could feel, he would be able to see. In opening them, he discovered that he had eyes. He lay in a bright mist, though it was not like mist he had ever experienced before. His surroundings were not hidden by cloudy vapour. Rather, the cloudy vapour had not yet formed into surroundings. The floor on which he lay seemed to be white, neither warm nor cold, but simply there, a flat, blank something on which to be. He sat up. His body appeared unscathed. He touched his face. He was not wearing glasses anymore. Then a noise reached him through the unformed nothingness that surrounded him. The small, soft thumpings of something that flapped, flailed, and struggled. It was a pitiful noise, yet also slightly indecent. He had the uncomfortable feeling that he was eavesdropping on something furtive, shameful. For the first time, he wished he were clothed. Barely had the wish formed in his head than robes appeared, a short distance away. He took them and pulled them on. They were soft, clean and warm. It was extraordinary how they had appeared, just like that, the moment he had wanted them. He stood up, looking around. Was he in some great room of requirement? The longer he looked, the more there was to see. A great domed glass roof glittered high above him in sunlight. Perhaps it was a palace. All was hushed and still, except for those odd thumping and whimpering noises coming from somewhere close by in the mist. Harry turned slowly on the spot, and his surroundings seemed to invent themselves before his eyes. A wide, open space, bright and clean. A hall larger by far than the Great Hall, with that clear, domed glass ceiling. It was quite empty. He was the only person there, except for... He recoiled. He had spotted the thing that was making the noises. It had the form of a small, naked child, curled on the ground. Its skin raw and rough, flayed-looking, and it lay shuddering under a seat where it had been left, unwanted, stuffed out of sight, struggling for breath. He was afraid of it. Small and fragile and wounded though it was, he did not want to approach it. Nevertheless, he drew slowly nearer, ready to jump back at any moment. Soon he stood near enough to touch it, yet he could not bring himself to do it. He felt like a coward. He ought to comfort it, but it repulsed him. You cannot help. He spun round. Albus Dumbledore was walking towards him, sprightly and upright, wearing sweeping robes of midnight blue. Harry, he spread his arms wide, and his hands were both whole and white and undamaged. You wonderful boy. You brave, brave man. Let us walk. Stunned, Harry followed as Dumbledore strode away from where the flayed child lay whimpering, leading him to two seats that Harry had not previously noticed, set some distance away under that high, sparkling ceiling. Dumbledore sat down in one of them, and Harry fell into the other, staring at his old headmaster's face. Dumbledore's long, silver hair and beard, and piercingly blue eyes behind half-moon spectacles, the crooked nose. Everything was as he had remembered it, and yet... But you're dead, said Harry. Oh, yes, said Dumbledore matter-of-factly. Then I'm dead too. Ah, said Dumbledore, smiling more broadly, that is the question, isn't it? On the whole, dear boy, I think not. They looked at each other, the old man still beaming. Not? Repeated Harry. Not, said Dumbledore. But Harry raised his hand instinctively towards the lightning scar. It did not seem to be there. But I should have died. I didn't defend myself. I meant to let him kill me. And that, said Dumbledore, will, I think, have made all the difference. Happiness seemed to radiate from Dumbledore like light, like fire. Harry had never seen the man so utterly, so palpably content. Explain, said Harry. But you already know, said Dumbledore. He twiddled his thumbs together. I let him kill me, said Harry. Didn't I? You did, said Dumbledore, nodding. Go on. So, the part of his soul that was in me... Dumbledore nodded still more enthusiastically, urging Harry onwards, a broad smile of encouragement on his face. Has it gone? Oh, yes, said Dumbledore. Yes, he destroyed it. Your soul is whole and completely your own, Harry. But then... Harry glanced over his shoulder to where the small, named creature trembled under the chair. What is that, Professor? Something that is beyond either of our help, said Dumbledore. But if Voldemort used the killing curse, Harry started again, and nobody died for me this time, how can I be alive? I think you know, said Dumbledore. Think back. Remember what he did in his ignorance, in his greed, and his cruelty. Harry thought. He let his gaze drift over his surroundings. If it was indeed a palace in which they sat, it was an odd one, with chairs sit in little rows of bits of railing here and there, and still he and Dumbledore and the stunted creature under the chair were the only beings there. Then the answer rose to his lips easily, without effort. He took my blood, said Harry. Precisely, said Dumbledore. He took your blood and rebuilt his living body with it. Your blood in his veins, Harry. Lily's protection inside both of you. He tethered you to life while he lives. I live while he lives? But I thought it was the other way round. I thought we both had to die. Or is it the same thing? He was distracted by the whimpering and thumping of the agonized creature behind them, and glanced back at it yet again. Are you sure we can't do anything? There is no help possible. Then explain. More, said Harry, and Dumbledore smiled. You were the seventh Horcrux, Harry. The Horcrux he never meant to make. He had rendered his soul so unstable that it broke apart when he committed those acts of unspeakable evil. The murder of your parents, the attempted killing of a child. But what escaped from that room was even less than he knew. He left more than his body behind. He left part of himself latched to you, the would-be victim who had survived. And his knowledge remained woefully incomplete, Harry. That which Voldemort does not value, he takes no trouble to comprehend. Of house elves and children's tales, of love, loyalty, and innocence, Voldemort knows and understands nothing. Nothing. That they all have a power beyond his own, a power behind the reach of any magic, is a truth he has never grasped. He took your blood, believing it would strengthen him. He took into his body a tiny part of the enchantment your mother laid upon you when she died for you. His body keeps her sacrifice alive. And while that enchantment survives, so do you, and so does Voldemort's one last hope for himself. Dumbledore smiled at Harry, and Harry stared at him. And you knew this? You knew all along? I guessed. But my guesses have, usually, been good, said Dumbledore happily, and they sat in silence for what seemed like a long time, while the creature behind them continued to whimper and tremble. There's more, said Harry. There's more to it. Why did my wand break the wand he borrowed? As to that, I cannot be sure. Have a guess, then, said Harry, and Dumbledore laughed. What you must understand, Harry, is that you and Lord Voldemort have journeyed together into realms of magic, hitherto unknown and untested. But here is what I think happened. And it is unprecedented, and no one could, I think, have ever predicted it or explained it to Voldemort. Without meaning to, as you now know, Lord Voldemort doubled the bond between you when he returned to a human form. A part of his soul was still attached to yours, and, thinking to strengthen himself, he took a part of your mother's sacrifice into himself. If he could only have understood the precise and terrible power of that sacrifice, he would not, perhaps, have dared to touch your blood. But then, if he had been able to understand, he could not be Lord Voldemort, and might never have murdered at all. Having ensured this twofold connection, having wrapped your destinies together more securely than ever two wizards were joined in history, Voldemort proceeded to attack you with a wand that shared a core with yours. And now something very strange happened. As we know, the cores reacted in a way that Lord Voldemort, who never knew that your wand was twin of his, had never expected. He was more afraid than you were that night, Harry. You had accepted, even embraced, the possibility of death, something Lord Voldemort has never been able to do. Your courage won. Your wand overpowered his, and in doing so, something happened between those wands, something that echoed the relationship between their masters. I believe that your wand imbibed some of the power and qualities of Voldemort's wand that night, which is to say that it contained a little of Voldemort himself. So your wand recognized him when he pursued you, recognized a man who was both kin and mortal enemy, and it regurgitated some of his own magic against him. Magic much more powerful than anything Lucius's wand had ever performed. Your wand now contained the power of your enormous courage, and of Voldemort's own deadly skill. What chance did that poor stick of Lucius Malfoy's stand? But if my wand was so powerful, how come Hermione was able to break it? Asked Harry. My dear boy, its remarkable effects were directed only at Voldemort, who had tampered so ill-advisedly with the deepest laws of magic. Only towards him was that wand abnormally powerful. Otherwise it was a wand like any other, though a good one, I am sure. Dumbledore finished kindly. Harry sat in thought for a long time, or perhaps seconds. It was very hard to be sure of things like time here. He killed me with your wand. He failed to kill you with my wand, Dumbledore corrected Harry. I think we can agree that you are not dead. Though, of course, he added, as if fearing he had been discourteous, I do not minimize your suffering, for suffering which I am sure was severe. I feel great at the moment, though, said Harry, looking down at his clean, embellished hands. Where are we, exactly? Well, I was going to ask you that, said Dumbledore, looking around. Where would you say that we are? Until Dumbledore had asked, Harry had not known. Now, however, he found that he had an answer ready to give. It looks, he said slowly, like King's Cross Station, except a lot cleaner and empty, and there are no trains as far as I can see. King's Cross Station? Dumbledore was chuckling immoderately. Good gracious. Really? Well, where do you think we are? Asked Harry a little defensively. My dear boy, I have no idea. This is, as they say, your party. Harry had no idea what this meant. Dumbledore was being infuriating. He glared at him, then remembered a much more pressing question than that of their current location. The Deathly Hallows, he said, and he was glad to see that the words wiped the smile from Dumbledore's face. Yes, he said. He even looked a little worried.
Well? For the first time since Harry had met Dumbledore, he looked less than an old man. Much less. He looked fleetingly like a small boy caught in wrongdoing. "Can you forgive me?" he said. "Can you forgive me for not trusting you? For not telling you? Harry, I only feared that you would fail as I had failed. I only dreaded that you would make my mistakes. I crave your pardon, Harry. I have known for some time now that you are the better man." "What are you talking about?" asked Harry, startled by Dumbledore's tone, by the sudden tears in his eyes. The Hallows, murmured Dumbledore. "A desperate man's dream." "But they're real." "Real and dangerous and a law for fools," said Dumbledore. "And I was such a fool. But you know, don't you? I have no secrets from you any more. You know." "What do I know?" Dumbledore turned his whole body to face Harry, and tears still sparkled in the brilliantly blue eyes. "Master of Death, Harry. Master of Death. Was I better, ultimately, than Voldemort?" "Of course you were," said Harry. "Of course. How can you ask that? You never killed if you could avoid it." "True, said Dumbledore, and he was like a child seeking reassurance. "Yet I, too, sought a way to conquer death, Harry." "Not the way he did," said Harry. After all his anger at Dumbledore, how odd it was to sit here beneath the high-vaulted ceiling and defend Dumbledore from himself. "Hallows, not Horcruxes." "Hallows," murmured Dumbledore. "Not Horcruxes. Precisely." There was a pause. The creature behind them whimpered, but Harry no longer looked around. "Grindelwald was looking for them too?" he asked. Dumbledore closed his eyes for a moment, and nodded. "It was the thing, above all, that drew us together," he said quietly. "Two clever, arrogant boys with a shared obsession. He wanted to come to Godric's Hollow, as I am sure you have guessed, because of the grave of Ignotus Peverell. He wanted to explore the place the third brother had died." "So it's true?" asked Harry. "All of it? The Peverell brothers?" "Were the three brothers of the tale," said Dumbledore, nodding. "Oh yes, I think so. Whether they met death on a lonely road, I think it more likely that the Peverell brothers were simply gifted, dangerous wizards who succeeded in creating those powerful objects. The story of them being Death's own Hallows seems to me the sort of legend that might have sprung up around such creations. The cloak, as you know now, travelled down through the ages, father to son, mother to daughter, right down to Ignotus's last living descendant, who was born, as Ignotus was, in the village of Godric's Hollow." Dumbledore smiled at Harry. "Me? You. You have guessed, I know, why the cloak was in my possession on the night your parents died. James had showed it to me just a few days previously. It explained much of his undetected wrongdoing at school. I could hardly believe what I was seeing. I asked to borrow it, to examine it. I had long since given up my dream of uniting the Hallows, but I could not resist, could not help taking a closer look. It was a cloak the likes of which I had never seen, immensely old, perfect in every respect. And then your father died, and I had two Hallows at last, all to myself."
His tone was unbearably bitter. The cloak wouldn't have helped them survive, though, Harry said quickly. Voldemort knew where my mum and dad were. The cloak couldn't have made them curse-proof. True, sighed Dumbledore. True. Harry waited, but Dumbledore did not speak, so he prompted him. So you'd given up looking for the Hallows when you saw the cloak? Oh, yes, said Dumbledore faintly. It seemed that he forced himself to meet Harry's eyes. You know what happened. You know. You cannot despise me more than I despise myself. But I don't despise you. Then you should, said Dumbledore. He drew a deep breath. You know the secret of my sister's ill health. What those muggles did. What she became. You know how my poor father sought revenge and paid the price. Died in Azkaban. You know how my mother gave up on her own life to care for Ariana. I resented it, Harry. Dumbledore stated it boldly, coldly. He was looking, now, over the top of Harry's head into the distance. I was gifted. I was brilliant. I wanted to escape. I wanted to shine. I wanted glory. Do not misunderstand me, he said, and pain crossed the face so that he looked ancient again. I loved them. I loved my parents. I loved my brother and my sister. But I was selfish, Harry. More selfish than you, who are a remarkably selfless person, could possibly imagine. So that when my mother died, and I was left the responsibility of a damaged sister and a wayward brother, I returned to my village in anger and bitterness, trapped and wasted, I thought. And then, of course, he came. Dumbledore looked directly into Harry's eyes again. Grindelwald, you cannot imagine how his ideas caught me, Harry, inflamed me. Muggles forced into subservience. We wizards triumphant, Grindelwald and I, the glorious young leaders of the revolution. Oh, I had a few scruples. I assuaged my conscience with empty words. It would all be for the greater good, and any harm done would be repaid 100-fold in benefits for wizards. Did I know, in my heart of hearts, what Gellert Grindelwald was? I think I did, but I closed my eyes. If the plans we were making came to fruition, all my dreams would come true. And at the heart of our schemes, the Deathly Hallows. How they fascinated him. How they fascinated both of us. The unbeatable wand. The weapon that would lead us to power. The resurrection stone. To him, though I pretended not to know it, it meant an army of inferi. To me, I confess, it meant the return of my parents, and the lifting of all responsibility from my shoulders. And the cloak. Somehow we never discussed the cloak much, Harry. Both of us could conceal ourselves well enough without the cloak. The true magic of which, of course, is that it can be used to protect and shield others as well as its owner. I thought that if we ever found it, it might be useful in hiding Ariana. But our interest in the cloak was mainly that it completed the trio, for the legend said that the man who united all three objects would then be truly master of death, which we took to mean invincible. Invincible masters of death, Grindelwald and Dumbledore. 2 months of insanity, of cruel dreams, and neglect of the only 2 members of my family left to me. And then, You know what happened. Reality returned, in the form of my rough, unlettered, and indefinitely more admirable brother. I did not want to hear the truths he shouted at me. I did not want to hear that I could not set forth to seek hallows with a fragile and unstable sister in tow. The argument became a fight. Grindelwald lost control, that which I had always sensed in him, though I pretended not to, now sprang into terrible being. And Ariana, after all my mother's care and caution, lay dead upon the floor. Dumbledore gave a little gasp and began to cry in earnest. Harry reached out and was glad to find that he could touch him. He gripped his arms tightly, and Dumbledore gradually regained control. Well, Grindelwald fled, as anyone but I could have predicted. He vanished, with his plans for seizing power, and his schemes for Muggle torture, and his dreams of the Deathly Hallows. Dreams in which I had encouraged him and helped him. He ran while I was left to bury my sister and learn to live with my guilt and my terrible grief, the price of my shame. Years passed. There were rumours about him. They said he had procured a wand of immense power. I, meanwhile, was offered the post of Minister for Magic, not once, but several times. Naturally, I refused. I had learned that I was not to be trusted with power.
But you'd have been better, much better than Fudge or Scrimgeour, burst out Harry.
Would I? Asked Dumbledore heavily. I am not so sure. I had proven, as a very young man, that power was my weakness and my temptation. It is a curious thing, Harry, but perhaps those who are best suited to power are those who have never sought it, those who, like you, have leadership thrust upon them and take up the mantle because they must, and find to their own surprise that they wear it well. I was safer at Hogwarts. I think I was a good teacher. You were the best. You are very kind, Harry. But while I busied myself with the training of young wizards, Grindelwald was raising an army. They say he feared me, and perhaps he did. But less, I think, than I feared him. Oh, not death, said Dumbledore, in answer to Harry's questioning look. Not what he could do to me magically. I knew that we were evenly matched. Perhaps that I was a shade more skillful. It was the truth I feared. You see, I never knew which of us in that last horrific fight had actually cast the curse that killed my sister. You may call me coward. You would be right. Harry, I dreaded beyond all things the knowledge that it had been I who brought about her death, not merely through my arrogance and stupidity, but that I actually struck the blow that snuffed out her life. I think he knew it. I think he knew what frightened me. I delayed meeting him until, finally, it would have been too shameful to resist any longer. People were dying, and he seemed unstoppable, and I had to do what I could. Well, you know what happened next. I won the duel. I won the wand. Another silence. Harry did not ask whether Dumbledore had ever found out who struck Ariana dead. He did not want to know, and even less did he want Dumbledore to have to tell him. At last he knew what Dumbledore would have seen when he looked in the mirror of Erised, and why Dumbledore had been so understanding of the fascination it had exercised over Harry. They sat in silence for a long time, and the whimperings of the creature behind them barely disturbed Harry any more. At last he said, Grindelwald tried to stop Voldemort going after the wand. He lied, you know, pretended he had never had it. Dumbledore nodded, looking down at his lap, tears still glittering on the crooked nose. They say he showed remorse in later years, alone in his cell at Nurmengard. I hope that it is true. I would like to think he did feel the horror and shame of what he had done. Perhaps that lie to Voldemort was his attempt to make amends, to prevent Voldemort from taking the Hallow. Or maybe from breaking into your tomb, suggested Harry, and Dumbledore dabbed his eyes. After another short pause, Harry said, "You tried to use the Resurrection Stone." Dumbledore nodded. "When I discovered it, after all those years, buried in the abandoned home of the Gaunts, the Hallow I had craved most of all, though, in my youth, I had wanted it for very different reasons. I lost my head, Harry. I quite forgot that it was now a Horcrux, that the ring was sure to carry a curse. I picked it up and I put it on, and for a second I imagined that I was about to see Ariana, and my mother, and my father, and to tell them how very, very sorry I was. I was such a fool, Harry. After all those years, I had learned nothing. I was unworthy to unite the Deathly Hallows. I had proved it time and again, and here was final proof." "Why?" said Harry. "It was natural. You wanted to see them again. What's wrong with that?" "Maybe a man in a million could unite the Hallows, Harry. I was fit only to possess the meanest of them, the least extraordinary. I was fit to own the Elder Wand, and not to boast of it, and not to kill with it. I was permitted to tame and to use it, because I took it not for gain, but to save others from it. But the cloak, I took it out of vain curiosity, and so it could never have worked for me as it works for you, its true owner. The stone I would have used in an attempt to drag back those who are at peace, rather than to enable my self-sacrifice as you did. You are the worthy possessor of the Hallows." Dumbledore patted Harry's hand, and Harry looked up at the old man and smiled. He could not help himself. How could he remain angry with Dumbledore now? "Why did you have to make it so difficult?" Dumbledore's smile was tremulous. "I am afraid I counted on Miss Granger to slow you up, Harry. I was afraid that your hot head might dominate your good heart. I was scared that if I presented outright with the facts about those tempting objects, you might seize the Hallows as I did, at the wrong time, for the wrong reasons. If you laid hands on them, I wanted you to possess them safely. You are the true master of death, because the true master does not seek to run away from death. He accepts that he must die, and understands that there are far, far worse things in the living world than dying." "And Voldemort never knew about the Hallows?" "I do not think so, because he did not recognize the Resurrection Stone he turned into a Horcrux. But even if he had known about them, Harry, I doubt that he would have been interested in any except the first. He would not think that he needed the cloak. And, as for the stone, whom would he want to bring back from the dead? He fears the dead. He does not love." "But you expected him to go after the wand?" "I have been sure that he would try, ever since your wand beat Voldemort's in the graveyard of Little Hangleton. At first he was afraid that you had conquered him by superior skill. Once he had kidnapped Ollivander, however, He discovered the existence of the twin cores. He thought that explained everything. Yet the borrowed wand did no better against yours. So Voldemort, instead of asking himself what quality it was in you that had made your wand so strong, what gift you possessed that he did not, naturally set out to find the one wand that, they said, would beat any other. For him, the Elder Wand has become an obsession to rival his obsession with you. He believes that the Elder Wand removes his last weakness and makes him truly invincible. Poor Severus. If you planned your death with Snape, you meant him to end up with the Elder Wand, didn't you? I admit that was my intention, said Dumbledore. But it did not work as I intended, did it? No, said Harry. That bit didn't work out. The creature behind them jerked and moaned, and Harry and Dumbledore sat without talking for the longest time yet. The realization of what would happen next settled gradually over Harry in the long minutes, like softly falling snow. I've got to go back, haven't I? That is up to you. I've got a choice? Oh yes, Dumbledore smiled at him. We are in King's Cross Station, you say? I think that if you decided not to go back, you would be able to, let's say, board a train. And where would it take me? On, said Dumbledore simply. Silence again. Voldemort's got the Elder Wand. True. Voldemort has the Elder Wand. But you want me to go back? I think, said Dumbledore, that if you choose to return, there is a chance that he may be finished for good. I cannot promise it, but I know this, Harry, that you have less to fear from returning here than he does. Harry glanced again at the raw-looking thing that trembled and choked in the shadow beneath the distant chair. Do not pity the dead, Harry. Pity the living, and, above all, those who live without love. By returning, you may ensure that fewer souls are maimed, fewer families are torn apart. If that seems to you a worthy goal, then we say goodbye for the present. Harry nodded and sighed. Leaving this place would not be nearly as hard as walking into the forest had been, but it was warm and light and peaceful here, and he knew that he was heading back to pain and the fear of more loss. He stood up, and Dumbledore did the same, and they looked for a long moment into each other's faces. Tell me one last thing, said Harry. Is this real, or has this been happening inside my head? Dumbledore beamed at him, and his voice sounded loud and strong in Harry's ears, even though the bright mist was descending again, obscuring his figure. Of course it is happening inside your head, Harry. But why on earth should that mean that it is not real?
Chapter 36. The Flaw in the Plan. He was lying face down on the ground again. The smell of the forest filled his nostrils. He could feel the cold, hard ground beneath his cheek, and the hinge of his glasses, which had been knocked sideways by the fall, cutting into his temple. Every inch of him ached, and the place where the killing curse had hit him felt like the bruise of an ironclad punch. He did not stir, but remained exactly where he had fallen, with his left arm bent out at an awkward angle, and his mouth gaping. He had expected to hear cheers of triumph and jubilation at his death, but instead hurried footsteps, whispers, and solicitous murmurs filled the air. "My lord? My lord!" It was Bellatrix's voice, and she spoke as if to a lover. Harry did not dare open his eyes, but allowed his other senses to explore his predicament.
He knew that his wand was still stowed beneath his robes, because he could feel it pressed between his chest and the ground. A slight cushioning effect in the area of his stomach told him that the invisibility cloak was also there, stuffed out of sight. "My lord?" "That will do," said Voldemort's voice. More footsteps. Several people were backing away from the same spot. Desperate to see what was happening and why, Harry opened his eyes by a millimeter. Voldemort seemed to be getting to his feet. Various Death Eaters were hurrying away from him, returning to the crowd lining the clearing. Bellatrix alone remained behind, kneeling beside Voldemort. Harry closed his eyes again and considered what he had seen. The Death Eaters had been huddled around Voldemort, who seemed to have fallen to the ground. Something had happened when he had hit Harry with the killing curse. Had Voldemort too collapsed? It seemed like it. And both of them had fallen briefly unconscious, and both of them had now returned. "My lord, let me—" "I do not require assistance," said Voldemort coldly, and though he could not see it, Harry pictured Bellatrix withdrawing a helpful hand. "The boy, is he dead?" There was a complete silence in the clearing. Nobody approached Harry, but he felt their concentrated gaze. It seemed to press him harder into the ground, and he was terrified a finger or an eyelid might twitch. "You," said Voldemort, and there was a bang and a small shriek of pain. "Examine him. Tell me whether he is dead." Harry did not know who had been sent to verify. He could only lie there with his heart thumping traitorously and wait to be examined. But at the same time, noting, small comfort though it was, that Voldemort was wary of approaching him, that Voldemort suspected that all had not gone to plan. Hands, softer than he had been expecting, touched Harry's face, pulled back an eyelid, crept beneath his shirt, down to his chest, and felt his heart. He could hear the woman's fast breathing. Her long hair trickled his face. He knew that she could feel the steady pounding of life against his ribs. "Is Draco alive? Is he in the castle?" The whisper was barely audible. Her lips were an inch from his ear. Her head bent so low that her long hair shielded his face from the onlookers. "Yes," he breathed back. He felt the hand on his chest contract. Her nails pierced him. Then it was withdrawn. She had sat up. "He is dead," Narcissa Malfoy called to the watchers. And now they shouted. Now they yelled in triumph and stamped their feet. And through his eyelids, Harry saw bursts of red and silver light shoot into the air in celebration. Still feigning death on the ground, he understood. Narcissa knew that the only way she would be permitted to enter Hogwarts and find her son was as part of the conquering army. She no longer cared whether Voldemort won. "You see," screeched Voldemort over the tumult, "Harry Potter is dead by my hand, and no man alive can threaten me now. Watch! Crucio!" Harry had been expecting it, knew his body would not be allowed to remain unsullied upon the forest floor. He must be subjected to humiliation to prove Voldemort's victory. He was lifted into the air, and it took all his determination to remain limp. Yet the pain he expected did not come. He was thrown once, twice, 3 times into the air. His glasses flew off, and he felt his wand slide a little beneath his robes. But he kept himself floppy and lifeless. And when he fell to the ground for the last time, the clearing echoed with jeers and shrieks of laughter. "Now," said Voldemort, "we go to the castle and show them what has become of their hero. Who shall drag the body? No. Wait." There was a fresh outbreak of laughter, and after a few moments, Harry felt the ground trembling beneath him. "You carry him," Voldemort said. "He will be nice and visible in your arms, will he not? Pick up your little friend, Hagrid. And the glasses. Put on the glasses. He must be recognizable." Someone slammed Harry's glasses back onto his face with deliberate force. But the enormous hands that lifted him into the air were exceedingly gentle. Harry could feel Hagrid's arms trembling with the force of his heaving sobs. Great tears splashed down upon him as Hagrid cradled Harry in his arms, and Harry did not dare, by movement or word, to imitate to Hagrid that all was not yet lost. "Move," said Voldemort, and Hagrid stumbled forwards, forcing his way through the close-growing trees, back through the forest. Branches caught at Harry's hair and robes, but he lay quiescent, his mouth lolling open, his eyes shut, and in the darkness, while the Death Eaters crowded all around them, and while Hagrid sobbed blindly, nobody looked to see whether a pulse beat in the exposed neck of Harry Potter. The two giants crashed along behind the Death Eaters. Harry could hear trees creaking and falling as they passed, and they made so much din that birds rose, shrieking into the sky, and even the jeers of the Death Eaters were drowned. The victorious procession marched on towards the open ground, and after a while, Harry could tell, by the lightening of the darkness through his closed eyelids, that the trees were beginning to thin. "Bane!" Hagrid's unexpected bellow nearly forced Harry's eyes open. "Happy now, are you, that you didn't fight, you cowardly bunch of nags? Are you happy Harry Potter's dead?" Hagrid could not continue, but broke down in fresh tears. Harry wondered how many centaurs were watching their procession pass. He dared not open his eyes to look. Some of the Death Eaters called insults at the centaurs as they left them behind. A little later, Harry sensed by a freshening of air that they had reached the edge of the forest. "Stop." Harry thought that Hagrid must have been forced to obey Voldemort's command, because he lurched a little, and now a chill settled over them where they stood, and Harry heard the rasping breath of the Dementors that patrolled the outer trees. They would not affect him now. The fact of his own survival burned inside him, a talisman against them, as though his father's stag kept guardian in his heart. Someone passed close by Harry, and he knew that it was Voldemort himself, because he spoke a moment later. His voice magically magnified so that it swelled through the grounds, crashing upon Harry's eardrums. "Harry Potter is dead. He was killed as he ran away, trying to save himself while you laid down your lives for him. We bring you his body as proof that your hero is gone. The battle is won. You have lost half of your fighters. My Death Eaters outnumber you, and the boy who lived is finished. There must be no more war. Anyone who continues to resist, man, woman, or child, will be slaughtered, as will every member of their family. Come out of the castle now, kneel before me, and you shall be spared. Your parents and children, your brothers and sisters will live and be forgiven, and you will join me in the new world we shall build together." There was silence in the grounds and from the castle. Voldemort was so close to him that Harry did not dare open his eyes again. "Come," said Voldemort, and Harry heard him move ahead, and Hagrid was forced to follow. Now Harry opened his eyes a fraction, and saw Voldemort striding in front of them, wearing the great snake Nagini around his shoulders, who was now free of her enchanted cage. But Harry had no possibility of extracting the wand concealed under his robes without being noticed by the Death Eaters, who marched on either side of them through the slowly lightening darkness. "Harry," sobbed Hagrid. "Oh, Harry, Harry." Harry shut his eyes tight again. He knew that they were approaching the castle, and strained his ears to distinguish, above the gleeful voices of the Death Eaters and their tramping footsteps, signs of life from those within. Stop. The Death Eaters came to a halt. Harry heard them spreading out in a line facing the open front doors of the castle. He could see, even through his closed lids, the reddish glow that meant light streamed upon him from the entrance hall. He waited. Any moment, the people for whom he had tried to die would see him, lying apparently dead, in Hagrid's arms. "No!" The scream was more terrible because he had never expected or dreamed that Professor McGonagall could make such a sound. He heard another woman laughing nearby, and knew that Bellatrix gloried in McGonagall's despair. He squinted again for a single second, and saw the open doorway filling with people as the survivors of the battle came out onto the front steps to face their vanquishers and see the truth of Harry's death for themselves. He saw Voldemort standing a little in front of him, stroking Nagini's head with a single white finger. He closed his eyes again. "No! No! Harry! Harry!" Ron, Hermione and Ginny's voices were worse than McGonagall's. Harry wanted nothing more than to call back, yet he made himself lie silent, and their cries acted like a trigger. The crowd of survivors took up the cause, screaming and yelling abuse at the Death Eaters until... "Silence!" cried Voldemort, and there was a bang and a flash of bright light, and silence was forced upon them all. "It is over. Set him down, Hagrid, at my feet, where he belongs." Harry felt himself lowered onto the grass. "You see," said Voldemort, and Harry felt him striding backwards and forwards right beside the place where he lay. "Harry Potter is dead. Do you understand now, deluded ones? He was nothing, ever but a boy who relied on others to sacrifice themselves for him." "He beat you!" yelled Ron, and the charm broke, and the defenders of Hogwarts were shouting and screaming again until a second, more powerful bang extinguished their voices once more. "He was killed while trying to sneak out of the castle grounds," said Voldemort, and there was relish in his voice for the lie. "Killed while trying to save himself." But Voldemort broke off. Harry heard a scuffle and a shout, then another bang, a flash of light, and a grunt of pain. He opened his eyes an infinitesimal amount. Someone had broken free of the crowd and charged at Voldemort. Harry saw the figure hit the ground, disarmed, Voldemort throwing the challenger's wand aside and laughing. "And who is this?" he said in his soft snake hiss. "Who has volunteered to demonstrate what happens to those who continue to fight when the battle is lost?" Bellatrix gave a delighted laugh. "It is Neville Longbottom, my lord. The boy who has been giving the Carrows so much trouble. The son of the Auras, remember?" "Ah, yes, I remember," said Voldemort, looking down at Neville, who was struggling back to his feet, unarmed and unprotected, standing in the no-man's land between the survivors and the Death Eaters. "But you are a pureblood, aren't you, my brave boy?" Voldemort asked Neville, who stood facing him, his empty hands curled in fists. "So what if I am?" said Neville loudly. "You show spirit and bravery, and you come of noble stock. You will make a very valuable Death Eater. We need your kind, Neville Longbottom." "I'll join you when hell freezes over," said Neville. "Dumbledore's army!" he shouted, and there was an answering cheer from the crowd, whom Voldemort's silencing charms seemed unable to hold. "Very well," said Voldemort, and Harry heard more danger in the silkiness of his voice than in the most powerful curse. "If that is your choice, Longbottom, we revert to the original plan." "On your head," he said quietly. "Be it." Still watching through his lashes, Harry saw Voldemort wave his wand. Seconds later, out of one of the castle's shattered windows, something that looked like a misshapen bird flew through the right half-light and landed in Voldemort's hand. He shook the mildewed object by its pointed end, and it dangled, empty and ragged. The Sorting Hat. "There will be no more sorting at Hogwarts School," said Voldemort. "There will be no more houses. The emblem, shield, and colours of my noble ancestor, Salazar Slytherin, will suffice for everyone. Won't they, Neville Longbottom?" He pointed his wand at Neville, who grew rigid and still, then forced the hat onto Neville's head, so that it slipped down below his eyes. There were movements from the watching crowd in front of the castle, and as one, the Death Eaters raised their wands, holding the fighters of Hogwarts at bay. "Neville here is now going to demonstrate what happens to anyone foolish enough to continue to oppose me," said Voldemort, and with a flick of his wand, he caused the Sorting Hat to burst into flames. Screams split the dawn, and Neville was aflame, rooted to the spot, unable to move. And Harry could not bear it. He must act. And then many things happened at the same time. They heard uproar from the distant boundary of the school, as what sounded like hundreds of people came swarming over the out-of-sight walls and pelted towards the castle, uttering loud war cries. At the same time, Grawp came lumbering round the side of the castle and yelled, "Hagger!" His cry was answered by roars from Voldemort's giants. They ran at Grawp like bull elephants, making the earth quake. Then came hooves. The twangs of bows and arrows were suddenly falling amongst the Death Eaters, who broke ranks, shouting their surprise. Harry pulled the invisibility cloak from inside his robes, swung it over himself, and sprang to his feet, as Neville moved too. In one swift, fluid motion, Neville broke free of the body-bind curse upon him. The flaming Sorting Hat fell off him, and he drew from its depths something silver with a glittering, rubied handle. The slash of the silver blade could not be heard over the roar of the oncoming crowd, or the sounds of the clashing giants, or of the stampeding centaurs, and yet it seemed to draw every eye. With a single stroke, Neville sliced off the great snake's head, which spun high into the air, gleaming in the light flooding from the entrance hall, and Voldemort's mouth was open in a scream of fury that nobody could hear. And the snake's body thudded to the ground at its feet. Hidden beneath the invisibility cloak, Harry cast a shield charm between Neville and Voldemort before the latter could raise his wand. Then over the screams and the roars and the thunderous stamps of the battling giants, Hagrid's yell came loudest of all. "Harry!" Hagrid shouted. "Harry! Where's Harry?" Chaos reigned. The charging centaurs were scattering their Death Eaters. Everyone was fleeing the giant's stampeding feet, and nearer thundered the reinforcements that had come from who knew where. Harry saw great winged creatures soaring around the heads of Voldemort's giants. Thestrals and Buckbeak the Hippogriff scratching at their eyes, while Grawp punched and pummeled them. And now the wizards, defenders of Hogwarts and Voldemort's Death Eaters alike, were being forced back into the castle. Harry was shooting jinxes and curses at any Death Eater he could see, and they crumpled, not knowing what or who had hit them, and their bodies were trampled by the retreating crowd. Still hidden beneath the invisibility cloak, Harry was buffeted into the entrance hall. He was searching for Voldemort and saw him across the room, firing spells from his wand as he backed into the Great Hall, still screaming instructions to his followers as he sent curses flying left and right. Harry cast more shield charms, and Voldemort's would-be victims, Seamus Finnegan and Hannah Abbott, darted past him into the Great Hall, where they joined the fight already flourishing inside it. And now there were even more people storming up the front steps. And Harry saw Charlie Weasley overtaking Horace Slughorn, who was still wearing his emerald pajamas. They seemed to have returned at the head of what looked like the families and friends of every Hogwarts student who had remained to fight, along with the shopkeepers and homeowners of Hogsmeade. The centaurs Bane, Ronan, and Magorian burst into the hall with a great clatter of hooves, as behind Harry the door that led to the kitchens was blasted off its hinges. The house elves of Hogwarts swarmed into the entrance hall, screaming and waving carving knives and cleavers, and at their head, the locket of Regulus Black bouncing on his chest, was Kreacher, his bullfrog's voice audible even above this din. Fight! Fight! Fight for my master, defender of house elves! Fight the Dark Lord in the name of brave Regulus! Fight! They were hacking and stabbing at the ankles and shins of Death Eaters, their tiny faces alive with malice, and everywhere Harry looked, Death Eaters were folding under sheer weight of numbers, overcome by spells, dragging arrows from wounds, stabbed in the leg by elves, or else simply attempting to escape, but swallowed by the oncoming horde. But it was not over yet. Harry sped between jewelers, past struggling prisoners, and into the Great Hall. Voldemort was in the centre of the battle, and he was striking and smiting all within reach. Harry could not get a clear shot, but fought his way nearer, still invisible, and the Great Hall became more and more crowded as everyone who could walk forced their way inside. Harry saw Yaxley slammed to the floor by George and Lee Jordan, saw Dolohov fall with a scream at Flitwick's hands, saw Walden McNair thrown across the room by Hagrid, hit the stone wall opposite and slide unconscious to the ground. He saw Ron and Neville bringing down Fenrir Greyback, Aberforth stunning Rookwood, Arthur and Percy flooring Thick Ness, and Lucius and Narcissa Malfoy running through the crowd, not even attempting to fight, screaming for their son. Voldemort was now dueling McGonagall, Slughorn, and Kingsley all at once, and there was cold hatred in his face as they wove and ducked around him, unable to finish him. Bellatrix was still fighting too, 50 yards away from Voldemort, and like her master, she duelled 3 at once. Hermione, Ginny, and Luna all battling their hardest, but Bellatrix was equal to them, and Harry's attention was diverted as a killing curse shot so close to Ginny that she missed death by an inch. He changed course, running at Bellatrix rather than Voldemort, but before he had gone a few steps, he was knocked sideways. "Not my daughter, you bitch!" Mrs. Weasley threw off her cloak as she ran, freeing her arms. Bellatrix spun on the spot, roaring with laughter at the sight of her new challenger. "Out of my way!" shouted Mrs. Weasley to the 3 girls, and with a swipe of her wand, she began to duel. Harry watched with terror and elation as Molly Weasley's wand slashed and twirled, and Bellatrix Lestrange's smile faltered and became a snarl. Jets of light flew from both wands, and the floor around the witch's feet became hot and cracked. Both women were fighting to kill. "No!" Mrs. Weasley cried as a few students ran forwards, trying to come to her aid. "Get back!" Get back! She is mine! Hundreds of people now lined the walls, watching the two fights. Voldemort and his three opponents, Bellatrix and Molly, and Harry stood invisible, torn between both, wanting to attack and yet to protect. Unable to be sure that he would not hit the innocent. "What will happen to your children when I've killed you?" taunted Bellatrix, as mad as her master, capering as Molly's curses danced around her. "When Mummy's gone the same way as Freddy." "You will never touch our children again!" screamed Mrs. Weasley. Bellatrix laughed, the same exhilarated laugh her cousin Sirius had given as he toppled backwards through the veil, and suddenly Harry knew what was going to happen before it did. Molly's curse soared beneath Bellatrix's outstretched arm and hit her squarely in the chest, directly over her heart. Bellatrix's gloating smile froze. Her eyes seemed to bulge. For the tiniest space of time, she knew what had happened. And then she toppled, and the watching crowd roared, and Voldemort screamed. Harry felt as though he turned in slow motion. He saw McGonagall, Kingsley, and Slughorn blasted backwards, flailing and writhing through the air, as Voldemort's fury at the fall of his last, best lieutenant exploded with the force of a bomb. Voldemort raised his wand and directed it at Molly Weasley. "Protego!" roared Harry, and the shield charm expanded in the middle of the hall, and Voldemort stared around for the source as Harry pulled off the invisibility cloak. The yell of shock, the cheers, the screams on every side of "Harry, he's alive!" were stifled at once. The crowd was afraid, and silence fell abruptly and completely as Voldemort and Harry looked at each other and began at the same moment to circle each other. "I don't want anyone else to try to help," Harry said loudly, and in the total silence his voice carried like a trumpet call. "It's got to be like this. It's got to be me." Voldemort hissed. "Potter doesn't mean that," he said, his red eyes wide. "That isn't how he works, is it? Who are you going to use as a shield today, Potter?" "Nobody," said Harry simply. "There are no more Horcruxes. It's just you and me. Neither can live while the other survives. And one of us is about to leave for good." "One of us?" jeered Voldemort, and his whole body was taut, and his red eyes stared. A snake that was about to strike. "You think it will be you, do you? The boy who has survived by accident, and because Dumbledore was pulling the strings?" "Accident, was it? When my mother died to save me?" asked Harry. They were still moving sideways, both of them in that perfect circle, maintaining the same distance from each other, and for Harry no face existed but Voldemort's. "Accident when I decided to fight in that graveyard? Accident that I didn't defend myself tonight and still survived and returned to fight again?" "Accidents!" screamed Voldemort, but still he did not strike. And the watching crowd was frozen as if petrified, and of the hundreds in the hall, nobody seemed to breathe but they too. "Accident and chance, and the fact that you crouched and snivelled behind the skirts of greater men and women, and permitted me to kill them for you." "You won't be killing anyone else tonight," said Harry as they circled and stared into each other's eyes, green into red. "You won't be able to kill any of them, ever again. Don't you get it? I was ready to die to stop you hurting these people." "But you did not." "I meant to, and that's what did it. I've done what my mother did. They're protected from you. Haven't you noticed how none of the spells you put on them are binding? You can't torture them. You can't touch them. You don't learn from your mistakes, Riddle, do you? You dare. Yes, I dare, said Harry. I know things you don't know, Tom Riddle. I know lots of important things that you don't. Want to hear some before you make another big mistake? Voldemort did not speak, but prowled in a circle, and Harry knew that he kept him temporarily mesmerized and at bay, held back by the faintest possibility that Harry might indeed know a final secret. Is it love again? Said Voldemort, his snake's face jeering. Dumbledore's favourite solution. Love, which he claimed conquered death. Though love did not stop him falling from the tower and breaking like an old waxwork. Love, which did not prevent me stamping out your mud-blood mother like a cockroach, Potter. And nobody seems to love you enough to run forwards this time and take my curse. So what will stop you dying now when I strike? Just one thing, said Harry, and still they circled each other, wrapped in each other, held apart by nothing but the last secret. If it is not love that will save you this time, said Voldemort, you must believe that you have magic that I do not, or else a weapon more powerful than mine. I believe both, said Harry, and he saw shock flit across the snake-like face, though it was instantly dispelled. Voldemort began to laugh, and the sound was more frightening than his screams. Humorless and insane, it echoed around the silent hall. You think you know more magic than I do, he said. Than Lord Voldemort, who has performed magic that Dumbledore himself never dreamed of. Oh, he dreamed of it, said Harry, but he knew more than you, knew enough not to do what you've done. You mean he was weak, screamed Voldemort. Too weak to dare. Too weak to take what might have been his. What will be mine? No, he was cleverer than you, said Harry. A better wizard. A better man. I brought about the death of Albus Dumbledore. You thought you did, said Harry, but you were wrong. For the first time, the watching crowd stirred as the hundreds of people around the walls drew breath as one. Dumbledore is dead. Voldemort hurled the words at Harry as though they would cause him unendurable pain. His body decays in the marble tomb in the grounds of this castle. I have seen it, Potter, and he will not return. Yes, Dumbledore's dead, said Harry calmly. But you didn't have him killed. He chose his own manner of dying, chose it months before he died. Arranged the whole thing with the man you thought was your servant. What childish dream is this? Said Voldemort, but still he did not strike, and his red eyes did not waver from Harry's. Severus Snape wasn't yours, said Harry. Snape was Dumbledore's. Dumbledore's from the moment you started hunting down my mother. And you never realized it. Because of the thing you can't understand. You never saw Snape cast a Patronus, did you, Riddle? Voldemort did not answer. They continued to circle each other like wolves about to tear each other apart. Snape's Patronus was a doe, said Harry. The same as my mother's, because he loved her for nearly all of his life, from the time when they were children. You should have realized, he said as he saw Voldemort's nostrils flare. He asked you to spare her life, didn't he? He desired her, that was all, sneered Voldemort. But when she had gone, he agreed that there were other women, and of purer blood, worthier of him. Of course he told you that, said Harry. But he was Dumbledore's spy from the moment you threatened her, and he's been working against you ever since. Dumbledore was already dying when Snape finished him. It matters not, shrieked Voldemort, who had followed every word with rapt attention, but now let out a cackle of mad laughter. It matters not whether Snape was mine or Dumbledore's, or what petty obstacles they tried to put in my path. I crushed them as I crushed your mother, Snape's supposed great love. Oh, but it all makes sense, Potter, and in ways that you do not understand. Dumbledore was trying to keep the Elder Wand from me. He intended that Snape should be the true master of the wand. But I got there ahead of you, little boy. I reached the wand before you could get your hands on it. I understood the truth before you caught up. I killed Severus Snape 3 hours ago, and the Elder Wand, the Death Stick, the Wand of Destiny, is truly mine. Dumbledore's last plan went wrong, Harry Potter.
Yeah, it did, said Harry. You're right. But before you try to kill me, I'd advise you to think about what you've done. Think, and try for some remorse, Riddle. What is this? Of all the things that Harry had said to him, beyond any revelation or taunt, nothing had shocked Voldemort like this. Harry saw his pupils contract to thin slits, saw the skin around his eyes widen. It's your last chance, said Harry. It's all you've got left. I've seen what you'll be otherwise. Be a man. Try for some remorse. You dare, said Voldemort again. Yes, I dare, said Harry. Because Dumbledore's last plan hasn't backfired on me at all. It's backfired on you, Riddle. Voldemort's hand was trembling on the Elder Wand, and Harry gripped Draco's very tightly. The moment, he knew, was seconds away. That wand still isn't working properly for you because you murdered the wrong person. Severus Snape was never the true master of the Elder Wand. He never defeated Dumbledore. He killed... Aren't you listening? Snape never beat Dumbledore. Dumbledore's death was planned between them. Dumbledore intended to die undefeated, the wand's last true master. If all had gone as planned, the wand's power would have died with him, because it had never been won from him. But then, Potter, Dumbledore as good as gave me the wand. Voldemort's voice shook with a malicious pleasure. I stole the wand from its last master's tomb. I removed it against its last master's wishes. Its power is mine. You still don't get it, Riddle, do you? Possessing the wand isn't enough. Holding it, using it, doesn't make it really yours. Didn't you listen to Ollivander? The wand chooses the wizard. The Elder Wand recognized a new master before Dumbledore died. Someone who never even laid a hand on it. The new master removed the wand from Dumbledore against his will, never realizing exactly what he had done, or that the world's most dangerous wand had given him its allegiance. Voldemort's chest rose and fell rapidly, and Harry could feel the curse coming, feel it building inside the wand pointed at his face. The true master of the Elder Wand was Draco Malfoy. Bland shock showed in Voldemort's face for a moment, but then it was gone. But what does it matter? He said softly. Even if you are right, Potter, it makes no difference to you and me. You no longer have the Phoenix Wand. We duel on skill alone. And after I have killed you, I can attend to Draco Malfoy. But you're too late, said Harry. You've missed your chance. I got there first. I overpowered Draco weeks ago. I took this wand from him. Harry twitched the Hawthorn wand,
and he felt the eyes of everyone in the hall upon it. "So it all comes down to this, doesn't it?" whispered Harry. "Does the wand in your hand know its last master was disarmed? Because if it does, I am the true master of the Elder Wand." A red gold glow burst suddenly across the enchanted sky above them, as an edge of dazzling sun appeared over the sill of the nearest window. The light hit both of their faces at the same time, so that Voldemort's was suddenly a flaming blur. Harry heard the high-voiced shriek as he too yelled his best hope to the heavens, pointing Draco's wand. "Avada Kedavra! Expelliarmus!" The bang was like a cannon blast, and the golden flames that erupted between them, at the dead center of the circle they had been treading, marked the point where the spells collided. Harry saw Voldemort's green jet meet his own spell, saw the Elder Wand fly high, dark against the sunrise, spinning across the enchanted ceiling like the head of Nagini, spinning through the air towards the master it would not kill, who had come to take full possession of it at last. And Harry, with the unerring skill of the Seeker, caught the wand in his free hand, as Voldemort fell backwards, arms splayed, the slit pupils of the scarlet eyes rolling upwards. Tom Riddle hit the floor with a mundane finality, his body feeble and shrunken, the white hands empty, the snake-like face vacant and unknowing. Voldemort was dead, killed by his own rebounding curse, and Harry stood with two wands in his hand, staring down at his enemy's shell. One shivering second of silence, the shock of the moment suspended, and then the tumult broke around Harry, as the screams and the cheers and the roars of the watchers rent the air. The fierce new sun dazzled the windows as they thundered towards him, and the first to reach him were Ron and Hermione, and it was their arms that were wrapped round him, their incomprehensible shouts that deafened him. Then Ginny, Neville and Luna were there, and then all the Weasleys and Hagrid, and Kingsley and McGonagall and Flitwick and Sprout, and Harry could not hear a word that anyone was shouting, nor tell whose hands were seizing him, pulling him, trying to hug some part of him. Hundreds of them pressing in, all of them determined to touch the boy who lived, the reason it was over at last. The sun rose steadily over Hogwarts, and the great hall blazed with life and light. Harry was an indispensable part of the mingled outpourings of jubilation and mourning, of grief and celebration. They wanted him there with him, their leader and symbol, their saviour and their guide. And that he had not slept, that he craved the company of only a few of them, seemed to occur to no one. He must speak to the bereaved, clasp their hands, witness their tears, receive their thanks, hear the news now creeping in from every quarter, as the morning drew on, that the imperious up and down the country had come back to themselves, that Death Eaters were fleeing or else being captured, that the innocent of Azkaban were being released at that very moment, and that Kingsley Shacklebolt had been named temporary Minister for Magic. They moved Dumbledore's body and laid it in a chamber off the hall, away from the bodies of Fred, Tonks, Lupin, Colin Creevey, and 50 others who had died fighting him. McGonagall had replaced the house tables, but nobody was sitting according to house anymore. All were jumbled together, teachers and pupils, ghosts and parents, centaurs and house elves, and Firenze lay recovering in a corner, and Grop peered in through a smashed window, and people were throwing food into his laughing mouth. After a while, exhausted and drained, Harry found himself sitting on a bench beside Luna. "I'd want some peace and quiet if it were me," she said. "I'd love some," he replied. "I'll distract them all," she said. "Use your cloak." And before he could say a word, she had cried, "Oh, look, a blibbering humdinger," and pointed out of the window. Everyone who heard looked around, and Harry slid the cloak up over himself and got to his feet. Now he could move through the hall without interference. He spotted Ginny 2 tables away. She was sitting with her head on her mother's shoulder. There would be time to talk later. hours and days and maybe years in which to talk. He saw Neville, the Sword of Gryffindor, lying beside his plate as he ate, surrounded by a knot of fervent admirers. Along the aisle between the tables he walked, and he spotted the three Malfoys, huddled together as though unsure whether or not they were supposed to be there, but nobody was paying them any attention. Everywhere he looked, he saw families reignited, and finally, he saw the two whose company he craved most. "It's me," he muttered, crouching down between them. "Will you come with me?" They stood up at once, and together he, Ron, and Hermione left the Great Hall. Great chunks were missing from the marble staircase, part of the balustrade gone, and rubble and bloodstains occurred every few steps as they climbed. Somewhere in the distance they could hear Peeves zooming through the corridors, singing a victory song of his own composition. "We did it, we bashed them, we Potters the one, and Voldy's gone mouldy, now let's have some fun." "Really gives a feeling for the scope and tragedy of the thing, doesn't it?" said Ron, pushing open a door to let Harry and Hermione through. Happiness would come, Harry thought, but at the moment it was muffled by exhaustion, and the pain of losing Fred and Lupin and Tonks pierced him like a physical wound every few steps. Most of all, he felt the most stupendous relief, and a longing to sleep. But first, he owed an explanation to Ron and Hermione, who had stuck with him for so long, and who deserved the truth. Painstakingly, he recounted what he had seen in the Pensieve and what had happened in the forest, and they had not even begun to express all their shock and amazement when at last they arrived at the place to which they had been walking, though none of them had mentioned their destination. Since he had last seen it, the gargoyle guarding the entrance to the headmaster's study had been knocked aside. It stood lopsided, looking a little punch-drunk, and Harry wondered whether it would be able to distinguish passwords anymore. "Can we go up?" he asked the gargoyle. "Feel free," groaned the statue. They clambered over him and onto the spiral stone staircase that moved slowly upwards like an escalator. Harry pushed open the door at the top. He had one brief glimpse of the stone Pensieve on the desk where he had left it, and then an ear-splitting noise made him cry out, thinking of curses and returning Death Eaters and the rebirth of Voldemort. But it was applause. All around the walls, the headmasters and headmistresses of Hogwarts were giving him a standing ovation. They waved their hats, and in some cases their wigs. They reached through their frames to grip each other's hands. They danced up and down on the chairs in which they had been painted. Dilys Derwent sobbed unashamedly. Dexter Fortescue was waving his ear trumpet, and Phineas Nigellus called in his high, reedy voice, "And let it be noted that Slytherin House played its part. Let our contribution not be forgotten." But Harry had eyes only for the man who stood in the largest portrait directly behind the headmaster's chair. Tears were sliding down from behind the half-moon spectacles into the long silver beard, and the pride and the gratitude emanating from him filled Harry with the same balm as Phoenix song. At last Harry held up his hands, and the portraits fell respectively silent, beaming and mopping their eyes and waiting eagerly for him to speak. He directed his words at Dumbledore, however, and chose them with enormous care. Exhausted and bleary-eyed though he was, he must make one last effort, seeking one last piece of advice. "The thing that was hidden in the snitch," he began. "I dropped it in the forest. I don't know exactly where, but I'm not going to go looking for it again. Do you agree?" "My dear boy, I do," said Voldemort, while his fellow pitchers looked confused and curious. "A wise and courageous decision, but no less than what I would have expected of you. Does anyone else know where it fell?" "No one," said Harry, and Dumbledore nodded his satisfaction. "I'm going to keep Ignotus's present, though," said Harry, and Dumbledore beamed. "But of course, Harry, it is yours forever until you pass it on. And then there's this." Harry held up the Elder Wand, and Ron and Hermione looked at it with a reverence that even in his befuddled and sleep-deprived state, Harry did not like to see. "I don't want it," said Harry. "What?" said Ron loudly. "Are you mental?" "I know it's powerful," said Harry wearily, "but I was happier with mine, so..." He rummaged in the pouch hung around his neck and pulled out the two halves of Holly's still, just connected by the finest thread of phoenix feather. Hermione had said that they could not be repaired, that the damage was too severe. All he knew was that if this did not work, nothing would. He laid the broken wand upon the headmaster's desk, touched it with the very tip of the Elder Wand, and said, "Reparo." And his wand resealed. Red sparks flew out of its end. Harry knew that he had succeeded. He picked up the Holly and Phoenix wand and felt a sudden warmth in his fingers, as though wand and hand were rejoicing at their reunion. "I'm putting the Elder Wand," he told Dumbledore, who was watching him with enormous affection and admiration, "back where it came from. It can stay there. If I die a natural death like Ignotus, its power will be broken, won't it? The previous master will never have been defeated. That'll be the end of it." Dumbledore nodded. They smiled at each other. "Are you sure?" said Ron. There was the faintest trace of longing in his voice as he looked at the Elder Wand. "I think Harry's right," said Hermione quietly. "That wand's more trouble than it's worth," said Harry. "And quite honestly..." He turned away from the painted portraits, thinking now only of the four-poster bed lying waiting for him at Gryffindor Tower, and wondering whether creature might bring him a sandwich there. I've had enough trouble for a lifetime." 19 years later. Autumn seemed to arrive suddenly that year. The morning of the 1st of September was crisp and golden as an apple, and as the little family bobbed across the rumbling road towards the great city station, the fumes of car exhausts and the breath of pedestrians sparkled like cobwebs in the cold air. 2 large cages rattled on top of the laden trolleys the parents were pushing, the owls inside them hooting indignantly, and the red-headed girl trailed tearfully behind her brothers, clutching her father's arm. "It won't be long and you'll be going too," Harry told her. 2 years? Sniffed Lily. "I want to go now." The commuters stared curiously at the owls as the family wove its way towards the barrier between platforms 9 and 10. Albert's voice drifted back to Harry over the surrounded clamour. His sons had resumed the argument they had started in the car. I won't be in Slytherin." "James, give it a rest," said Ginny. "I only said he might be," said James, grinning at his younger brother. "There's nothing wrong with that. He might be in Slytherin." But James caught his mother's eye and fell silent. The 5 Potters approached the barrier. With a slightly cocky look over his shoulder at his younger brother, James took the trolley from his mother and broke into a run. A moment later, he had vanished. "You'll write to me, won't you?" Albus asked his parents immediately, capitalizing on the momentary absence of his brother. "Every day if you want us to," said Ginny. "Not every day," said Albus quickly. "James says most people only get letters from home about once a month." We wrote to James 3 times a week last year," said Ginny. "And you don't want to believe everything he tells you about Hogwarts," Harry put in. "He likes a laugh, your brother." Side by side, they pushed the second trolley forwards, gathering speed. As they reached the barrier, Albus winced, but no collision came. Instead, the family emerged onto platform 9 3/4, which was obscured by thick, white steam that was pouring from the Scarlet Hogwarts Express. Indistinct figures were swarming through the mist, into which James had already disappeared. "Where are they?" asked Albus anxiously, peering at the hazy forms as they passed as they made their way down the platform. "We'll find them," said Ginny reassuringly. But the vapour was dense, and it was difficult to make out anybody's faces. Detached from their owners, voices sounded unnaturally loud. Harry thought he heard Percy discoursing loudly on broomstick regulations, and was quite glad of the excuse not to stop and say hello. "I think that's them, Al," said Ginny suddenly. A group of 4 people emerged from the mist, standing alongside the very last carriage. Their faces only came into focus when Harry, Ginny, Lily and Albus had drawn right up to them. "Hi," said Albus, sounding immensely relieved. Rose, who was already wearing her brand new Hogwarts robes, beamed at him. "Parked all right then?" Ron asked Harry. "I did." "Hermione didn't believe I could pass a Muggle driving test, did you? She thought I'd have to confront the examiner." "No, I didn't," said Hermione. "I had complete faith in you." "As a matter of fact, I did confront him," Ron whispered to Harry, as together they lifted Albus's trunk and Owl onto the train. "I only forgot to look in the wing mirror. And let's face it, I'd use a supersensory chart for that." Back on the platform, they found Lily and Hugo, Rose's younger brother, having an animated discussion about which house they would like to be sorted into when they finally went to Hogwarts. "If you're not in Gryffindor, we'll disinherit you," said Ron. "But no pressure." "Ron!" Lily and Hugo laughed, but Albus and Rose looked solemn. "He doesn't mean it," said Hermione and Ginny, but Ron was no longer paying attention. Catching Harry's eye, he nodded covertly to a point some 50 yards away. The steam had thinned for a moment, and 3 people stood in sharp relief against the shifting mist. "Look who it is." Draco Malfoy was standing there with his wife and son, a dark coat buttoned up to his throat. His hair was receding somewhat, which emphasized the pointed chin. The new boy resembled Draco as much as Albus resembled Harry. Draco caught sight of Harry, Ron, Hermione and Ginny staring at him, nodded curtly, and turned away again. "So that's little Scorpius," said Ron under his breath. "Make sure you beat him in every test, Rosie. Thank God you inherited your mother's brains." "Ron, for heaven's sake," said Hermione, half stern, half amused. "Don't try to turn them against each other before they've even started school." "You're right, sorry," said Ron, but unable to help himself, he added, "Don't get too friendly with him, though, Rosie. Grandad Weasley would never forgive you if you married a pureblood." "Hey!" James had reappeared. He had divested himself of his trunk, owl, and trolley, and was evidently bursting with news. "Teddy's back hit there," he said breathlessly, pointing back over his shoulder into the billowing clouds of steam. "Just seen him. And guess what he's doing? Snogging Vittore." He gazed up at the adults, evidently disappointed by the lack of reaction. "Our Teddy? Teddy Lupin? Snogging our Vittore? Our cousin?" And I asked Teddy what he was doing. "You interrupted them?" said Ginny. "You are so like Ron." "And he said he'd come to see her off. And then he told me to go away. He's snogging her," James added, as though worried he had not made himself clear. "Oh, it would be lovely if they got married," whispered Lily ecstatically. "Teddy would really be part of the family then." "He already comes round for dinner about 4 times a week," said Harry. "Why don't we just invite him to live with us and have done with it?" "Yeah," said James enthusiastically. "I don't mind sharing with Al. Teddy can have my room." "No," said Harry firmly. "You and Al will share a room, only when I want the house demolished." He checked the battered old watch that had once been Fabian Prewitt's. "It's nearly 11. You'd better get on board." "Don't forget to give Neville our love," Ginny told James as she hugged him. "Mum, I can't give a professor love." "But you know Neville." James rolled his eyes. "Outside, yeah. But at school, he's Professor Longbottom, isn't he? I can't walk into herbology and give him love." Shaking his head at his mother's foolishness, he vented his feelings by aiming a kick at Albus. "See you later, Al. Watch out for the Thestrals." "I thought they were invisible. You said they were invisible." but James merely laughed, permitted his mother to kiss him, gave his father a fleeting hug, then leapt onto the rapidly filling train. They saw him wave, then sprint away up the corridor to find his friends. Thestrals are nothing to worry about, Harry told Albus. They're gentle things. There's nothing scary about them. Anyway, you won't be going up to school in the carriages. You'll be going in the boats. Ginny kissed Albus goodbye. See you at Christmas. Bye, Al, said Harry, and as his son hugged him. Don't forget Hagrid's invited you to tea next Friday. Don't mess with Peeves, don't duel anyone till you've learned how, and don't let James wind you up. What if I am in Slytherin? The whisper was for his father alone, and Harry knew that only the moment of departure would have forced Albus to reveal how great and sincere that fear was. Harry crouched down so that Albus's face was slightly above his own, alone of Harry's 3 children. Albus had inherited Lily's eyes. Albus Severus, Harry said quietly, so that nobody but Ginny could hear, and she was tactful enough to pretend to be waving to Rose, who was now on the train. You were named for 2 headmasters of Hogwarts. One of them was a Slytherin, and he was probably the bravest man I ever knew. But just say that Slytherin House will have gained an excellent student, won't it? It doesn't matter to us, Al, but if it matters to you, you'll be able to choose Gryffindor over Slytherin. The Sorting Hat takes your choice into account. Really? It did for me, said Harry. He had never told any of his children that before, and he saw the wonder in Albus's face when he said it. But now the doors were slamming all along the Scarlet train, and the blurred outlines of parents were swarming forwards for final kisses, last-minute reminders. Albus jumped into the carriage, and Ginny closed the door behind him. Students were hanging from the windows nearest them. A great number of faces, both on the train and off, seemed to be turned towards Harry. "Why are they all staring?" demanded Albus, as he and Rose craned round to look at the other students. "Don't let it worry you," said Ron. "It's me. I'm extremely famous." Albus, Rose, Hugo, and Lily laughed. The train began to move, and Harry walked alongside it, watching his son's thin face, already ablaze with excitement. Harry kept smiling and waving, even though it was like a little bereavement, watching his son glide away from him. The last trace of steam evaporated in the autumn air. The train rounded a corner. Harry's hand was still raised in farewell. "He'll be all right," murmured Ginny. As Harry looked at her, he lowered his hand absent-mindedly and touched the lightning scar on his forehead. "I know he will." The scar had not pained Harry for 19 years. All was well. The end.